from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in a sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face. Someone calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. Thousand souls listen at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and you must follow me, my friend. Stay together, we can make it home again. Take a look at this place once more. The people, the home that you're fighting for. Someone calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. Thousand souls listen at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and every step will test your soul. You will walk out pure and whole, stronger than the day before. Tomorrow you'll fight for more.
If I had nothing but myself, would you still be around? If I was begging for your help, would you let me down? Yeah, I could try to act like I don't need anyone, pretend it's me, myself, and I'd rather be on my own. But I know I can do this alone. If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? If I was falling to the ground, would you pick me up? If my world was crashing down, would you make it stop? I do it for you, but would you do the same? When everyone's gone, are you gonna stay? When demons come through, would you push them away? Would you push them away? Are you gonna stay? If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out, me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes
to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in, just hide to it. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there's no limit, no, we cannot settle for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live, you don't believe it, just watch. I had to deal with the cards dealt, hey, when no one's helped. When it's time for action, headlines and captions. Just imagine all of the hours that I put in running and gunning the passion. All of them clap, big applause. Wish I could pause all their reactions. Ooh, we know I never had a losing streak. I know you see what adrenaline's doing to me. I've been kicking game, Bruce Lee. You ain't in the game too weak. Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. Hey, what I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in, just hide to it. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live, you don't believe it, just watch.
I'm trying to perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in the fray, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she can watch her son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. See it on your face.
Luscious, divine, I'll empty your mind, 'cause you want me to. I'm so twisted, you're addicted. I feel your pain, 'cause you want me to. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you.
Are going to be able to get some gold onto Pepper on the Zaya. Zaltu is going to land the chain on Godtone. He's going to turn around Nature's Graph. Are they going to be able to find WSL? It looks like maybe yes, as Ariox. Ooh, Corruption Potion burn is not going to be enough.
Raptors, they got him.
no! Who? Oh, the Nature's Grass would have propped them.
Wow.
Godtone smurfing.
Sun Village team, they look on to Godson early. I feel like WSL is not respecting the gravity field enough. We dived into it there, which I think really had no business, and yeah, looks like it was
the Maokai
moss.
pit.
Yeah, I don't know what it's called. Is it the moss something?
I have no idea. It's the green pit.
But anyway, the little green Pokemon triggered it and ended up getting a kill.
Driver here first.
Bruce needs to be careful where he positions, though. He needs to get to the back of the pit.
Okay, Baron low. Bruce really is taking up a lot. He's half health already. So much damage comes down. He's found. It's Jimmy who finds it. Driver, though, he's trying to turn around what he can. In fact, no, he's not. He's running away with his tail between his legs. They might even just have damage to do it in time.
Yeah, they might. But West Point, they're going to try and contest either way.
They can't contest this. Baron's already at half. In comes the Void Seeker, but it should just be Baron going over. Teleport is going to be committed here as Noodly turns up late, but Nature's Grasp is going to be used here. A lot of damage onto Char. He is just eliminated as Relia now looking for whatever he can. Noodly as well in the back line. Do they have the damage? All three of the ADs have gone into the back line. They've gone down. It's Driver finding a pentakill.
What just happened?
Yeah, I don't think PSG want this.
No. I think probably give this one over. I'm surprised. They want to fight.
They are going in. Solar Flare will go wide and is flashed away from by 116. And now the engage comes in. Junjia will lose out on that smite fight. What damage can be found? Wako getting zoned out from the Tibbers. But now all attention towards Lakai, who is so low but will not go down. Aze, one reset comes in from Konyue. He flashes forward, finds three members. Then he gets a second kill. The W will land in Konyue with the reset. With another reset, it's looking like Wako next to go down.
J-Team, they're in such a good spot now. They're going to get second drag. They've got the Herald. I think they're already ahead with a much better comp.
Yeah, well, okay, Teleport coming in for rest, but is it too late? That's going to be Dragon already taken down. See if there's a follow-up. But Bruce maybe getting a bit too lippy up here in the front line. Lava, though, ult does go wide. It's Driver coming in from the back. Finds Chelsea. That's Bruce's reset. Are there any more slows? The Emperor is divided. Finds three. And now it's Jimmy, and he's going to get that flash away now. But what a play from Minji.
Minji, my hero. Well, I sure hope after that we see a hell of a lot more. Nice flank from Driver, and pay attention, your eyes on Minji here. The flash ult manages to catch Jimmy and just delivers them into Bruce's waiting hands, gobbles them up.
Wow. Insane. That man on your screen there, he deserves an award.
跟归于回流一样，时间到了就会自己回到故乡。
要刷新一下 buff 啊，buff 半年就已经
用完了，你知道吗？
要刷新了
啊！没有，我是为了明年，你知道吗？这样会越来越强，你知道吗？
今年在下一代再回来打 buff。
对啊。
谁下一代谁要当院长？
我觉得我们两个都是院长。
我也觉得我们两个，现在团队看起来我们两个都是。
感觉不知道怎么输保底前3。
啊，厉害跟车长谁比较强？
厉害。
我也觉得东山比较强。
小鸡刚回到 PCS，你觉得你的队友怎么样？
都挺好相处的。
有没有哪一个人很怪的？
啊？
有没有哪一个人很怪的？
感觉都蛮奇怪的。
还没有体验到 race 的怪啊？
就都挺奇怪的，都很特别。
那你觉得，夏季赛哪一队会是你们的假想敌？哪一队会是你们争冠的假想敌？
我们基本上对任何一个队伍都觉得是很强。
不能，我这边不听官方说法。哪一队会？
为什么？
你们冠军赛的对手会是谁啊？
啊？
冠军赛的对手会是谁？
我自己也不知道。
两位是加入蔡胖的瘦身训练营的是吗？
有一点被他击到，有点被他击到，有点夸张。
我就是跟着空月的节奏来走的。
各自报备一下，现在瘦了几公斤？
我刚从泰国回来92，现在不吃饭的话，早上起床83。
我现在大概瘦了快8公斤吧。真的呀，真的。
8公斤，我只能说应该有加水。8公斤我不信，
我没有加水，因为我本来真的胖超多。
统神目前团练状况怎么样？
没什么团练呢，只团练了4、5场而已。
那你觉得小老弟们表现如何？
我觉得比较有问题的就是中路跟辅助吧，感觉到。不过其实我觉得没关系啦，因为其实有的时候这样子，因为打比赛是这样子，就是你有的时候感觉一来了，那就是可以赢。
好，那有没有什么想要对枫糖说的话？
没有呢，没有，我要跟他说，我不会跟他兑现。没关系啊，明年枫糖明年不要跑，明年 PCS 我换中路，我跟你兑现，不要跑。
好，那最后一个问题就是，对地狱猪夏季赛的期望是什么？可以第几名？
啊，我预期最少，我说最少也要拿第4名以上，最少。
OK。
当然如果目标的话，当然是希望能够出国，因为出国前2嘛，对吧？
对，前2
嘛，对。如果你希望的话，能够拿前2，那如果不行的话，因为我看目前我稍微观察了一下，大概 PSG 一定是第1了，对，他们一定是第1了，所以我们目前可能只能抢2，是这样的。然后我希望是能够前4了，对。
跟偶像一起团练的感觉怎么样？
赞。
还不错啊，还不错。
子琪，你现在有在中野联动吗？
肯定有联动的，
肯定有，
肯定有联动的。
看心情。
现在夏季赛帮我们设定的战术是什么？
跟着老板走。
野区制霸，跟着老板走。
好，下一赛目标是第几名？
肯定世界赛啊。
肯定抢第2场票。
我是 WP 的中路努力。
这个这么久了之后，终于有觉得站上 PCS 的舞台，有什么心得？
心得。
还有没有你特别想要对到的选手
？Maple 跟东山吧。
那对你们这个赛季的期待，
能进季后赛就好。
他怎么变队友？
怎么变队友啊？命中注定啊！
我没地方去。
东山冒昧请问一下，这是第几件事的
十几件，
第10件啊
，10吧，第10吧，我也不知道，没去算了。
你们之后是要怎么协调谁打中？有猜拳吗？
没有啊，真的格斗啊！打得赢谁打得赢我就是让他打，不要
看版本啊，然后看就是谁团练状况好就谁上。
大家好，我是 J Team 的打野拉法。对，今年是第1次先发，有种第1次真正的要展现自己的感觉。第1次拍片头，其实没什么感想，就还蛮新鲜的体验，这样就觉得还蛮有聊的。
什么啦？靠，去读书啦，一样啊，都给我去读书，这根本不会烫。
这导演一直称赞你啊，你觉得就是你有没有治好？
我觉得算公司训练有加，因为我们公司很常拍。
今天的行程就是从澳门打完那个比赛就直接过来这边了，有点赶。拍摄的话，拍片头的话就通常都会找我，或是之前在电脑的话就找我或卡嫂，所以其实都蛮习惯的。团队状况的话，因为本来就是在赛区里都是熟人，就多少都有见过面，然后可能跟挖口还有俊家都本来就还不错，所以比较不会有陌生的问题。新赛季的话， 就我们拿第1张票，其他人抢第2张。
直接被线杀了，没有
哇，这边遇到赶紧交了一个万用引力装置，但后面又是一个链子，嘎痛交错闪现，再丢出自己的鬼灵之握，
反打吗
？Elias 看起来战力还挺勇的，又是丢出自己的能量守魂，但交错闪现极限并没有倒地。哎，但是被小鸟给打死了！哇！这里鸟化成了统神的助力。
哦，那个好像是他那个树根弹到那个鸟了，他摸到那个鸟了，所以那个鸟出来咬他了。
哇，隔山打牛啊！我的天哪！结果最后是借力打力，把这个打野给击杀了。
哦哟，对，他那个树根摸到那个鸟了。
哎呀，跑出来了，是想不到吗？哎呦喽！直接被6鸟暴打。
这波尼克斯第一时间没到场，所以吃的比较久哦。
哇，真的是吃的超快。然后后面有一个鬼灵波进来，但奶哥有没有机会可以来偷？这个巴罗却偷到了，谢波偷到这个巴罗，而且瞬间是打出一波大逆转。Driver 有没有机会可以来创造奇迹，将做自己飞身走线？但谢波已经所有成员盯上了他，后面又是一段的飞身走线，但 Driver 只能反身绕跑。
应该是可以直接开的，等对方过来逼团也行，因为在窄口右边的阵容都蛮好发挥的。
而且努力这时候是在下路露头的 ，TP 还没有亮，这时候要往前探这个河道，探索者照到，努力的 TP 也亮了，但巴龙已经要被这ที给拿下。665往前想要甩兵和龙狼，但鬼灵坐骑限制了整体 WP 的进场，反而勾进去的查瞬间被秒了。而吃到兵线的 Raya 在烟雾弹里面还想要尝试做操作，努力的跳进了龙坑，想要换对方的布鲁斯，上手本能进场，搭配的是努力的一个爆弹，虽然把对方2名成员给换掉，但是已经武力在车长开砍开枪，一枪就送走了。
Penta， 哎呦，默默的 Penta， 感觉这条还是不太好争。我一闪想开，但是我116反应很快，直接闪掉了。
哎呦，攻回来了！这里空中并没有被守护者残血给敲走，然后接下来的话变成是空月先拿下这条海克斯飞龙，往前运的话是直接运到了屋顶。接下来的话，鳄鱼身上也被挂了爆弹，李凯掉到残血，但第一时间并没有死亡。然后另外一边卡桑蒂也顶在正前方，在这里要被贝蒂给融化。现在的话，凯莎是拿下人头，对，有启动了，往前抢来变身，这里一个72变，这凯莎热了一个 double kill， 后面还有狙击，交错闪现，空月蓄势待发，一个破镜斩来到挖苦面前，往前与落王之间继续开，这是空月又把人头给收获。刚刚那一波是让吉克斯打出了3600滴的输出，然后接下来还可以往小龙来进发。
一批的是想要来接团的，但是龙已经掉了，然后对方的位置也保持的还 OK。
这里进化秒解掉了日轮圣芒，让布鲁斯还有机会可以输出。
哦
，Driver 从后方的一个绕背开出了领域，但是飞之主线伤害超高，现在吉克斯又准备要来发动了。布鲁斯进入自己神的之间往前顶，直接推了一个扣3往壁，这就是布鲁斯的 double kill。接着的话，吉米恩直接交错闪现，但看起来追听已经开始全员晋级。
这里 CFO 的人要直接往前打了，但是有一个阿姐在前面看着，其实也很难直接往前做追击。
哇，然后 Driver 这个绕背位置，
哇，这个闪现
后面还有敏智，这冲杀防壁直接是毁灭了 CFO 团战的希望。这各种的跟进啊，看起来对于敏智而言，这沙皇的掌握度也算是发挥的淋漓尽致。
丁格来了，
这波中线要到哦，要看哦。
来了，
线到了，你们的人都要到。
当然被3把，凯南，注意凯南，
我有技能的，不怕。
别在一起。哎，可以直接开，我拉好了。
打冒凯，我要帮吃。
还没踢，拉一下。踢啊！我不知道踢哪。
要帮我。
我不知道踢哪，先看踢。
正面。
那现在回你。别，
我跟不到，别人可以跟，别人可以。别
用了，全用了。
你希望一样大龙。没有，不要踢了。直接吃。快，直接吃。我们直接吃。
卡住他们，别死掉。
亚飞没大，可以吃没有打野的。我打。
AD 中。AD 可以逼他母攻。
我再往上走。这个是这样。
开刀。
打上了。 我上来打，先把根本塞了，拉一下
TP 正面了，这边拉一下，
慢一点，
我把手打，
可以点，我可以去点。
我一样带我的钟啊，你们自己帮我点。
你们去正面吧，当然不用那么多人。我帮倒，
我没线。
他这个红牌刀的，
开禁区，
看一波了。专注吧，我帮挡 Q，中路小龙，
对，是小龙喽，
小龙吧，先小龙吧。
他们没 AD 啊，我们直接吃。你可以卡吗？
我卡不了。
没关系，
直接
直接开，我来，再看杰西，我看杰西。
慢一点，真的，我打不到。
我知道，我不会死。
大刀来了。
我再
AD 要来。我觉
凯南会进哦。
凯南，
我甩 AD 了。
拉一下。
帮东山。帮东山。我可以 Q 3啊。
慢点，打不到了。杰西也全招都没了。
不想回。
我要回。
拿一波吧 ，AD 没闪了，确定。凯南也没闪。
就不要打。拉扯吧。
没有，我会帮你吸火力，可惜。
没有，你不要去上边，听我的，后面是听我的。先走，你上再推，我这个我到了。他们又想谁开，我可以提耶，你们等下能乱吗？
我可以乱。你平进就踢。
我知道。
哎，我1万。
杰西可能回了。
杰西在这面，9000了，你要快踢哦。
对。
不然就要打架，他们来波了，平马。我的。一波吧。
不让凯南去，你们打，我不让凯南去。拉一下。
我踢出来，你慢点，我踢出来。
我不让凯南去。
OK。绕干架。
你踢哪踢啊？
我知道。
我这个
你去。
他们人还没回的，我会断他们回。
我接，我会让他。
我会断他们回。
一个踢哦。
一波吧。
但杰西没闪。点塔吧。
我知道。他们能赢。对，为什么这么难赢？
拿了帮我绝对不能送啊，因为那很大波啊。
You want me to. I'm so twisted, you're addicted. I feel your pain, 'cause you want me to. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give So close the doors, let me in, let me taste the darkness in you. No one serves me like you. You ask me to slay you, to burn you, to haunt you, so you feel. So do you feel me now? I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love Ashes divine, I'll empty your mind, 'cause you want me to. I'm so twisted, you're addicted. I feel your pain, 'cause you want me to. Fires keep burning. It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to day number 2 of week 3 here at the PCS Summer, brought to you, of course, by Riot Games and Carry Live. Now, some exciting games coming up again, especially after yesterday. Bit of a form check, I think, coming into the last week of the round robin. Now, what are you thinking about today? We saw on our camera there, it's going to be Nesty once again here in the support role.
Yeah, that is a little weird. We haven't really looked into DCG. I'm not sure if this is just a case of their support is sick or otherwise unavailable, or if this is just going to be, their starting roster going forward, because it would be pretty interesting. I think Nesty's style as a mid laner would actually lend itself quite well to being a support. Like, he played more of the kind of engage or facilitatory champs, and I think he also played towards that style. That being said, there's still a lot of matchups and stuff you need to learn when you do swap to another role, any role, let alone support. And I think, I don't know. I'm excited to see how it goes up against a more difficult opponent. CFO's bot lane, they got Shalcy and Shin. Definitely not a weak bot lane, right? That's a very strong bot lane in the laning phase as well, and I think they'll make DCG work for it. Obviously, yesterday, who'd they verse? Was it
Which team? DCG?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, maybe Jewish team. I don't really
either
know.
way, it felt like it wasn't really a full test of his abilities.
No.
But, yeah, I think he will get to today.
I think we'll take a look at the results from yesterday, of course, and we'll see here. They actually were up against Jewish team. You got that correct. And I think, interestingly, game number 3, Hellpix taking that, definitely a surprise. J-Team looked like they should have won against Beyond, but perhaps some exceptional gameplay from Betty made them able to cross the line. And then PSG showing that they aren't sort of weakening and had a fairly clean game there up against CFO in our final game of yesterday. But I think looking forward, Frank, big question mark around them. Massive question mark, because coming in at runners-up of Spring to now 3 and 4, losing against who you'd have to feel as a substantially weaker team, you have to have very bad thoughts about the rest of the split.
Yeah, and I think Frank, at least in that game, it really didn't feel like it was off the back of some glaring error, right? Like, we look at the PSG versus CFO game, we're thinking, okay, it was a pretty big draft difference, right? Like, I think we're kind of expecting PSG to pick that up, but Hellpix versus Frank, it does feel like they just won it off the backs of being better, right? It wasn't a draft game. In fact, it was one of the closest drafts in the PCS I think we've had so far. So big eyes on Frank. I think eyes on CFO as well, because CFO have had some very good games, but they've also had some very questionable drafts, I feel like. There was the draft from yesterday where they had full AD, and there's also the Ziggs draft, which I didn't really like a whole lot. But we will take a look at those standings. So we initially had this, very big lead here in our top 6, but now it feels like that sixth place position might actually be able to be played for.
Yeah.
Hellpix and West Point only 1 point behind them. And Hellpix do have that, at least for now, head-to-head advantage over Frank. So there's the possibility they can sneak in if Frank continue to kind of flail around. That being said, Frank, they were a very good team last split. They have a very good roster, and I think they can turn it around.
Yeah, and I think, interestingly, if Hellpix or West Point are able to take a win here, they are likely to be tied now for 6 after tonight, because you do have Frank going against Beyond, and while I don't think it's necessarily a complete write-off that Frank can win, Beyond looking fairly strong. Like, you could say the strongest in the league. I think that maybe after their PSG game, that gives the more validation to that take. But PSG do look very, very strong in their own right. Having that one-off game, I don't think speaks too much to them. But yeah, if Hellpigs are able to take a game over an Impunity, which seems very reasonable to expect, then they could be tied here for that 6th spot coming into the last day of week number 3. Now, West Point, if they are able to take a game over PSG Talon, they are looking similar, but I think that is a lot harder than what Hellpigs have to face.
Definitely. It feels like Hellpigs have a very good shot up against Impunity. And for the games of the day, I'm thinking, game 1 and game 3, but potentially, game 4 could be very interesting as well. I think it feels like CFO versus DCG is the big one. And I also feel like Beyond versus Frank, it's almost like, sure, it should be very heavily favored to Beyond, but the Frank of last split would be able to at least contend against Beyond. So if they can kind of find their groove once again, you know, turn this ship around. Even if they don't win versus Beyond, just showing a solid performance against them would be good enough for me.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think interesting, we'll have to take a look later on in the day to see if they're using Kenny-chan again or sticking with Hollow as they did yesterday. But first of all, of course, we do have game number 1, which is CFO versus DCG. CFO on your screens now. Sticking with the same roster they have the whole split, nothing really too surprising, no real reason to sub out Chelsea. And I guess one interesting thing here is that Nesty's game yesterday played Blitzcrank. Yep. Chelsea's best performance so far, Blitzcrank. I wonder if there's going to be any sort of contesting over that pick.
Could be. I think it's one of those champs that tends to be more of a counter pick.
Yeah.
Either in response to a specific support shown or just kind of a comp that allows it to come through. So I think you might see it as more the teams will draft around making it difficult for the other team just to pick it up, because obviously both supports here are comfortable on it. I really want to see some kind of change around the Tristana, because it feels like it's really easy to pick Tristana, not have any AP around it, especially when the Maokai Sedge gets banned and the other team takes Kai'Sa. And I feel like that's sort of a recipe for disaster. It means you kind of have to fit in an AP champ somewhere. Can be a top laner, the likes of Gragas or Kennen, but it never feels as good as if you have the likes of Azir being your AP.
Yeah, absolutely. And talking of Azir, probably the most formidable Azir here in the league, Mission on this team. Went for an interesting build yesterday. Lost chapter into Shadow Flame, which he's done on Orianna as well, but putting up, what was it, 1660?
Yeah.
DPM, which in a 20-something minute game as Azir, was it? Yeah, it was like 22 minutes or something like that.
I think, yeah.
And yeah, putting up 1660 DPM that early on in the game as Azir is insane. I mean, that's putting it lightly. I think that's an insane stat to have managed to have performed. But I guess DCG, their drafts have looked pretty solid for the most part. I don't really have any quarrels with their drafts. But obviously CFO yesterday going for an all AD comp and pretty much just getting 1v9 by Arza on that Poppy. Really, really looking for a better draft out of them.
Yeah, and I think it should be fairly obvious for CFO, both times that they've had bad drafts. I think they've really felt it in the game, you know, going up against that full armor Poppy or with that Ziggs. Get a stats comparison between the two top laners, and these are two top laners that historically have been kind of at the very top of top lane in the PCS, but at least this split, you kind of feel like they're more middle of the pack, both in the stats and sort of the eye test. It feels like the likes of Driver and Arja really kind of stepping it up.
Yeah.
But CFO, or sorry, Rest versus Hanabi is always going to be one of those, you know, big storied matchups.
Yeah, veterans in the league and both very, very solid in their own right. And as you said, I mean, I think last split, Rest pretty much held first in almost every single stat there in the top lane. But this time, coming around the middle of the pack, obviously it is somewhat early days still. Can turn that around as the split progresses, but has been a bit quiet, you'd have to say, so far. As we go into Champ Select, it's an immediate Azir ban away from Mission. I feel like almost after yesterday, you're just going to have to pay that tax for the rest of at least the summer split. LeBlanc, Maokai taken away. I wonder if DCG are going to ban the Sejuani. Generally, if we see the Maokai ban, the Sejuani follows.
I wouldn't be too surprised. I wonder, maybe we're going back to the mission triple ban.
Yep.
Yeah, it looks like it is. Azir, Jason, Tristana. I kind of like them taking away the Tristana, to be honest. It does mean that it's more likely to be a control mage mid matchup, which I think both Jimmy and Mission are very comfortable on. But I think it also allows CFO to draft something that makes more sense for them. I have to see, will it be that Sejuani now banned away?
Or Kai'Sa, perhaps.
Yeah, I think Kai'Sa might be the better ban. I mean, we'll see. Maybe they're willing to trade. Maybe they might leave them both up. Okay, so they ban the Kai'Sa. So, I mean, what's up? The Nico is up, but neither team has really shown priority on it.
Renekton has been pretty high priority. You can also just, like, I mean, if you're not taking the Sejuani here, you are giving over Jax, Sedge, or Renekton Sedge.
Yeah.
I feel like Sejuani first is probably the best.
I think you have to. Otherwise, you just kind of put yourself in a rough position unless they have some other big first pick that can come through. Okay, so they're going to take the Renekton.
So this should be Jax Sejuani answer.
Yeah, I think you definitely take the Sedge, and then the question is, do you just want to pick up another priority in another role? I feel I would be a little surprised to see this locked in so early.
Yeah, I think that can fall down to 3.
Yeah. I mean, maybe they do just want to... I don't know. It would be weird to give over the Sedge because it's like, what are you going to play instead? Obviously, there's the Vi, but Zaya's still up. And it looks like this will be locked in.
Wow.
Kind of a weird one, to be honest.
I think you still take Sejuani, though. Maybe you don't need to take the Jax here anyway.
Yeah. I think you should take Sedge. Otherwise, like, what else would they be looking to play? Does feel like that should be the Sedge that comes through. Okay, so now for CFO, what do you take? I mean, you can take your priority AD. Ooh. I kind of like taking the Vi. I mean, there's no Xayah that can come through. Also, it means you can make them choose between now. Yeah, actually, there's a lot of tough choices for DCG to make because you can pick Thresh to give the Aphelos to safety, but that'll give up your Jax with Sejuani. It looks like they're going to go the Jax way, but that, leaves the Thresh. And also it means that this Ahri will get through this phase, relatively unpunished. I really like what CFO did in their 2-3. I think that went a long way. And it feels like Jax should be the pickup. It's too good with Sedge, but that does make this a very difficult game, I feel like, for Cascada. And for Mission as well. I mean, playing against Ahri Vi as any carry is not easy, but especially with the likes of Azir gone, that provide a lot of that extra safety, he's going to struggle, I think, to pick a champ that is safe enough.
I think there is the option for an Eco still.
I'd be surprised. I mean, it's a good pick, but I don't think Mission's the kind of guy to play it. They ban away the Blitzcrank from Chelsea, and I think CFO should ban the Thresh. Alternatively, they might just ban out some of Mission's champs, but it feels like any mage that comes through, the likes of the Orianna, will just be extremely vulnerable to this Ahri Vi. Let's see which direction they end up moving in. I feel like the Thresh would be good. Okay, so they ban away the Ori, really just respecting that Mission is very good at that champ. Are they just going to go for 5 Mission bans? Maybe they think that even with the Thresh, the Aphelos still isn't safe, because there's a lot of threat.
I think the thing is, like, one thing that's dangerous, we have seen it already of Adiogs, but you can pick the Victor. It's very, very, very hard.
Yeah.
But if you pilot it correctly, you can just find yourself at late game with enough gold to be that Victor you want. And there's so much strength in the 2v2 up top as well that perhaps that strength in the skirmishes can carry you sort of through the early stages. Obviously, no slouch on the top side here of CFO either, but
I wonder.
Rakan,
yeah. Okay.
It does take away Xayah Khan.
Yeah.
So.
I think it's a smart choice. The Blitzcrank might have even been to try protect for the Thresh. They end up banning the Milio. So will it be the Nico? I mean, it's a champ that should have been prioritized a lot more in the PCS, but has kind of fallen to the wayside completely. And if they pick Rel here, or if they pick support here, I don't know. I would be a little surprised. I guess they value the power pick over the counter.
Yeah.
Now, I wonder what Mission's going to pick after he sees all 5 of these champs. Xayah is the hover.
Oh.
I mean, picking more threat could be kind of fun, yeah. I like the Xayah. I think overall it's the best. Deals well with the engage that can come out. And it does just feel like when you get Shun on a crit 80 carry, it's always going to be a sort of safe win condition, kind of like Betty is for Beyond. And last pick, ooh, this potentially opens up a Sylas pick. I would be surprised if they do this because there aren't that many mids available, but it feels like giving over a free Sylas would be a way to kind of give DCG back in. You get Alistar, Vile, and Ariel.
And Renekton.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this. Let's see. I mean, maybe Mission feels like he doesn't want it, but
it does feel to me like Mission more likely to go a control mage.
Yeah. I mean, he is definitely better at control mages. I don't think his Sylas has looked that great, but on paper, it's an incredible pick. I mean, it does well in the ult, and it's also good with Sejuani. I think they will lock this in, but I almost wonder if CFO have considered this and been like, okay, if Mission's on Sylas, we're happy compared to what he normally does, because Sylas, he can't pressure the lane the same way that he can on these control mages, and honestly, he just doesn't look as comfortable on it. So it is locked in. I think on paper, DCG's draft it's solid. I'm not sure how good it is for them, though. I think Cascada is better on other AD carries, and I think he does have some difficulty this game. And I'm not a huge fan of Mission on the Sylas, so overall, I do favor CFO's composition. But if Mission does get fed on the Sylas, they can't kill him. That's a problem.
Yeah, that can be a problem. And to be fair, Mission, while he won't have the same lane pressure as he generally does this matchup, he is able to maintain safety against the Ahri Vi, especially in that sort of level 6 area. As well as the skirmishing power for DCG's top side is incredible. You have 2 melee champs alongside the Sejuani. And then just, I mean, as soon as Divine Sunder is online for the Jacks, should start winning out against the Renekton. In general, that is. I mean, we've seen that not be the case. Yesterday even, when Rest was playing the opposite side of this matchup. But I'm excited. I don't think there's a clear winner in the draft.
No,
I think maybe if you like nameplates off, I don't think there's a team that I necessarily favor.
I think both teams definitely have some different win conditions here, and it'll mostly depend on who plays well and how well do they play towards their team identity.
Yeah.
I feel like both these teams are likely to get scrappy anyway. They do like their early games.
Yeah, and I think importantly, Nesty, even whilst a mid laner, really enjoyed these fight-heavy sort of mid lane champs, and now that he's playing support and he's on Rel, this is exactly what you want. This guy was actually last split as the mid laner. Generally, he was the one finding the engage on the likes of Gragas or Annie. He was looking for these flanks, looking for these, multiple man CC abilities. And now he's on the support, and that's pretty much his only job. Clear vision, find engage. I think it's a good look. I think it suits Nesty's mid lane playstyle, and you have to think, even though it's a whole new lane, you do take some of those fundamentals you've learned from your primary lane to now your new role. I'm excited to see what Nesty can do here. Obviously, Blitzcrank yesterday, Rel today. Very different champions.
The Rel definitely, I think, will be a test for him to really see how good is he actually as support.
Ghost on Cascada. Now, there isn't a lot of CC that he can cleanse, but it's not very hard for Ari to follow up a Vi with both the Charm and Renekton with the stun. So it can be a little worrisome. I guess the Ghost does give him a little bit more safety.
I do understand why he took it, but I do also wonder if it's a mistake, because I feel like every time, even when there's only a Renekton in the game, right, that's your only CC, I feel like it always happens at least once. The Renekton finds the flash W, right, and the AD carry just instantly dies, and there isn't much you can do about it. Now, that might just be a kind of misposition, and maybe that's kind of what they're thinking, like, if we position well, it won't be a problem. But it feels like it's just always a problem. And Rest, he's very good at the Renekton, so we'll probably look for that. Now, it is double first strike in the mid lane, which I actually think is slightly better for Mission, because I think at Worlds, we saw a lot of Ari with Airy in this matchup and just really putting on the pressure early game, especially with the Doran Shield nerfs. But going the first strike, obviously won't be able to pressure the early game as much as you could. And while it does give the Ari that kind of solo AP scaling, I think shutting down Mission might have been a better choice. Either way, though, it's stylistic. I don't think you can really say if it's right or wrong. Chelsea. He wants to get a little aggro here.
Yeah, it is going to. Will be receiving the Pulverize. But trade in favor of DCG. Level 2 will be coming in here first. Fairly significantly faster for CFO. No real surprise. Game pause. Looks like on our screen there, Shun might be having some problems.
Yeah, maybe
to the refs.
I'm not sure. Ref, these two guys are standing too far back. Bring him closer. And I'm sure it's some sort of technical issue, and hopefully will be resolved in short time.
How are you feeling? All right. Overall, where do you think, like, if give me a top 6 in order. I mean, we're only halfway
Top
through
6
now.
in order for the end of the split?
For the end of the split.
Okay. I think number 1, Beyond. Are you offended by that?
I'm offended. I am offended by that.
Number 2, PSG. Number 3, J-Team. Number 4... I think 4 is hard. Can I wait till the end of this game? I feel like 4 is CFO or DCG. I feel like it's probably CFO, 5 DCG, 6 Frank. That's what I'm thinking right now. But I also think that could change a lot in playoffs or even towards the end of the split. Like, I would not expect... If Frank make it to playoffs, I almost don't think they will be last, I feel like if they do make it to playoffs in solid form, Frank are pushing for 3rd almost.
Yeah, well, even last split, when we thought there were 2 clear weaker teams in that playoffs, they took PSG to Game 5. They took CFO to Game 5. I mean, there was no real bad team when we got to playoffs. I think they really bring it together at that stage. But I think my top 6, I've still got PSG at 1. I have PSG at 1. I have Beyond at 2. I'm torn between J-Team and CFO, because I know J-Team beat CFO, but I feel like right now CFO are just playing worse than they probably should be.
I think so.
So I think I have CFO at 3, J-Team 4, DCG 5, and Frank 6. But again, today, if Frank lose today, which they're likely to, I have to say at this point.
Yeah. They're going to be so far behind.
Yeah, that's right. They are actually having to compete for their 6th spot. It's not just a given. If they do win today, though, you feel pretty confident about their chances. I will say, part of me wants J-Team to win, because it's pretty exciting seeing this team didn't even make playoffs, bring Driver in, who is one of the most charismatic players here in the PCS. They bring this man in and they're contending for first. It's a very exciting storyline.
Certainly is. Now, across the board, haven't seen that much action.
No.
But the jungle pass are opposite right now, so we'll have to see if there's anything that's going to come of that. Obviously, the Sejuani moving towards the Jax wants to be able to fight around him. Pretty much unbeatable in the 2v2 here early on, and Gemini with that bot priority will probably be playing for that bot scuttle. So I think we'll probably see a relatively slow early game. Unlikely to have too much. But maybe that first dragon could be where we look towards. You know, when we are talking about CFO, first dragon always has to be in that conversation.
Yeah. Admittedly, good skirmishing potential for DCG in this game too, so if all things are set up well, I think there is the chance that DCG can look to contest or take it for themselves. I don't even know if you want that to connect this mission. That looked a bit dangerous.
Happens a lot with Silas. Some chains you do not want to hit and they end up being much longer than you thought. But I mean, it'll be really interesting, I think, to see kind of how these fights go, because there is just the extremely strong engage and teamfight potential from DCG, right? The Jax, Sejuani, Silas topside, very hard to deal with. On the other side, though, there's a lot of pick, right? CFO can one-shot, probably not one, but maybe even 2 people. So it can be tough. I think if DCG manage to ball up in time, they can deal with it pretty easily. But if they're caught out, obviously that's going to be in trouble. And Mission, he's taking a lot of damage here. Does have still the health bot, Doran Shield's second win, so a lot of sustain that can come through. Is putting points in Q as well. 3 points Q.
Do you reckon it's going to be the static shiv on the Silas? We saw Zhao2 do it earlier in the split.
I think no.
Everfrost?
Ooh, maybe looking at a gank bot here.
Yeah, Hana might have a really good timing here. Shall see. The Graviton will come through. Stun up 2, and that's Flash Burned out here from this Alistair. Will be getting stunned up. Should be killed, hopefully given over to Chris Scarter. It will be. That's first blood. Is Shun getting a bit too lippy. He's getting the Graviton as well, but there's no mana left onto this Aphelios, and that's just a free double kill.
Shun just woke back up and died. And I feel like that's a big blunder by CFO, right? You know that your jungler is on the opposite side of the map. You know there is the Sedge should be pathing back towards bot. And it feels like, I don't know, I guess we'll see a replay of it, but it feels just like laziness almost to be caught out there. And then Shun, he was out. You can see here, you know, I guess they wanted to crash their wave and couldn't get it in time. But ultimately, you know, all things considered, Shun can just leave here, having lost the cleanse, and he's completely fine. And this isn't too bad. But I think once Shun overcommits, and for what? It's like there's no chance you can ever really take Nesty out here. And ultimately ends up going down without either of the bot flashes being used, which is very important because now, how are you going to lane, right? Like, you can be flashed on at any moment.
Ooh, Gemini is on this dragon, but it might be found out, and...
Ooh, CFO classic.
Yeah, CFO, they should get it. Only Nesty coming to scout. So, they do get double killed, but pick up that dragon pretty much on spawn. But what is it going to cost as Nesty goes forward? Good pulverize there to slow any engage there from the rail, and it looks like they should be running away. Flash committed out of Cascada.
I think it was Nesty's flash as well, right?
Yeah,
I think it was a double flash, and they didn't find anything other than Gemini's flash. So that flash disadvantage we were worried about in the bot lane is now all cleaned up. Mission, he is going towards Everfrost, and I think I like it more. The Shiv, while it does give you, of course, a lot of CS and a lot of wave clear, I think it's too much damage and too little HP for Silas. You know, you really need to be in the middle of the enemy team this game. And I think especially with Alistair ult, just being, you know, having more HP, having more resists is really good. It's just going to make your longevity in that team fight even more difficult to deal with. And a lot of the time, last split, we saw those silences going for the Rod of Ages. Feels like it's honestly just kind of too slow for how the PCS plays. I mean, even just this early in the game, there have been a lot of fights already. And while Silas hasn't been involved in them yet, you have to feel like the earlier he can get involved, the better.
Yeah, probably next Dragon you want to sort of be at least somewhat online. Rod of Ages would not allow that. Especially against CFO. I think there's probably some teams in the PCS that you can go the Rod of Ages against, but I think CFO are absolutely not one of them. Team plays early and fast. As Chelsea looking for an engage here, but it's Hana that is in the area. Nesty actually goes and whiffs the stun there on the Rel, but looking at mid lane, it is Mission copping a lot of pressure from the Ahri. Not very surprising. Eventually...
Ooh. Could be in trouble.
Okay, is level 6 on the Vi. Mission is going to be caught out. That is ult committed, and he should be going down. In fact, will be. And the dive comes out bot. Nesty is going to go down, and there's nothing else to be found. Very sloppy dive there, you have to think.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like DCG, they want to be able to pick up a lot more than that. If a mid-gank, mid-dive even comes through for free and you can't trade back on the bot side, feels very bad. And now, CFO, with that pressure from the mid-jungle, they're going to be the ones picking up this Herald.
Cascada has
no sums.
Yeah, maybe can look to try and do some damage to Shun, but for now at least he's just trying to ghost away. Will get rooted up by that Blade Caller. Goes down. Shun picks himself up one. So early lead that was afforded to DCG now has been lost.
Yeah, it feels really strange, honestly, from DCG. I'm not sure how Cascada ended up getting caught, but you have to wonder, are you now playing to the wrong side of the map? Because I think this early gank onto bot initially was very good. They go for a repeat gank. Unfortunately, Nesty fumbles the engage. I'm not sure if anything would have been found anyway, just a bit of damage on Chelsea. But this was, in the meantime, they know that mid gank is going down once Mission dies, and they want to redive, but there's not a whole lot of CS.
Too high health.
Yeah,
How
full
are you
HP.
ever diving an Alistair like this?
The Xayah has cleanse as well, I believe. Didn't even have to use it. No, it really wasn't that close.
No.
And that's a big problem, because you're thinking that if you're drafting Sejuani, Jack, Silas topside, that you are going to get that Herald, because there's just no way that they can test. And, I mean, credit to Hana, he did find that really good early bot gank. He kind of put them in a good spot and then could just go back to playing towards a strong topside. But it feels like he stays around for far too long. Yeah. And now, it's like you don't get anything out of your topside, but you're also losing on bot. I'm liking CFO's position.
I think, yeah, they're looking very strong now. And, I mean, you see Everfrost now online for Jimmy and Zari, and not particularly close for Mission on the Silas. I imagine a lot of gold probably going towards Jimmy and with that first strike as well. But you see, I mean, things going up top, how you'd kind of expect them to. Renekton getting himself a slight lead and winning out on those trades early game. But again, Hanabi will find his comfort zone and quite a lot of strength in the isolated 1v1 as soon as that Divine Sunderer comes online.
50 seconds on the next drag, and with the item advantage here for CFO, it feels like it should just be theirs. Maybe that team fighting strength can come out of DCG. Perhaps looking at Jimmian. Too mobile, though, is not going to be looked at. And DCG, they're holding this river, but I feel like when CFO want it, they'll probably be able to get it. And I feel a little bad for Hanabi, because he probably feels like, sure, you're not going to receive pressure in this lane, really, but you are expecting fights to kind of happen on your side of the map and to be involved, really, with that Sejuani. Maybe bot... Ooh. Is spotted out there, Gemini, on that ward.
Now, Cascada's flash is almost available, and his guns, while not the highest DPS guns for a team fight, do offer quite a lot of CC, as well as splash damage. Can be pretty impactful, as Nesty now looking for at least a slight trade onto Chelsea, who finds a 3-man knock-up. Ooh, okay, that is a pretty big trade now. That means the Dragon's going to be very hard for CFO to contest.
Yeah, that is a lot of damage traded back. Jimmy, though, with a lot of mid-priority.
I think that's perfect usage of Phelios.
Was very nice. And I think it looks like this Dragon will probably just be ignored for a while. I think DCG, with that chunk, slow down any chance of CFO starting it. But also, it feels like DCG can't start it either with kind of how the state of mid lane is.
Yeah.
Jimmy is doing a very good job. Again, it is kind of a good matchup for Ahri. I mean, you oftentimes see Silas picked into Ahri for the ulti. But in that 1v1, Ahri's definitely advantaged in the wave clear and in the trades. You can kind of see it here. You know, going for the Everfrost so quick. Had that kill accelerated as well. I think even got a mid plate. Yeah, it looks like.
I think Mission should have Everfrost here.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, perfect. Their skirmish now is a lot stronger. I mean, if you were around the Alistair as well, it just... Oh, okay, that's ult out of Jimmy.
Yeah, okay. Pretty decent. I mean, it was an ult trade, but you have to feel that Sejuani without ult is much more playable than an Ahri without.
Yeah.
And I wonder if now DCG just look towards that dragon.
I don't think you can dive Hanabi.
I think Hanabi's fine, but with that Ahri ult burned, I would imagine the dragon is just taken.
Yeah, and if Alistair is anywhere near it, you're going to get an unkillable Silas as well, so...
So there's healing reduction picked up by Jimmy. I think oftentimes it is a bait because you can just build the damage and end up doing more. I think there is at least an argument here. Hold on, as we do have a pretty big trade in the top lane. Just an argument, I think. Oh, okay, he's dead. Can TP come through for Mission?
There is no ult on the Vi. Grandmaster at Arms will come out. He's quite tanky, but certainly not tanky enough. As he is taken down, that should be more plates going over to rest as well as that kill. So all three lanes kind of suffering at this stage, but I think if DCG can slow down the pace of what's happening, gain some control around the map, can find themselves sort of plateauing this gold lead.
They did manage to get a drag, so at least that kind of early dragon win condition has been silenced for now. But you're really kind of feeling the mid difference at the moment, which is not something you think about when you normally talk about Mission as Hana.
Oh, Hana, you are in the bad spot, my friend, as he is going to get engaged on, but ultimately is going to be able to escape. That's Ignite out of Alistair. I'm not sure if he used Flash or Hex Flash, but luckily for DCG, Hana will not go down.
He does live for now, and he is going to be pretty tanky this game, but with Shun's items coming in pretty early, we'll have to see how long it ends up lasting. And coming back to that point, it feels like Mission, you know, once again on the Silas, just has a much harder time finding the pressure in the early game. And a lot of that is just by champ and matchup, and you are playing for something different. But it almost feels that DCG have kind of just grown used to having that constant mid-pressure, because they're making a lot of plays, you know, very aggressive plays as Hana. He's been looked at, no flash this time.
Yeah, Hana does not have flash. He's going away from the tower, but does land that Glacial Prison onto Shun, which stops any form of dive coming through. It's pretty much a Sejuani without cooldowns now, though. Luckily for him, isn't too much to contest unless CFO do head towards that Rift Herald, which it looks like they might be doing.
And I think CFO should feel pretty in control. I think despite DCG's strong skirmish potential, I think the items are here for CFO. As long as they play it out decently, should be in a good spot. I think also important is maybe to try and just stop the Silas from getting a good ult. I mean, it is difficult because there are several. But maybe if Alistair can just kind of wait a bit longer until Silas chooses a different ult, I think that could go a long way. Obviously, they are ahead, so they kind of just have a lot of options at the moment. DCG, they're going to try to trade back something onto bot tower, but it doesn't look possible. As Jimmy very safe. Lots of mobility, Everfrost self-peel. Maybe they can look for mid, but Shun as well is equally safe. It feels like CFO, they don't really have any gaps in the armor that can be exploited. And DCG, they're kind of just waiting for CFO to overreach, which admittedly does happen a fair amount to the side of CFO. I've seen many games where they do find themselves with a big lead and maybe give over a couple of shutdowns here and there, which make the game just a tad harder.
Fairly steady gold increase here for CFO after that initial gank found by Hana. Not much else has been found. Obviously, the one dragon. Dragon is going to be spawning again in a minute and a half, and with items coming through, Kraken Slayer, Sunfire, and Divine Sundra, is the chance perhaps that DCG will look to contest, but there is a support item gap, I think. Almost when it comes to these early game skirmishes, it feels like those support items are the most important items and what they can add, just not to their individual, but to the team as a whole. So perhaps the Evershroud on Alistair is enough to dissuade anything happening. But Mission here, locked up under the tower, is going to be going down. That's Ariel's and Viol committed. And with a minute till Dragon, with those committed, they're going to get a tower. But I do feel like now DCG, this is their Dragon to take.
Does feel like it. There's a lot of used That being said, I mean, with the Herald and with the tempo, I'm not sure if DCG will ever actually be able to get here. Maybe they can look on Gemini.
They're looking now.
He spotted low HP, but is there enough
Nesty's
threat?
in the area. Glacial Prism will stop out that Vault Breaker as he's stunned up again here by Nesty. Follow-up comes through. Magnet Storm does go wide, but he flashes forward to make sure it connects. As the Sejuani will land the flail, but now looks like Gemini's created enough space for him. But hold on. Mission's here. Mission has the cease and desist. Is not going to land the chain here onto Gemini, but will come through now. Charmed up under tower. He's going down again. But it's going to be Rest who turns up. Nesty's running for his life. Is he going to be fast enough? Should be able to land a stun soon. But it's going to be Rest. Flashing forward, landing his stun of his own to secure that kill now. So 2 kills. Bound for CFO. Teleport committed for Mission for the 1 kill and another death. 1 and 3 on Mission Silas.
Yeah, and Hanabi, CFO, they're looking for more, and I don't think he has anywhere to go.
Spirit Rush committed.
He's using a lot, but...
Yeah, Hanabi's getting a lot out of this. Charm does go wide as well, and Hanabi, for now at least, is living. It feels like he's going to just get away.
Yeah, it does manage to make it out, but you have to feel like CFO in such a commanding position now. The gold lead is quietly
teleports. I don't know if
accelerated to
maybe.
A pretty big lead here. He teleports to top, and I think that should kind of confirm that this dragon just does go to CFO. It was probably going to be theirs anyway. And we'll see the engage on a Gemini. I mean, he does sort of look out of position. He's very extended. Dash was cancelled, but there just isn't really enough damage between the two of them. It really is just jungle and support without the damage to back it up. And it was a long CP that comes in from Mission, and I think he was a bit greedy. Unfortunately, he missed the E, and that forced him to have to commit the Vial for the kill. But that also means that Jimmy's Charm had come back up, and he went down pretty much for free.
Yeah, it feels like you just use the ult there immediately.
Yeah.
Don't have to die, but was a little bit greedy with it as Mission now takes a Spirit Rush, trying to use it to get away, but it's going to be that cease and desist used, making sure he cannot get away. Is going to go down for his 4th death of the game. You see him scratching his back there. He's not happy with his performance, and it is a bit unfortunate, but shall see now. There's fights everywhere, just non-stop. Alistair, though, not the most killable target, is going to commit his ult for the Magnet Storm, so it is just the support ult trade.
It does just walk that one out, and I feel like now, DCG, they almost feel like they're completely out of this game. Their skirmishing comp, it really struggles from behind, and I think you're kind of relying on Cascada to have a really big team fight performance, to have a chance at coming back in this game. But it does kind of feel like you haven't made any use of your Jax, Sejuani, Silas topside.
No.
And while I think CFO, they'll probably need some time to close this game out, because they don't have the best siege, I think they win any fight around Dragon or Baron. So as long as they play it sort of carefully, and don't give over too many shutdowns. I'm not sure how DCG are going to find a way to somehow crawl back into this one.
Speaking of Baron, is going to be spawning now, hitting the 20-minute mark here in this game, and 20 minutes with almost 8k gold as Jimmy looking for a solo kill here on Hanabi. Is going to get a little bit of health back there with that Divine Sundra, but ooh, Grandmaster at Arms is committed. Hanabi very, very low. Is going to just go down to the Spirit Rush. Most likely will be going down there. So Jimmy playing fantastically around his cooldowns, finds the solo kill now onto Hanabi's Jax.
Does just feel like DCG are falling apart. It's an 8k gold deficit now at only 20 minutes in, and this is with a comp that should probably be winning early game fights. Instead find themselves at this massive disadvantage.
Yeah.
So
I think
what are they gonna look
admittedly,
for?
they do scale well. I don't think it's a team that just falls off completely. I mean, you've got Aphelios. No matter what, as soon as you get, if you're a late game Aphelios, you do just insta-kill a team sometimes. And Mission teleporting down, is it going to be his demise? Is out of range there, at least for that cease and desist, but it's going to be his tower going down. More gold now given to CFO.
Yeah.
Baron should be looked at next, you'd have to think.
Yeah, I think it's still a little scary to start at the Baron. They don't have the greatest DPS in the world. I wouldn't be surprised just to see them play towards the 3rd drag before they go for it. Alternatively, I think if they do land a pick, especially on the top side, they can just start it up. It is the Morello on Jimmy. And so you want, I think there are probably better builds, but it's still pretty solid in this game just because if Mission can't find a way to start healing, if Cascada with the lifesteal can just be shut down early, I don't think there's any chance they really come back. So I don't know. It's a very safe item to go. I'm not sure it's the best though.
I think my main concern with it is that a lot of these team fights, if Mission does get that Unbreakable Will ultimate, he's not really relying on the healing all that much. And then from the other members, I guess Chris Carter can do a bit of healing, especially if he is going to be red, white gun. But even then, most of his damage, I mean, most of his auto attacks do come from the Chakrams and not Severum, I believe it's called.
Yeah. Nesty, he's got his item now. And, okay, Shalcy, he's got himself a book. So he's probably building his Zhonya's on Alistair. And I can't remember how the interaction works. But I think if you Zhonya's Silas ult as he tries to steal it, I think it goes on cooldown.
Oh, okay, that's going to be interesting. Mission has taken it at least for now and is looking very unkillable. Getting a lot of cooldowns out as he remains... he doesn't go down very quick. It's Hanabi jumping in as his team runs away. Is going to commit the counter-strike here, but will inevitably go down. Not very cohesive there.
No.
Everyone running away as Hanabi jumps in.
And I think this should just be the Baron going the way of CFO. As long as they can keep Hana out of the pit.
Yeah.
Feels like he should have no way to get in.
There's
here,
a lot
really.
of bodyguards.
Yeah. He probably does have to try.
Yeah.
They need a miracle
flash.
to come back.
He does have his flash.
Oh, he's spotted out though by the sweeper.
Yeah, okay. He's not getting in there anymore. Alistair.
Oh, he failed the Q as well.
Ugh.
And you feel like you're out of options here for DCG. Yeah. That might have been, if the gold were even just a little closer, perhaps a winnable fight, right? With the Silas with the Unbreakable Will lives a very, very long time. But unfortunately, they really are just the items that you need here on the side of CFO. I mean, you'll see, he does last a very long time, but the problem is it's just his teammates are too far away and no one really has the damage. You can see Chris Carter is kind of too afraid to walk up anyway, and for good reason, right? If he does walk up,
he's just
he'll find himself engaged on. Hanabi, I think, again, it kind of screams desperation. For good reason, right? They are very desperate at this point. They needed to find something. So I don't really fault DCG for continuing to try and play aggressively, because I don't think they're going to come back slowly.
Back to live. That is the Sejuani now falling down.
I wonder, with that, can CFO just look to push for the end? Because there isn't a whole lot of wave clear. Maybe not an end, but it feels like 2 inhibs could definitely be on the table. And if any more members go down, the Nexus might go along with it. Hanabi's trying to trade something back on the other side of the map. Knows he is just not going to be useful at defending these towers. But that also just speeds up the CFO timeline. Going to be 1 tower broken already. Next one not too far behind. And I think that with more than a minute and a half still left on the Baron, I wouldn't be surprised to see them just ignore this Dragon and decide to keep pressuring. Looks like they will. They're moving forward.
Oh, Flash is going to Flash Pulverize found here onto Mission, who will be using the Zhonya's to go golden, but it's Chris Carter in the middle of 5. He's actually finding quite a lot of damage, but not enough to take down Rest. The tower will do it for him. Massive root there, and it's going to be another 2 members going down as Mission will get back, get some health back, and join again. Hanabi now finally joining the team. Spirit Rush found from Mission, and Hanabi trying to do what he can. He finds a 2-man counter-strike, but is going to inevitably going down. Oh, Jimmy, you stole the Penta!
Was almost our second Penta of the summer split here. But CFO, in very dominating fashion, do take out DCG. Really felt like there wasn't much to it. They just kind of won from start to finish. And I do think, again, it feels like the Silas is a little questionable. Not because it's a bad champ, but just because it doesn't really fit Mission. I feel like I've seen this exact game before where they've just banned a bunch of Mission's champs, kind of baited him into picking the Silas. He does it, and then they have kind of no pressure through mid, and no other lane really gets it started for DCG. So I don't know. It does feel like Mission has almost done his job by absorbing 4 bans, right? But it just never really works out, and I think very lackluster Silas performance.
Yeah, well, part of it, to me, comes down to the decision to just constantly play around the bot side. I mean, you can kind of just leave that bot side. Obviously, it is a little bit scary. If Chelsea finds an engage or if Nesty finds an engage, then it can result very quickly in just a double kill immediately for either side. I mean, very volatile bot lane. But ultimately, you have the Sejuani, you have the Jax, you have the Silas. That is pretty much the best 3 champs you could get to secure yourself a Rift Herald, but never really played around it. And so from that, I mean, they lost the first Dragon, they lost the Rift Herald, they lost the second Rift Herald as well. And we never really saw them gain anything from those power picks, at least in the Jax and Sejuani alone. Obviously, Silas, not so much a power pick these days, but when you're going against...
Yeah, it was a perfect Silas
4
game.
champions in which you can steal their ults. You've got the Renekton, Vi, Ahri, and the Alistair. All very good ults to choose from. I mean, he fell very far behind, and we were playing around bot side when it felt like that was the wrong decision.
Yeah, I mean, I think that first gank bot, it's kind of unexpected. It gets them a couple kills, looks really good, and I think then if you just transition to playing towards that top side, if you just gank Mission's lane over and over, because I think that if you can get out Ahri's ult, even if you can't kill her, she can't take a skirmish, right? And that makes fighting the skirmish up against the, you know, that very strong top side even more difficult. And I think Sylas is a champ that went ahead, you know, even without good ults, is very oppressive, right? So with those ults, if he had gotten ahead, would have been just unstoppable, but he does need help. It's very much like a Kali where if you just leave it, it's going to naturally go down CS.
Yeah.
And if no one else is strong enough to kind of, you know, carry them over that line to start winning team fights, they're never going to get the goal they need.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it even felt like at times Mission got behind because of that level 6 dive.
Yeah.
If you're even just warding for that, because you have to know, you're against Vi Ahri, the Vi very much can be, while your Sejuani's on bot side, just be at your Raptors and queue over a wall and ult you.
Yeah.
I mean, it's very possible. It's actually probably like the #1 play that a Vi can look for. You're not really looking for a middle of the lane gank, you're looking for a dive. And if you're warding for that, or you're playing around the possibility of that, it feels like that whole game could be a whole lot different.
Definitely, yeah. I think there is still something to be said of just comfort and how a team plays, because I think that while Sylas probably the best pick on paper, I think I would have preferred if Mission had just played something that could dominate the Ahri in the laning phase, right? Even something difficult like the Victor is going to have some trouble surviving. I just think if it allows him to kind of have the pressure and kind of use that mid priority to move around the map, it might have been a different story. It is still tough though, right?
Yeah.
Because at some point, even if you are winning the 1v1, it's hard to get priority versus Ahri Vi, right? You're very scared of being ganked the whole time. And that kind of comes back to, you know, maybe mid just needs to be played more around in this game, no matter what.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, in fairness, CFO definitely played around mid. Not only the jungler, but 4 bans as well. Like making sure 4 bans, leaving Ahri, who was possibly the best mid laner left up, picked that immediately. And you saw it was a very good game plan, picking the Vi Ahri immediately. Highlights here, though, this is going to be when Gemini does survive, and perhaps a questionable play from Mission coming through after his teleport.
Yeah, I think this kind of felt like DCG's last chance to get an actual grip on this game, when they could maybe pick Gemini and get the Dragon afterwards. But unfortunately, they do end up getting Gemini, but it comes at a pretty heavy cost. They trade Mission over, and I think Nesty might have gone down off screen here as well.
Yeah, it looks like, yeah, definitely
pretty
went
low
down to rest there. All right, MVP. Looking at... Mission's damn it.
Yeah, I mean, look, when you do fall behind against this, it's going to be tough. But that's what I mean, right? It is such a good pick. But I think we've seen this exact thing before, where Mission has just been completely... He's 1v9 on his champs, and he's just invisible on champs like this.
Yesterday, we were like, wow, this guy could have set a DPM record.
Yeah.
He might have set another one just at the other end of the scale, because that is... that has to be the most poor game I think we've seen Mission play.
Probably. And I think, honestly, all those other ones have been on Sylas. But MVP for me, I'd probably give it to Gemini on the Vi. Otherwise, Jimmy in on the Ahri.
Yeah.
It really feels like it was that duo. Maybe Jimmy in on the Ahri for his side lane play, I think, played very well, especially to kill that Jackson. You can see the damage there. I mean, yeah, he did a lot more damage than Mission.
I think the solo kill does speak volumes, so perhaps... I think this also makes sense, though, because he was who got the Ahri ahead.
Yeah.
To be entirely honest. And his control around those objectives hits 5 minutes. His bot lane has just died in 2v2. Hits 5 minutes, and he goes and takes the dragon for himself anyway.
And their mid-jungle synergy really felt kind of reminiscent of PSG last split, when they had Yubao and Jimmy and just kind of the roaming hit squad of Ryze plus whatever, and just ganking the side lanes.
Junjia, not Jimmy. How dare you?
As you'll see here.
Yeah, just more dives. Just constant dives.
Yeah, I mean, it's very hard to...
The whole highlight reel. Gemini diving Mission.
Yeah. It's
to
tough.
be fair, that's what did happen the entire game. And admittedly, Mission tried it once for himself. Missed his E, decided to commit ult really late, and didn't look as good at Gemini on the Vi whilst playing Sylas.
No. Gemini's kind of the OG Vi, though. You know, he's got a lot more Vi practice than Mission does.
Last split, it was like, he looked... Every other jungler, really, was playing, like, Sejuani and whatnot, and he was just game after game playing Vi, and showing why he does it, because I think with another champ, that game does look a bit harder. Like, even if they had have picked up the Sejuani instead of the Vi, I don't think you can look for those looks onto Mission there, and... Well, you can, but it's a lot harder to execute. You don't have that ult. And Gemini really showing the power that Vi can have, I think, more than any other jungler here in the PCS so far. I mean, even in that game, I think yesterday, Godtone winning on the Vi did like 2,000 or 3,000 damage in like nearly a 40-minute game, and right there doing like, what was it, like 7,000 damage in only a 25-minute game. So incredibly well played there by Gemini and the rest of CFO, but that will do us now for game number 1. Coming up next, we have PSG versus West Point. Don't miss it.
Calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in a sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face. Phone calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide.
Would you still be around? If I was begging for your help, would you let me down? Yeah, I could try to act like I don't need anyone, pretend it's me, myself, and I'd rather be on my own. But I know I can do this alone. If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? If I was falling to the ground, would you pick me up? If my world was crashing down, would you make it stop? I do for you, but would you do the same? When everyone's gone, are you gonna stay? When demons come through, would you push them away? Would you push them away? Are you gonna stay? If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out, me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down,
to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in just how I do it. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there is no limit, no, we cannot settle for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, spin on live, you don't believe it, just watch. I had to deal with the cards dealt, hey, when no one's helped. When it's time for action, headlines and captions. Just imagine all of the hours that I put in running and gunning the passion. All of them clap, big applause. Wish I could pause all their reactions. Ooh, we know I never had a losing streak. I know you see what adrenaline's doing to me. I've been kicking game, Bruce Lee. You ain't in the game too weak. Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. Hey, what I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in just how I do it. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, spin on live, you don't believe it, just watch. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there is no limit, no, we cannot settle for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, spin on live, you don't believe it, just watch.
I thought I told you once, but I'll remind you. There's certain things you're not supposed to do. I saw you in my dreams and you were falling. No way to know if it will all come true. Let this be a I want it, but let this be a warning, 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 a warning, warning, a warning, 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 a warning. Let this be a warning, 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 a warning, 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 a warning. Time and time again, I've seen you around here. You're playing with fire, don't know if you knew. So let me make this clear, a cloud is forming. The storm is heading right in front of you. Let this be a But let this be a warning, 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 a warning, warning, a warning, 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 a warning. Let this be a warning, 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 a warning, 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 a warning. Let this be a warning. Let this be a warning.
Welcome back here to the PCS, brought to you by Riot Games and Carry Live. And now let's jump straight into it for our next game between PSG and West Point. Shock, what are your thoughts here? Because I'm going to say my thought first, really quickly.
Okay.
I think there could be a bit of a shellacking in the top lane.
There could be. I think PSG, I mean, as a whole roster, they are just a lot better than the side of West Point. And West Point, it feels like if they want to really contest for that 6th place position, they kind of have to win some of these unwinnable games, right? They're going to have to, at some point, take down one of the top teams. And, you know, is it going to be PSG that's taken down? I feel like probably not. If there's a place to do it, I feel like West Point's mid-jungle have actually been playing quite well. And I feel like this split feels like Junjia, maybe not as dominant as he was previously. He's still very good, though. And I think Maple... Again, he maybe hasn't lived up to the huge expectations that we have had for him, but again, he's still been playing pretty well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think playing pretty solid. But as I sort of said, I think Azir, this split has looked, in my opinion, like the most dominant and also the most well-rounded top laner so far. I mean, he's been consistent. I don't think he's had a single game where you've thought he played bad. Their only loss, he was playing Cassante and his bot lane was running it down. So, not really his fault. And then, other than that, I mean, he's got 4 MVPs so far in that top lane. And just build choices, I think, have been really solid. The way he's played teleports and that thing, have been, like, that sort of playmaking from the top lane, he's done really, really well the whole time. And Relia, you can't really say the same.
No, Relia, he's a coin flip, but it's a pretty weighted coin, you'd have to say. Doesn't often come out with a good performance, but admittedly when he does, has been pretty good.
Yeah.
But is it going to be good enough against Arja? I feel like probably not. Relia, he often does fall very far behind in the early game, even in the 1v1. You know, it's not surprising to see him down a lot of CS. Now, the rest of West Point, I feel like they kind of fall apart when it comes to team fights, but I feel like early game stability from the bot side, you know, the kind of mid-jungle downwards, isn't unheard of, right? Like, I think they could actually be pretty good in the early game here against PSG. I think the problem is once you start getting towards those 2nd and 3rd Dragon fights, I think it's pretty clear who comes out on top, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just in general, I think we think of PSG as one of the most well-rounded and cohesive teams that we have here in the PCS. I think in general, the way they play the mid-game is the most solid, not the most dominating by any means. Like, if they have a lead, generally, although maybe that's different this split, I feel. They've been taking a lot more risks so far this split, and they have been paying off for the most part. But in general, I think if they are ahead, they tend to very slowly grow their lead instead of make explosive plays that could, unfortunately, you know, go in the other team's favor. But yeah, against this team, it's hard to, against West Point, it's hard to really see an angle where West Point has in. But I think this is a good stats comparison because it does feel to me like 665 has been the catalyst for most of the success from West Point. As you see, his kill participation, 2nd in the league after Junjia. Forward percentage, 2nd in the league as well. Mid proximity, so you can see from what you were saying, they're mid jungle, very strong, tend to play each other around each other a lot. Although it is only a 4% difference between 1st and last.
That is kind of crazy. But I guess it is that small difference that often does make the difference, right? That's kind of the, do we play around mid before going to the Herald, or do we, you know, play around bot and swap our support up, or do we go through top lane? I think that can often be the choice. So we might see that reflected this game. And oftentimes, I think that mid proximity from 665 has netted Nulia a lead, but not often has the lead resulted in West Point picking up a win. And I think you can say that is partially because, well, they are one of those weaker teams anyway. But I think also there's something to be said that it does feel like West Point, they're just not at the level of team fighting, you know, even in their strong roles, like their mid-jungle.
Yeah, I'd be interested actually to see a stat one day of Junjia's top percentage in terms of the junglers, because I feel like out of every jungler in the league, he is the one most likely to look at top to find advantages. Diving top already, I think, in 3 different games, as well as, I mean, to be fair, Azir's bot proximity is probably pretty high as well. So
sure.
It's kind of interesting to see how this team is playing this split. As we do go into the champion select so far, nothing too unusual. Milio banned against Woody. I think we're going to see that pretty consistently. And then the Jace LeBlanc. Again, PSG banning LeBlanc on the blue side. They did try play it once, didn't go so well, so now just favoring the ban.
Yeah, okay. So we're seeing the Jace start to come through as a ban more on blue side. And I think that's to kind of set up for the Kai'Sa first pick. I think if you can get Kai'Sa just for free without a good trade coming out, you feel like you're in a very good position. We'll see what they go towards for that last ban, and maybe do you ban away the Sedge Feels like it could be answered by the Kai'Sa ban if that happens, which kind of leaves Trist as that last pick. Up and available, so options here for PSG. They do decide to ban the Trist. So the second time today we've seen the 3 mid bans on blue. So now Sejuani, Kai'Sa, they feel like the power picks. Kai'Sa, I think, the best.
Yeah, Kai'Sa's looked pretty unstoppable.
There's still Nico.
And Azir.
Yeah, so I think the Azir looks really good. Nico, I mean, honestly, we just haven't seen it a whole lot. Does feel like it's kind of fallen by the wayside. The last ban here, it is the Kai'Sa. Okay, so Sedge, Azir. I think taking the Sedge first pick is probably the best. But we'll have to see. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked to see an Azir picked early in this draft either.
Oh, it seems to me like PSG are pretty comfortable with giving over the Sedge and taking the Ivern.
Yeah, can do that as well. I mean, what do you look for in your first pick then?
Could go Renekton.
Okay,
Ooh.
so we're actually going to see it. And I hope this is mid Nico because I feel like I feel like mid Nico is a lot better, and also I feel like we haven't seen that many kind of great players pick up the Nico, but I feel like Maple should be very confident on it. Now, Lucian is the hover, but with Milio banned, I'd be pretty surprised. I mean, there still is the Lucian army, but I mean, not really expecting to see it. Sejuani, Renekton, or maybe just Sejuani and hold your top until 3 and then pick Jax into Renekton could be the answer. You have to see which way they end up going.
Renekton has looked pretty dominating.
Okay, so they are going to take it. And then now, on the side of PSG, you do have to find a jungler that's going to work here. I mean, the Vi would kind of be your obvious one. Otherwise, maybe we are starting to look kind of lower down in the priority.
I think it's Ivern.
Yeah?
PSG, Jinji looked pretty good on the Ivern yesterday. Obviously, it was a very favored comp. Okay.
Yeah, I think Ivern with Nico wouldn't be the best combination.
Yeah, I wonder if you just insta-pick Xayah afterwards. Because Wako looks fantastic on the Xayah.
I think it actually would be good. It's a good denial, and I feel like it's good up against both Sedge and Renekton. Now, that would make Arja's job very hard if he can't pick a top laner here. So maybe they feel like, you know, we need to get our good top lane matchup.
I'd prefer the Gragas, I think. Although you do already have magic damage. The tank might not be too bad.
I'm not sure. I'm down for whatever, I feel like.
And Arceus, he is a savant. He doesn't build the Bramble. At least the last time he played this matchup, he didn't build the Bramble, and I like that.
Ooh, okay. So a lot of melee mids being hovered with Sedge, and I don't think any of these are particularly playable into Nico, right? Like, again, similar to last game, you have that very good 2v2, 3v3, but if you fall so far behind in the 1v1 that it never really gets to that point, you can have a lot of trouble. And so Xayah should be the pickup.
Yep.
So far, I think West Point are honestly reacting very, very well, I think, by picking these up. I'm kind of liking what they're doing so far. Now looking towards those second phase bans, I think if you can kind of destabilize PSG's bot lane, West Point could find themselves in a good position. A lot of the time recently, Wako especially has been dying very early into the game.
I think West Point should ban Aphelios. It seems like the last really good Wako champion that's available. I mean, they could look for the Lucian Nami in theory. But Aphelios seems like the best ban here, at least to me.
Yeah, Varus seems so weird. I mean, it is, I guess, good follow-up, but I just don't think we've ever seen Varus really perform well on stage. Like, it definitely feels more of a scrim champ where it can kind of find those early leads and snowball from there. Azir is the ban. I think that's a pretty smart choice. You know, would be very good with that tanky front line, and I think good 1v1 up against the Nico. And I wonder, you know, what are West Point actually going to look for in their mid lane? Something like the Ahri maybe for the mobility, but the mid matchup isn't the easiest. I mean, they could go the mission route and play the Sylas. Once again, though, it feels very difficult in the early game. They ban away the Rel. Now, Rakan is still open, and West Point could possibly just take it fourth.
There's a ban left available, though.
Yeah.
I almost feel like you do, but yeah. I think this makes sense.
Rakan is taken. I think now West Point should probably choose their mid laner. But which one is it going to be? I'm not sure. I feel like Nuli will probably go towards Ahri. Seems like his comfort. And it is solid in this game as well. But I do worry a little bit about their early game around mid, at least.
I can't believe how many mids get banned on blue side so far today. This is the 9 so far out of 10 bans on blue side, 9 have been mid laners.
Yeah. The Ahri is locked in now. PSG, what are you looking for in the 4-5? I mean, there is the Lucian Nami. Alternatively, okay, it looks like it's going to be Ashe Heimer, maybe? That is going to be a very strong lane. I would give them kind of an avenue into this game. It's a bit... Okay, yeah, looks like it will probably be this. He's happy about it.
Yeah, he's having a laugh.
Oh.
This does... Ooh. I actually think the Braum's not such a bad pick in this one.
Yeah, so the Braum, I feel like it's good against Sedge Renekton. And it is sort of a denial from the Sejuani as well. I feel like pairs very well with the Braum. I do wonder if maybe blinding Braum is a bit greedy. I feel like you can kind of punish this, but maybe Ashe is just too strong in lane that it doesn't really matter. And Alistar would not be the punish. This would definitely be your playing for team fight. And I think you can say you've definitely got away with the Braum pick if this does come through. Renata, I like that a lot more. Overall, I think both comps on paper feel similarly even. I think there's like avenues for both teams. What I will say is I feel like West Point actually got closer to their comfort than PSG got to theirs. I feel like, you know, Wako on Ashe, solid, but maybe not our best. Woody, much better on those enchanters. Maple, it's kind of a question mark here on the Nico. I do think the top jungle feel pretty comfortable, but yeah, I mean, I think West Point can be happy with what they've got. Still, though, taking on PSG, no matter what comp they play, is going to be pretty tough.
I think, yeah, as you said, question mark around the Maple. I think Maple's really who I'm looking for here to find things, because he has had a quiet start to the PCS. And now coming in, I think this is the second Nico mid, I want to say, that we've seen so far in the PCS. And a player like Maple, at least historically, you feel should be able to make things happen. And I think in terms of the isolated 1v1 against Ahri, Nico probably one of the better at actually facing up against her.
Yep.
Being able to have at least similar pressure.
Yeah, Nico, one of the strongest laning champs in mid. And Ahri, normally the way she plays lanes is just kind of sustaining through the early game until she gets her wave clear, but sustaining up against Nico is not that easy. So Nuli, he's got a bit of a job ahead of him. And I want to see as well, maybe this Sejuani Renekton combo get activated a little more. Because it feels like a lot of the time the picks, especially Renekton, sometimes Renekton gets picked and it looks amazing. Sometimes though the Renekton is picked and kind of feels like it's not really used. It's just kind of there and doesn't really get its full potential unlocked.
Yeah, it has had very high highs, and I don't think it's really had a low. It just sometimes it doesn't really do much.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, as you said, when it does do things, it does a lot. And so we're really looking at Rallia to be able to do that, I think. Especially with the top jungle matchup, definitely should be favored towards that Renekton Sejuani over the Cassante Vi. Although obviously there is some playmaking potential in the Cassante that you perhaps don't have on the Renekton.
I like Nuli's runes. Gone for the Taste of Blood, Second Wind, Corrupting Pot, the most sustain you could possibly get here for the early game. Maple on the other side, he's gone for a lot of aggression, has that Comet and the Scorch. Now, it's not Hail of Blades Ashe. Sometimes see that more on the support Ashe, really just for putting the pressure on in the lane. But I think here, you know, wants to play more towards those team fights, take out that Sejuani and the Renekton. Ooh, Maple's going to drop his ward. Ooh, or maybe not. Already dropped his ward, actually, on the enemy Raptor camp. So we'll just walk away. Big trade comes out in mid. I think Nuli can be pretty happy with that, all things considered. And maybe looking towards the PSG bot lane here. They have struggled a bit recently, but it's been up against other very fearsome bot lanes. Feels like Prage and Char probably not on that same level.
Level 1. Ashe very, very annoying at the early stages of the game. Just having so much range than almost any other AD carry. Although Wave definitely getting pushed faster here by that Xayah Renata.
Top lane, I think, could be very interesting in this match as well. As you mentioned, RJ's been performing very, very well. Now, I feel like normally in the Renekton versus Cassante matchup, we see Renekton kind of in that 10 to 20 CS lead zone. But I wouldn't be surprised if RJ ends up keeping it even, or is perhaps ahead his bot lane.
Woody is going to be getting extremely low here, but it's Wako turning around a lot of damage. In fact, still going forward, forcing out that flash from the Xayah. And landing another stun there onto Char. Both sums retained here for Ash. Cleanse available for Prage still, but it is the Ignite as well as Flash from this West Point bot lane. Ignite available for Woody.
Ooh. Lots of damage being traded back and forth. Feels like this could even come down to which jungler can get bot lane first. Both junglers are clearing down. 665, he's on his blue already.
Do any of them skip camps?
Ooh.
It looks like Junjia.
He placed the
going for a ward, yeah.
Yeah,
we'll get the red.
Both
Okay.
teams definitely know those.
665 skipping both of his camps, the Wolves and the Gromp, and he's headed down here.
Oh, Wako, he's taking a lot of damage.
Prage, though, not so healthy himself as Woody now. Oh, Wako's going to commit the flash, but it's going to be 665 and Prage to clean that up. 665 under the tower now, though. Junjia is in the area. Oh my God, Char.
Calculated.
He's got a smile on his face, that man.
He didn't even need to eat the cookie. That was pretty crazy, and I think that's maybe the third time recently that I've seen Wako die for first blood, which, you know, coming from how strong his previous split was, and honestly how strong he was for a lot of the early weeks here, it's worrying signs, right? I think this one, it was in a bit different fashion. It wasn't in the 2v2, but once again, it was huge trades in the 2v2 that kind of led up to this. And I really like what Char did. Forcing the flash out of Wako early means that it can just be a flash from Sedge that really seals the deal. And also Prage picking that up. Very nice kill. So whether or not the side of West Point will be able to get this over the finish line, we're not sure. But that's a really good start for them.
Definitely. And gold onto the exact champ you'd wanted to on the Xayah. I think importantly as well, Wako flashing to the side that 665 was on the Sejuani makes that flash Arctic Assault combo a definite land.
Top lane, I mean, Arja looks like he is keeping it pretty even, which is definitely what you like to see. Because I think Cassante, sometimes if he falls too far behind, it kind of enters that period of being a little squishy, you know, when he does use his ult. But if he gets ahead, never really feels like he's killable. Or even if he stays even. And Nuli has been taking a bit of punishment in this mid lane. Even reset once already, actually. Has no TP and Maple does. So definitely taking a bit of a beating down CS. Doesn't have great items either. Has invested in a lot of early strength with that corrupting ring. Whereas Maple, he probably will just go for the chapter on this base. So mid lane definitely looking good for PSG.
I think all things considered, bot lane, you're not really looking at the Ashe to be that hyper carry, so as long as you are able to not die again and maintain the CS, and Ashe has a decent time at doing so just because of the access to that range. Shouldn't be too bad, but definitely don't want to have given over that kill.
Shove here for the side of West Point. They have 665 around, who's just going to clear out some of the vision. Yeah, I think want to just make sure that they can crash this wave safely. There's a lot of sums missing from bot, so Arja's vulnerable. But 665 leaves, and that might give Junjia a window. Top lane.
Relia looking for a solo here. Arzi does have that movement to get himself away. But now it looks like Arzi will have to recall and commit that teleport. So a potential for Relia to find himself a slight CS advantage here, which is absolutely what you want to be doing if you're picking this Renekton into Cassante matchup.
And it is the Bramble.
Defeat. I'm defeated.
Well, we'll see how he ends up going. And it looks like Maple. Oh yeah, I forgot. It is of course the rocket belt that comes out of Nico first, so we'll not be going for the chapter. Did have enough gold to go for alternator and boots though. And I think Nuli, he buys some magic resist. Not sure if he'll end up upgrading that. He probably will, given that there's Nico Ashe. But might just look to sit on it for now. And I think, you know, this kind of shows the strength of Nico, just how much you have to invest into the early game, even as a champ with inbuilt sustain, to kind of stand up to the laning phase. It is just quite difficult.
Inbuilt sustain, corruption pot, second win.
Yeah, taste of blood as well.
Yeah, true. As much healing as possible, really, through those runes, and still just getting poked out of lane.
Yeah, it's a crazy early game champ for sure. And, you know, it used to fall off pretty hard, but with the Nico changes, she still remains a pretty big team fight menace. First drag goes to PSG. Well, what about the scuttle, though? Looks like 665 will grab it. Has the smite advantage, of course, so Junjia had to give it up.
Smart decision. I wonder if we're going to see... Oh, as we see this trade up top, but I wonder if we're going to see Maple making use of the Shape Splitter to look for these lane ganks as minions. It's something that we've seen success so far from the Nico, but not really used all that often.
Yeah, I think it's hard to look for it early until lane phase kind of ends, but I think definitely in the mid game, going down mid as a creep is actually quite hard to deal with, and oftentimes you can even just get a chunk or a cleanse before going to your side lane. Yes, completely even for Arja, which is pretty good, I think, to be in this point. And maybe now looking towards that Herald has spawned, and I think both sides should be kind of wanting to contest. PSG, though, they have much more mid priority, so maybe that's going to be the difference maker here. They also have an Ash ult that they can throw up.
Perhaps a 2v2 up top at least does favor West Point, but yeah, with the inclusion of Nico as well as Rom, it's actually going to be a 4v5, so likely that PSG give this away, but it's important that Wako's now going to be finding himself some gold. And depending how much they are able to find, maybe even able to make up for that lost kill for First Blood. It's a lot of gold, so it will take a couple of plates, but...
Yeah, I'm surprised that Prage is still committing so hard. I think
actually
he maybe could
recalling
have
now.
gone back far.
Okay, he's staying. But this is giving so much time to Wako down on the bot side. You see him here, he's now on the turret, gets himself the first plate. And with Prage only getting his recall off now, it's definitely possible that we're going to see Wako pick himself up 2 plates.
Yeah. I think unless West Point can get something big with this...
This looks like it could be successful. There is flash available. Ult as well. Ult will committed early. A lot of healing coming through. Vault Breaker used. Not yet the cease and desist. Actually, good decision to turn around, but it's going to be Relia going forward. Importantly, the Permafrost not able to be landed just yet, but Arze almost committing to dying. Actually will flash away. Glacial Prison goes wide. Relia, though, going for the dive, will find the one, and cease and desist used. Junjie turning one around. Relia actually auto-attacks the turret. It's going to look like a double. No, Relia just enough healing from that Triumph to survive, but Junjie performing some heroics to turn around at least one for himself.
Well, finally, we see the kind of Sejuani used in combination with a melee to come out to a skirmish win. I don't think it was the cleanest by either side, but it gets the job done. As we'll get a replay of it. I feel like Jinjia probably should have just led with the ult. Instead, he kind of got to a point where he didn't really want to ult, right? Because it's so far up in the lane. And with so much used, I feel like if that had all been chained together, might have been able to take out Rel here. But he turns it around, knows that so many cooldowns have been used, and that PSG's top jungle are too far up. And the Sejuani Renekton, not really beatable in this 2v2. It's really nice by Rel here to go for this.
That was so much damage.
Yeah. The auto on the tower was just one, but it was almost the difference maker.
Yeah, it really was.
It was really close to going down here. Ashol could have hit him as well.
Yeah, good try from Wako. I mean, that would have been huge as well, being able to pick up a kill in your Ash there, but it is looking like Woody now in some trouble. Teleport coming behind. This should be the Ahri turning up. Wako flashing and cleansing, but the flash cleanse answered here from the Ahri. Featherstorm confirms at least one. It also will be some plates going down as the Herald available here on the Sejuani. Maple, though.
Oh, will they notice?
Oh, okay, lands the steer. It's going to commit the Pot Blossom. Finds so much damage. It's going to be the Renata, though. Getting the reset. In fact, the cease and desist used here. It is 2 now. Found for PSG as Junjie trying to survive on what little health he has. He will not be able to. As Charm now lands onto Woody and he's going to have to commit the flash. But ultimately, Maple's play does lead to a pretty successful play for PSG.
Yeah, both mids I think did very well there. Really nice charms from Nuli. And I think this ultimately did go a bit better for West Point. I think finding a way to use this Herald was pretty important. Because how much gold you'd given down on the bot side. But Wako both sums, and look at this. Nice alternate flash charm there from Nuli. Takes out Wako, and once again, gold going to Prage. And I think the minion coming down the lane, I mean, this is not something that you pay attention to in the moment, right? This is just League Brain does not see minions as threats. And with that Pop Blossom, I feel like even then, maybe could have gotten out. But it feels like West Point kind of committed even more into it. Which ultimately led to Prage's death. The shutdown was picked up by the Vi, which maybe isn't the best person for it to be on, but still decent gold.
He was surprised.
I think if Maple was able to be a little bit faster and a melee minion, that could have been like a crazy Nico ult. Obviously, just the timing wasn't quite right, but coming back to live, it is Dragon here, picked up from West Point, so 1 apiece now, and it's going to be the Mountain Soul for this game. Woody's very deep there in the topside jungle.
I think you're a little worried here as PSG. Because Wako is finding a tough time of getting gold. They are going to put him mid, but I don't actually think he's safe versus Ahri. You know, he does not have any sums on the Ashe, so he's a little vulnerable. The other side of the map, though, Maple, he might be looked at. I'm not sure he's safe either.
Yeah, Woody not actually coming. I thought Woody was coming down, but he's not. Maple is going to run away. He might be able to keep himself safe. That will confirm that there is a Sejuani in the bush, as Woody now will, in fact, hit bot, as well as Junjia. Maple, now Braum. I don't think that's going to surprise anyone as to that, in fact, being an eco.
Relia, in the meantime, is working on that top tower. And plays are pretty even, and this is, I think, something we've seen again from West Point before. They often do remain very solid in the early game. The real test comes to, can they transition it into teamfight wins? And I think they have a pretty good comp for it, right?
Yeah.
This is a very solid comp. It's not too difficult to execute. You know, there's no kind of requirement of landing poke or trying to find some sort of pick beforehand. You have the options to do that with the Ahri, but again, it's not required.
No.
I think that's very important because I think when you are, you know, one of these lower tier teams coming up against the likes of PSG, it can be quite nerve-wracking, right? Like when you get ahead, it's like you really feel like you need to keep the pressure on to get the win, when a lot of the time just playing consistent is the way to go. And they've got a very solid composition to do it.
Ooh. Wako dodging everything, and now it's actually going to be turned around. That's Featherstorm automatically committed. Hostile takeover will be the answer, but definitely a trade that goes in favor of PSG there. 2 ults out of the bot lane for the flash of Woody.
Yeah, now these ults will be back
he just
up.
W to a minion. It's even better than I thought.
Yeah, ults will be back up, of course, when the Dragon is going to be contested, but not up for the next Herald.
Yeah.
And I think PSG probably will be looking at that. But maybe, I mean, the Cedronectin is looking very, very strong as well. Maybe West Point, in spite of those missing ults, might try fight it for it anyway.
This could be an angle. Like, you don't often want to do this, but it could be like, if you do skirmish, you can just Cassante ult, you know, all out the Renekton away, and then you are favored, I think, with the 3-kill Vi, as well as just the power Nico provides. Going to be Nuli now laning up against Cassante.
Yeah.
As it looks like 665 is starting on this Herald. Should be theirs to take.
I'm just going to stay, but I don't think he'll be able to get anything done. So this should be Herald and top tier 1 falling.
Yeah.
Well traded for the bot tier 1.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Wako getting first blood tower. So a bit of gold back to this Ashe.
Yeah, I wonder if the Ashe is really going to be able to do a whole lot, though. It feels like a tough comp to be just any 80 carry when you're behind.
Yeah, to be fair, I think there is, like, obviously Junjia going to be wanting to go in, and then Woody can offer some protection from that Ahri in particular, as well as the Sejuani. But there is a lot of dive coming from PSG. In general, I think Maple will like to go forward, but also can use the Pot Blossom as a way to disengage. And then Ashe, if she throws out an ult, finds a good ult, then it's perhaps just, that's her job done almost, as long as she can wail on this Renekton. And she will take out Renekton. As items come through, she'll be able to do quite a lot of damage to the Croc.
Well, yeah. Does have the dash.
Yeah, did use the slice and dice. It's going to be the cease and desist here. Winter's Bite will also land, and Rally getting so low. In fact, he's CC'd for so long, he only barely is able to get that Dominus out. Nuli teleported in. Maple, Pot Blossom will catch her before the Spirit Rush can get out, but do they have the damage? Junjia does try and predict the Vault Breaker, inevitably will not, but Arze lands the knock-up on the Tafondo strike.
Despite falling behind after that top skirmish, really turns it around here. Big performance out of him. He's looking for a 5th MVP as he really kind of brings PSG back in this game. Now, they are going to lose probably 2 towers mid. Can they go for anything more? No, they're going to get the damage on it.
Yeah.
It does get fairly low, but 30 seconds on this next Dragon.
Nuli perhaps a little bit greedy with the Spirit Rush there, I feel. I think if he uses it a bit earlier. Or maybe, to be fair, you probably just don't realize that it's the Nico immediately.
Yeah, it's honestly really hard to tell in the moment.
Yeah. It's kind of like Shaco clone in many ways. Like if you haven't seen the enemy and you see someone running at you from up there, you don't really know which one it is.
Yeah, and I think as soon as that E was used over the wall on Vision, they just immediately spam pings onto him.
Yeah.
They know that, I think they probably know that he doesn't have flash here. He just doesn't really have any way of getting out. And I think was actually very close to living here, right? With Gore Drinker, Ult, and Q, but just couldn't ultimately get them off. Maybe he wouldn't have lived, but at least would have bought quite a bit of time. And you can see there the Pop Blossom, even just the momentary kind of distraction of being the Ashe, kind of leads him to... You know, I think it was nice by Nui to kind of juke that out, but just look how much distance Arja can cover.
Yeah. Dragon. Second Dragon out for PSG. I think, importantly, though, Junjie going in front of the Ahri does give you the opportunity to look for another Vault Breaker later. So either she does Spirit Rush forward and you are able to hit it, or you are in a favorable position to follow up from her next Spirit Rush. But yeah, important gold now, going over to PSG. 2 kills for Arze on this Cassante. And from what looked not too great for him, not looking so bad anymore.
Yeah, definitely feel like they've brought it back, and a little worrying maybe for West Point, because it kind of feels like they should be the ones that are picking up those second drags and giving that kind of lead that they got from the early game. Still, though, I don't think they're out of this by any means, as maybe now looking towards bot. Relia lost a lot of HP.
Yeah.
Well, I think we're kind of going to see a little bit of kind of a lull period here. There are a lot of sums available, and it's hard to pick people. Maybe the Nico could be the one to sort of unbalance this game.
If there were to be a champ to do it, certainly is the Nico.
Yeah, Nico quietly getting a lot stronger. He's going for that Shadow Flame second, so he's just going to be doing a lot of damage. Oftentimes you do see the Nico go the likes of the Zhonya's, but this really does just give a huge amount of burst, especially because there just isn't a lot of MR on the side of West Point. It's just those Merc Dreads for the moment.
Normally does have to be careful here. What is happening? Oh, there we go.
It's the Nico W emote. I like that. Okay, I mean, a lot of members around mid, but really not expecting a whole lot to happen until this next drag. Unless someone can make a pick on a side lane. Jinjia, he completes his Sundera. And I think the later this game goes, I almost feel like it's better for PSG just because of their players, right? I think these guys are just so good at team fighting. They're so solid in those 5v5s. And I think West Point, they're starting to kind of let their foot up a little bit. They're kind of giving PSG that breathing room that they just somehow always manage to find and use that to turn around games that they really shouldn't be able to win. And this wouldn't be surprising, I guess, given that PSG in Split 1, they kind of found themselves in this situation a lot, where it was like they fell a little behind, they kind of closed the gap, and then ultimately Wako was the one that sort of turned it around. Here, though, oh, Maple, he's looking up mid.
Yeah, we'll be finding Prage, and the Feather Storm not going to come out in time. Cleanse will be able to allow that to dodge out of the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Hostile takeover trying to find something, but the all out onto Prage will confirm his death as Junjia really in the thick of it, able to pick up one onto Char, and that's 2 found for PSG for free. Baron is alive.
I think they should go and do it. I'd be very surprised if West Point could contest. Maybe they feel like they've used too many ults, though, and instead just want to continue to pressure. But that's kind of what we were looking for, right? We're kind of saying the game is going to be slow unless Nico can find some sort of chaos, and she does. Just walks down mid, maybe even looking for more here. Can't quite find it. E does go wide, and they don't end up getting the Baron, but PSG, I think they're very safe and secure with how they're playing it now, and should just be looking towards that next dragon. And it's so hard to respect the Nico, especially when oftentimes you won't even see the entire minion wave in time, right? Like if you're walking up to the wave, by the time you see that there's 4 melee creeps, it might even be too late. And at the same time, there's a lot of stuff to focus on, especially in a competitive game here where you're trying to think ahead, you're trying to think about all the moving pieces on the map. And just that one kind of lapse of focus, the 4th melee creep coming down the lane, you just don't really notice it.
That one feels a little obvious, I guess, but yeah, Prage not able to react, and so many of his cooldowns used. Good Arze.
Yeah, it just took Prage completely over the wall, and again, it feels like West Point kind of starting to struggle, and we've seen them lose in this fashion many, many times, where they find that early lead, but they're just not on the same level of team fighting as the other teams. Now, I think it does kind of bode well for them that they can at least keep this early game even against PSG. Kind of suggests that maybe at least in those individual laning phases, it's not the problem for them, but just need to be on the same page in the team fights, kind of set up towards what they want. Get use out of this Sejuani with the Renekton. Is now 20 seconds away. Third Dragon coming up for PSG, and I think West Point should contest. They have 2 items on both their carries. 2 items completed for the PSG carries as well. 665 is being looked at.
Yeah, this is not a supportive Vi either. Divine Sunder instead of what we usually see as Radiant Virtue, so Vi going to be doing a lot more damage than perhaps we're used to, as Maple has turned himself into the Vi.
The PSG, I think they should probably just start this up and then have Maple just find a flank somewhere. And it'll be really difficult for West Point to get in here. A lot of cooldowns used just then, though, which might allow West Point their way in. Feels like PSG have a rock-solid position, though.
Yeah, look how hard it is to push past the Braum, the Ashe, even the Nico, as Cassante finding himself a knock up there, and 665 taken down a half, but it's Rallia who's going to commit this Dominus to look for something. Hostile takeover will only land onto Braum, as the Glacial Fissure and the Pop Blossom find 5! It's looking like it's going to be a win here in the team fight, at least for PSG. It's a double kill already found here for Wako. Very low health bars on the remaining 3 from West Point, but what a Pop Blossom.
It was 5-man. I don't think I've seen a 5-man Nico in a long time, and 4.5k damage done there by Maple. Very, very impressive. And what do you know? It's the PSG teamfight execution that comes out on top once again. Just look at that damage. They're able to go in towards Baron. I think West Point, they kind of had the wrong idea of how to contest that. Feels like they should have gone around, maybe. Because what ended up happening was 665, he just lost so much health trying to get in. And so by the time everything happened, just couldn't be the front line for his team. And now PSG find themselves with a pretty solid lead here. You get a replay of it, and I think 665 and Char just need to walk all the way around, like what Prage is doing. Instead, you can see half HP before this fight starts. And Maple as the Braum, it's very hard again to kind of see this as a threat in the fight. Flash Protobelt finds 5. And even the disruption, let alone the damage, is really hard to deal with. As we see picture-in-picture in the corner, there's a little bit of a fight going on, but it looks like it's stopped. And then PSG, the health bars were low from West Point, so they're able to turn towards Baron. Maple. He's got to be satisfied.
A slight. I think, honestly, though, even though that Pop Blossom did find 5, Woody's Glacial Fissure found like 4 of them as well. And then just having that slow field in the middle made Maple's job just that slight bit easier. And yeah, well played. Really good combo. Now, we're not really looking at this team as the Wombo combo type, but they made that team fight look like such, as Vault Breaker over the wall. Isn't going to actually look for the kill, just looking for some tower damage here. And with the Baron, they should be able to get this down. In fact, they will.
Yep, we'll just take this tower without too much more. I wonder how much they can actually get done with this Baron. Feels like they don't have a great comp for sieging. So we might just see them play instead towards that 4th dragon. Yeah, it looks like resets are coming through already, so going to be happy just with taking the tower. And starting to get some stopwatches. Now 2 on the side of PSG. It's going to make contesting that 4th dragon very, very difficult for West Point. Ooh, around top lane here is Maple. Kind of nice having that as a ward almost.
Yeah. Okay, Rallia is invested into this, but with Junjie in the area...
Yeah, it does feel really difficult, especially, the Nico has the stopwatch as well. Oh, he checks one bush, but not the other. Recall does come through.
I think there is the biggest chance here, it feels like, is Prage on the Xayah.
Yeah.
But admittedly, Braum, really, really good at dealing with the Xayah. If she ever uses the Feather Storm, you can just put up your shield and you really don't have an angle to ever use Blade Caller to find massive amounts of damage, which we often see as the Xayah is. Looks like the last wave here of Baron Minion. Maybe they get one more in, but they do manage to find themselves another tower. See if they have the ability to take out this one as well. Keep an eye on Maple.
Oh, they're trying to find some sort of engage. It's really difficult, though.
Yeah.
They're slowly chunking this down, but with only 8 more seconds on Baron, I think that will be it. So they did manage to get a couple tier 2s and a 3k gold lead just from that Baron power play. And now a minute and a half on Dragon. I think West Point kind of have no choice but to contest this. But again, it feels so hard, right? PSG, they're the ones in full control. They have 2 stopwatches, even a Gargoyle now on Arja. And another thing, by the way, is that Arja is pretty much, again, just full armor, right? Like, he's got the Merc Treads. But this is something that you very often see when you've got that Ahri and the Sedge. Sure, they're kind of like soft AP champs. Merc Treads almost required versus them. But it's never like, you know, when something like the Exia comes through, you have to buy MR, solid MR, up against those champs. Oh, maybe now looking.
Oh, Junji going to find Relia. Relia caught out of position here. Will commit the dominance as well as the stopwatch, so buying himself a bit of time here, but inevitably will go down. In fact, Ronaldo does stop it, and he actually gets the reset. It's going to come back alive. It's the first kill found, at least here for West Point. Maple turns around, though, finds himself a nice Pop Blossom. So they do find another one, as well as Wako up on the top side there. Just completely 1v1ing 665 as Nuli does go forward. Wako flashes out of that cleanse. He's kiting everything in Azir here to make sure that Wako stays safe, and Ghost Reset should mean more found here for Wako. In fact, it will. Renata not offering enough time there for Prage to find the kill as Smite comes through, and Junji now going to be chasing down this Renata. Actually, Char doing a good job to keep himself alive. I don't think that's the game yet. Death time is still quite low, but again, just more progress. And that was a 9,000 damage team fight for Wako.
Yeah, Wako 9,000 and Prage 5,000. So the 280 carries putting in a lot of work. But I really feel like I'm watching Split 1 PSG with this, of just, you know, lose early game. Wako and the rest of the team just team fights so well. And it feels like Relia was in a really bad spot here. I think if you want to be useful as Renekton at this stage of the game, you need to find a flank or a way to get onto the ADC. Was kept alive for a tiny bit longer here, but was just taken out anyway. And it feels like oftentimes when we're seeing Renekton in, you know, more cohesive teams, they're finding those flash Ws onto the AD carry here. Whereas Relia, he's the one being engaged on first and never finding that threat onto Wako. I think Wako flashed that charm preemptively, just knowing that if that doesn't hit, there really is no more damage that can come through. He's just free to DPS. Ultimately does just clean them all up. Running away from an Ashe, not very easy. In PSG, they've now got the Mountain Soul. As you can see the damage on your screens there. Also was 4.6k damage from Jinjia, which I can confirm was more damage than Godzone did on Vi in his entire game. I think it was 2,900.
Yeah, there you go. So yeah, I mean, Junji obviously has gone more of a damage build, actually picking up his Guardian Angel now, so pretty free to engage and get himself a reset on that health bar.
Oh, big flank here. PSG.
Yeah, Azir is finding himself a really nice angle, but it's going to be West Point looking for Junji. Not the target yet, perhaps Wands. His charm will land there onto the clone of Maple. Glacial Fissure comes out, but it's only going to find Nuli, who has gone golden. Azir trying to find the CC, but will not, and the Spirit Rush keeps him alive. Dominus, though, so many cooldowns coming out here from West Point as they're running to the wrong side of the map. This just looks inevitable. Being corralled in the top side jungle, Jinjir comes over, Nuli's just going to recall, and that's going to be the cease and desist used. The Featherstorm will be committed, but that's so much damage found there from Maple as Nuli throws 1Q and tries to teleport back.
Oh no,
Are they going to find him? Oh, they do get the stun. That was very, very close, but the 2 teleports here, Maple and Azir, are looking to end this game. It will eventually go to PSG after what looked like a rough start, a 17-6 finish. Looks like they had no worries at all.
Yeah, I mean, I think West Point were in a very good position after their early game, but so often we see with them, they just get ahead and kind of fumble it when it matters. I do want to say, I still think it wasn't super clean from PSG. Right, like we've seen Wako die like this many, many times
yeah,
now.
3rd time.
Yeah, which is kind of worrying. I guess it's not that worrying. Like, it feels like, yeah, it's happened, but how likely is it to happen in playoffs? Honestly, I feel like from a player of Wako's caliber, not that likely, right?
Yeah, I mean, it is concerning, I think, regardless. Just, you want to be consistent even though you are not at the playoffs or anything. Just showing you have that consistency feels real good. Like Betty, for example, who some games doesn't die at all. Actually, most games does not die at all. I think if you are trying to be that top team and if you want to take on Beyond, I mean, we saw them get their only loss and it's teamed off Wako dying at level 1. So
that's true.
If you're going to want to ensure first, because first is very important. You do get to skip the first round of playoffs, as well as then you face the third and fourth. The winner of the fourth versus sixth, or whatever it is, you get to verse basically the weaker opponent. So you do want to come first, and you do need to be more consistent, because I think right now, Arze looks fantastic. Maple, he's been quiet, but he hasn't looked bad. And I mean, this game in particular, he played fantastically. He's shown that Nico is a power pick. How much control he had over that lane. And then I think Woody hasn't looked too bad, although it's hard to look good as a support when your AD carry's dying level 2. You know, that's not very easy to come back from. And I think overall it does look like at the moment that PSG's weakness comes from the bot lane.
Yeah, and that's so weird to say, because last split, Wako, I think undoubtedly best AD in the league, right? And you'd probably say that about PSG's bot lane, right? Like Woody, certainly not weak in his own right. But bringing it back to the kind of the current events, I mean, we haven't seen Nico pretty much at all in the PCS. It's been picked a couple times, once jungle, once support. I think maybe there's one other mid game.
Yeah, I don't remember it, but for some reason, because I'm pretty sure there was, but I don't. Yeah, I don't remember it.
But this game really showed the strength of Nico. I think multiple times finding engages or picks, kind of by shape-shifting on that mid lane. And I think that I would give Maple the MVP for that one. While Wako did put in some pretty crazy work towards the late game, and Jajir as well had some very good team fights. I think it was, if you remember, it was the initial bot lane play that kind of came out of the Nico, that kind of turned things around. Then a 5-man Pop Blossom in a team fight, and a very good ulti at the end as well. So I think for consistency and for turning that game around, I'd give it to Maple. But I think, you know, there's a lot of arguments, right? Like RJ and Jir, they all played well.
And Woody, I think. Woody had some really nice Braum ults. But yeah, I think I agree. I think Maple's ults were critical there, especially bot lane, finding that angle to turn around what looked like pretty much of a disaster. They looked like they might be even losing their tower. So that obviously, and then the 5-man Pop Blossom, as well as a few of those other ults, catching 3 people, catching Prage by himself, the one fight, causing him to lose all cooldowns, and Arze was able to find him, I think, were the key moments of the game, and all really calls from Maple.
Yeah, absolutely great. And it's a good look for him. Like you said, he's been relatively quiet this split, but like he's never been bad. He's always been very solid. And I want to see him pick up the Azir, because that's one of his, one of his champs. Yeah. I would like to see that. And I still feel like, in that game, I'm a little worried about teams maybe going a bit too light on the AP, because I feel like Ari Sejuani, again, if it's ahead, it should be fine. But when you fall behind and suddenly the tank can just go full armor and there's no real damage coming in, it is difficult. I think this was the fumbled engage there at the end from West Point, which ultimately just led them to being corralled into PSG's side of the jungle with nowhere to go, right? And when you do have this comp that can afford to play fight slow, and a lot of cooldowns have been already used by West Point, it feels like the fight is already over at this point. It's really just what can you get out? Can you get any members out at all? Nolly was just going to base and clear the wave, and I think that actually would have let the game keep going. But they kind of know they're going to bleed it out anyway, so they choose to take the fight. And then PSG just too far ahead at this point. They've got the Dragon Soul, they've got so much CC. Nolly, last-ditch effort.
I think one thing I want to say is the hostile takeover never really seemed to do much.
Yeah.
That Renata Grasskull can provide so much in 5v5s, but I think in general it was hitting Braum and Cassante, and that's pretty much it, which definitely not the two you want to be hitting with that ability. And take a look at the damage there. I mean, kind of surprising to see Cassante do more than the Renekton. I think no surprises to see that it was Wako topping the stats. I mean, some 9k damage fights do that when you're the AD carry, but yeah, I think overall everyone played really well. Jajir as well. I don't know if he died. I'm pretty sure he had a flawless game, building the damage on Vi, and was doing damage as well, as you can see there.
Yeah, he was absolutely pumping, and I think that's something that Jajir has done pretty much every game, is that even on those more, I don't even know if you've called them supportive, but the champs that don't build full damage, or the ones that are kind of expected to be there for CC, they end up doing a lot of damage regardless. And Maple, I think, no surprise, is the MVP. Only got 2 kills, but you really felt the impact of him in that game.
Yeah, I think even in that team fight where he did find the Pop Blossom, it was not him picking up any kills. After it, I think it was like 009 or 007. But here, yeah. Oh, his movement speed's actually slightly too slow. So he turned around to make it look more normal, which kind of made it look worse. And there's the ward there too. So it's actually, I think that's bad by Prage to not realize it, but also very good by Maple to look for it in the first place.
Yeah, it is, of course, bad by Prage, but I feel like it's just after so many years in League of minions not being a problem. And also the minions move in such weird ways anyway that it is quite hard to tell sometimes, especially if you're not hyper aware of it. And I think this was the fight where he found the 5-man has to be disguised as Braum. And I think that actually is a good idea. Like, it's quite hard to keep track of all the threats in a fight. And just one of those, you know, one Braum going unnoticed and also covering so much ground, right? The Flash Protobelt Pop Blossom comes through.
Look how much damage that was.
Yeah, I think he did 4.5k in this fight, which was a significant portion of his damage overall.
Yeah, just incredible. Honestly, finding that, I mean, the distance between all of the West Point's players, it was like max range on both sides of his ults to be able to find it. And it did come from a Flash Protobelt and well played, but I think that's Maple's first MVP as well. And I think it was a really good game to have it on. And it just shows, like, why don't we see more Nico? Because Ari is a lane bully at the moment. How she's played in general, she does beat most people in lane, but Nico just putting her in the dirt, even though she had second wind and corruption pot, taste of blood.
Yeah, I am a little surprised. I mean, again, we've seen Nico internationally a lot, and I think we've had question marks about it in the PCS. Maybe the players just don't really play it or don't really value it, but clearly, if you can play it, it has a lot of value, right?
Yeah, and I think maybe something to do with the comp as well, because what we saw in one of the Nico games was the Nico was disguising as another member that was trying to engage, so you just don't want to be around that person anyway. But here, the Braum, not really looking to engage. Maybe a follow-up Glacial Fissure, but it's a little bit more inconspicuous. And Maple made it look fantastic. But as you can hear, there's a little bit of music, which means it's time for a break. Coming up next, possibly game of the night, Beyond vs. Rank.
You let me down. Yeah, I could try to act like I don't need anyone. Pretend it's me, myself, and I'd rather be on my own. But I know I can do this alone. If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? If I was to hide, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down? Me down. 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there? When it goes down, goes down. If I was falling to the ground, would you pick me up? If my world was crashing down, would you make it stop? I do for you, but would you do the same? When everyone's gone, are you gonna stay? When demons come through, would you push them away? Would you push them away? Are you gonna stay? If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there? Pulling me out, me out. If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there? Pulling me down, me down. 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there? When it goes down, goes down. 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there? When it goes down, goes down, goes down. When it goes down, 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 down. When it goes down, yeah. If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there? Pulling me down, me down. If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there? Pulling me out, oh. 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there? When it goes down, goes down. If I had a nightmare, if I
to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in just how I do it. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there is no limit, no, we cannot settle for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live, you don't believe it, just watch. I had to deal with the cards dealt, hey, when no one's helped. When it's time for action, headlines and captions. Just imagine all of the hours that I put in running and gunning the passion. All of them clap, big applause. Wish I could pause all their reactions. Ooh, we know I never had a losing streak. I know you see what adrenaline's doing to me. I've been kicking game, Bruce Lee. You ain't in the game too weak. Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. Hey, what I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in just how I do it. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live, you don't believe it, just watch. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there is no limit, no, we cannot settle for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live, you
Seconds just the first to lose. Working in the gym, taking shots, I'm trying to perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in the frat, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch his son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. See it on your face.
Luscious, divine, I'll empty your mind, 'cause you want me to. I'm so twisted, you're addicted. I feel your pain, 'cause you want me to. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back here to game number 3 of day 2, week 3 at the PCS. And it's a very important game on the line here, especially for Frank. I think yesterday especially just showed that we're not so certain about how good they are, which is very, very weird because they were so strong in the spring split. They've now brought in Hollow. You saw on your screens during the break, Hollow's going to be the jungler yet again this game. Now, I want to talk about some stats. We're going to have the supports come up on our screen in a little graphic later, but Eminem currently sits at the highest the CS per minute out of every single player in the league.
Really?
So you know this guy's getting gold on himself. I wonder now if he's going to be able to execute and use that gold to his advantage.
We will have to see. I think Eminem in Split 1, he was very explosive AD carry. Never really felt like he was on the same level of Waku in terms of maybe like late game consistency, but oftentimes could find those bigger leads. And big leads is what Frank found so often in Split 1. They kind of reminded me of CFO, right? Like when we were talking about CFO and Frank, it's kind of the two sides of the early game coin. CFO would win through the drags, you know, setting up, and Frank, they played a little bit slower, you know, kind of ground you down, I suppose, and then kind of win from there. And this split, I feel like Frank haven't really found that. Up against all the other teams, they haven't really been able to find the early game lead, so maybe they can try pick some better matchups here. Also, Frank in Split 1 was quite creative with some of their picks, both in mid and top, right? You see Solo Kill play the likes of Gangplank. Obviously has been nerfed, but it's starting to see some more play internationally recently. And Pretendo, I mean, he played some different stuff. He played 2 games of Cassio, I think, in Split 1.
Yeah.
So maybe there could be the opportunity for some slightly different draft to come through, some fringe meta picks. Beyond though, I mean, they look like the real deal. They're on your screen here. They seem very, very strong. Betty especially, kind of the star of the show. Carries as well. I mean, the 2 additions have been looking good.
Yeah, definitely. And now I think we want to see I want to see Hollow back on the Maokai. I mean, it could just get banned, to be fair. A lot of bans on the Maokai today. But he looked really good at Maokai, at least in the last split. As I said yesterday, he was kind of the guy that even when Maokai sort of fell out of favor, was still consistently picking it. And so that's something I want to see, as well as it's important to note Frank will be red side this game. So have the chance to give Solo Kill a counter pick up in the top lane, which he looked really, really good at using last split. As well as yesterday, we saw Lakai was counterpicked against and looked really weak when he sort of doesn't get a favorable matchup. But this is the stats I was talking about. Now, some really, really interesting ones. First blood percentage for Keres, first in the league, 71%, as well as his bot proximity, almost last in the league at 58 or 59%. I think those are really huge stats.
That is pretty crazy. That kind of suggests that, you know, him and Wako, they get that 2v2 kill, and then that almost enables Keres to just move around the map, do what he wants while Betty farms up a storm. Kaiwing, though, bot proximity is very high, which doesn't surprise me. Again, Eminem, a bit more of a laning AD carry, so having Kaiwing around there to kind of threaten that, you know, push that lead further. And I think that both these supports, they're kind of extensions of their AD carries in a way. Obviously, like, Keres is moving around the map, and Kaiwing, he likes to play lots of engaged supports. But ultimately, the ADCs, they're big parts of their team's rosters, and the supports really have to kind of allow them to play to what they want. Now, in the draft phase, Sejuani Maokai already banned away on blue.
Yeah, so taking that away from Hollow. I think it's going to be interesting to see what Hollow goes towards. Because we know if we had Kenny-chan here, it's likely that from these bans, Poppy rises pretty high up in the priority. But Hollow, a different player to Kenny-chan. So a bit more of a question mark when it comes to draft, which can be both good for Frank or bad for Frank. And important ban there, Kai'Sa. Not going to allow Betty to get that ever again, I do suspect.
No. I think also Kai'Sa seems to be the go-to first pick right now. Just taking that away kind of makes sense. Nico, still untouched here. And there's a lot of other mid laners up. So either Jace or Nico, or potentially both, is getting through here. And there's even the Azir up as well. And both these mids, I think, are capable probably of playing all these champs. Not too sure about the Nico. I don't think either of them have played it yet.
You do feel like if, you know, these mids in the PCS should be able to play it. Pretty much all of them. Does seem like a really strong pick. And it does get banned most of the time, but then again, it does just fall through the draft. And Nico will remain available. Okay, so priority now is actually finally, it comes to week 3, day 2, but finally there is some priority over this Nico.
I like the Nico first pick, but I would really like Pretender to answer this with Azir, which is what he's going to go for. I think even if Nico hadn't been picked, I think they still might have gone for the Azir, because Azir is quite weak as a poke in the mid game. And Jace, Kai'Sa, LeBlanc, all mid game poke champs, right? I felt like they were maybe setting up for an Azir, regardless of what happened here. And Nico, I think, is not too good against Azir either way, so I really like the Azir coming through. Now, what do you pair with it? I think getting a front line is important. If you can have one of those tankier champs, you know, maybe a Rel or Poppy jungle, could see those. Ooh, and do they want to take the Xayah away from Betty?
Yeah, he hasn't played anything but those two. Oh, I think he had a Varus game, but other than that. And I want to say, if anyone there in Twitch chat hasn't voted yet, Azir currently sitting at a 100% win rate, so it could be the time to vote for Frank with your channel points. Has looked extremely strong.
And now where do Beyond look from here? Because Kongwei, he likes his carry junglers, but I feel like playing a carry jungler against Azir and Xayah is actually quite hard. I mean, it's quite hard to play any jungler versus these two champs, to be honest. They just shut down a lot of plays, and they have a lot of DPS to back it up. I'd be really interested to see what they end up going for. The Renekton is the lock-in there. That's going to give Lakai his blind pick again. Will we see it punished in the same fashion as yesterday? And Silas the Hover. Do you think there's any chance this gets locked in?
No, surely Nico's your mid laner.
Now, Nico could be your jungler, maybe.
This, I do think, gets locked in. It's unfortunate. Kongwei, to be fair, has got 2 wins on it.
Yeah, I mean, of the Viegos, I think Kongwei's looked the best of them. I still feel like Viego is not particularly useful, especially against what Frank has shown so far. But it does give them a way in, right? Like, I think, again, their top side is very strong. They have very good skirmishing, and if they can snowball, they should be able to pick up a quick victory off it. Now, third pick for Frank. Do you pick a top counter, or do you pick your Rakan maybe into support bans? Or Rel as a flex could be another option.
Yeah, it is a flex. Especially with all the junglers, you know, the very powerful ones getting taken away. Doesn't seem like such a bad pick. And in all honesty, while I do hate on the Viego, I've said it before, but it's very good against from anti-dive. So if you do pick the Vi into the Viego, it's very easy for Viego to get a kill on you and then scale that into the team fight with the reset. So it does kind of take Vi out of the picture as a jungler, which means a little bit more chance for this Rel to go jungle. Especially now that supports are getting banned, it becomes even more of a flex.
Yeah. Poppy is the ban, so respecting that can come through. And now, next Frank, I wonder, is there no point targeting ADCs? I mean, maybe they just ban out supports and take another one. It would break their jungle flex, but it might remove enough support so there isn't that many good ones left for Keras. We'll see what they end up doing, because you can pick top on 4 after having seen this Renekton, and then keep that flex, which feels like the normal thing to do. They ban away the Varus, so Betty, he's going to be on a new champ this game.
Yeah, gonna have a new look. Aphelios still open, so I think probably will just be Aphelios if I had to hazard a guess.
Does seem sort of likely. And what will their last ban be here? Maybe another top ban? I wonder if that Poppy was for jungle or top, or maybe even both. Okay, so they ban away the jungler, so it probably was a jungle Poppy, and they're just trying to force that Rel into the jungle.
One thing Frank could do is just pick up the Rakan here, and then you feel pretty good anyway.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Gangplank would be interesting.
Solo kill, probably the most standout Gangplank of last split.
Can he match Driver though? Can he get a pentakill this split? Oh, a Nocturne.
Hollow did play in the finals. I don't know if you remember. In the grand finals and against PSG, game number 3, he did play a Nocturne game. Didn't look too good.
No.
But I'm sure he's got practice on it. A few more reps in there since then.
I think that feels really out of place. I mean, maybe they just want to threaten Betty. Maybe they're thinking, okay, the way we're going to take down BYG is just making the game difficult for him.
Yeah.
But I also think that if you've got Azir and Xayah, you're very happy kiting back. And this kind of just suggests, like, now we really want to go forward. Now, Azir can go forward as well, right? It's a very versatile champ. It can do a lot of different things. Brawl locked in. I mean, that's kind of good for Frank in a way, just because, again, now your Azir really has no threat onto him. I'm curious to see how the Nocturne ends up playing, but now you have to pick your top laner. And what's it gonna be? Or sorry, you have to pick your top laner.
Ooh.
Rumble. That's good follow-up with the Rel ult.
It is a lot of magic damage though. I guess they have fairly mixed damage anyway.
They go for it.
I mean, Gangplank.
I will say,
nice.
I think Frank have returned to form. This feels like a very Frank-esque draft, and they have very strong picks. I feel like I prefer Frank's comp overall. I think Beyond maybe have the ways to snowball, right? Like they have a very strong early game, and they do have ways to make picks with both the Nico and the Ashe. But I think if this game goes the distance, there's no doubt Frank wins.
I'm very, very worried for Nocturne in this game though. You've got Nocturne, and you're going against Braum, Ashe, Nico, Viego, and Renekton. If you ever go forward and your team is not able to follow up quickly enough, you are just going to be eliminated.
Yeah, I think you probably don't engage here as Nocturne. You probably just press
Turn out the
alt
lights.
to make kind of disruption. Alternatively, you can be the re-engage, right? Like after the Rel goes in, you kind of wait for the AoE to be dropped and then look. But I really like what Frank have put together. And I will still say that Beyond are the favorites, I think, just because they're a strong team. But I think this could very well be the game that Frank turn around, because this is an extremely good comp. And importantly as well, it's an extremely good comp for Frank, right?
Yeah.
Like it's very champs that they're very good on and kind of plays towards their strengths. And I think Solo Kill especially, he's had a very lackluster split 2 so far. But the Gangplank, a champ that he is just incredible on, surely this is a turnaround.
Yeah, I think when you go down a checklist of what Frank needs to succeed, it's Kai Wing on Engage, you've got Eminem on a late game crit champ, and then Solo Kill on an absolute, like, tear of a, hyper carry top lane champion. And you've really ticked all the boxes here. You also just have Pretender, who's going to be able to just be a control mage and output damage from wherever he wants to. I think, yeah, you've really ticked all the boxes of Frank's win cons as players, at least from what we've seen. But as we load in here, it's not going to all be about you've got your champs. You need to execute on them. And in fairness, Gangplank isn't the easiest to execute on, especially now that you are able to see the barrels.
Yeah, I do think this comp can be a little finicky. They do have to be a little careful how they use their Rel and Nocturne engage, given that the rest of the members kind of want to go back. And a lot of biscuits picked up by Frank. I guess they're hungry.
Yeah, Conqueror for the Azir not going to be that lethal tempo.
Yeah, I'm a little sad to see that. It's still a solid choice though. Ward dropped at level 1.
Minions have spawned.
They are going to get some confirmation maybe on which side Kongyue starts. Ooh, 200 games for Eminem.
Yeah, there you go. A lot of these players now reaching some high numbers of games. I believe it was Pretender yesterday at 100. Now Eminem 200, and Kaiwing, this will be his 251st.
Okay, Kongyue is going to solo start the Raptors, and 116 I think is going to leash him. Okay. So that actually adds quite a bit of damage to this, and it's going to speed up his clear a fair amount. Will mean obviously that he can't use his first Q on the lane, but it's fine.
I mean, ironically, it kind of just keeps him on pace with Nocturne.
Yeah.
Obviously, Nocturne really, really quick at clearing these camps, especially the Raptors. Ooh. Okay.
Nice
Solo kill already
little
finding
trade.
nice trades.
Yeah. So 116, I think he should be able to deal quite a lot of damage in this lane early. There's no corrupting pot on Pretender, and he hasn't gone for a particularly strong laning setup. So I would expect the Nico to be the one pulling ahead, but it's after level 6 that things start to kind of swing back in Azir's favor. So how much can he get done pre-6? We'll have to see. So far, though, it looks like he's doing a good job. Forces that Q out of Pretender, which he definitely did not want to use. Ooh, nice dodge, though. A lot of stuff happening in mid very, very early.
Wow, Pretender finding pretty decent trades for himself, but is costing him a lot in the mana bar. I think one thing that's important, you saw obviously BYG and especially Kira's really high up in that first blood percentage, but on a champ like Braum, doesn't have the same level of sort of playmaking as Kaiwing will have the access to on the Rel. So something to keep note of as especially the bot lane progresses and the junglers head towards that lane.
If he could be. Pretender, he's getting a little low here without that corrupting pulse sustain. Might be forced into an early reset, and you definitely would not want to die early here as Azir. Need to be able to scale well into this game. And Hollow, looks like both junglers actually will finish up their clear on their last camps. And we'll see where they look for after that. I feel like Kongyue kind of gets to choose where he wants to go right now. Has 3 lanes of prio. Could even play for a double scuttle potentially. With Pretender, it looks like he got his base cancelled as well. And I feel like big mismanagement in the mid lane. Right, Pretender is significantly behind early, which you are expecting a little bit of a deficit versus Nico. But the Doran's Ring start is extremely greedy, and he bases for Sapphire refillable. So this is here not going to be impactful early. Ooh, can there be a cancel here? Oh, just barely. But mid items, you know, well and truly in favor of 116. And Kongyue, he wants to go for the double crab. He pulls up his bot lane.
Dangerous. Both mid laners are relatively healthy, but it should be 116 with a lot more prio. Does pick up the crab, but it costs him his flash.
He does. The old flash for crab trade.
Every jungler loves that one.
Yeah, you have to do it. But yeah, I feel like a lot of that does kind of stem from how the mid lane is going. Again, you're sort of expecting Nico to get prio, but not this much. And obviously the bot lane getting prio with that Ashe kind of makes it impossible. Now, Hollow did get it, and I don't think his flash is super valuable.
Yeah. It'll almost be back up, you feel,
yeah,
by the time he really wants to look for something with that paranoia. It can mean a lot, though, in instances like this, where Kongyue now, with so much priority over these lanes, is just going to look for invades. Smite battle should come out here. Have to see who this goes to. It is going to be Kongyue.
And he gets himself a nice little lead there. And that is what you want on the Viego. You know, as much as we kind of meme on the Viego for being a pretty lackluster pick here in the PCS, if it does snowball, it's a different champ completely. It can be very, very difficult to deal with. And big trades come out on bot, blocked up mainly by Keras. Oh, nice damage at the end there.
But again, we are seeing just the power of putting up this Braum wall against the Xayah. Something we saw last game as well. Oh, okay, they do not land it here, but there is no Brawl Maul for this instance, and Cleanse does come out, but it's first blood now found for Kaiwing. As they look for something onto Betty, he should be okay to just run this one out, though. Oh, and Hollow, level 4 Nocturne. Not often you see that get much, but it does get the Dominus out in this instance.
Yeah, getting the Dominus, it's a really big cooldown, I feel like, and they got it relatively for free. Oh, nice barrel solo kill.
Oh, is it for free? Should have. Oh, it doesn't have oranges, but
he takes a lot of damage and
should be level 6 though.
Yeah, he does need to be careful how low he gets. Okay, Viego reset. Viego was on this side of the map, but does so for the reset, so it feels like there's no threat of a dive. But yeah, so far, I think the early game is looking relatively good for Frank, all things considered. They got that first blood onto the bot lane. Mid lane's a little behind, but again, not too bad. Like, because it does outscale pretty heavily.
One thing that can be really, really scary here for both the Nico and bot lane is you are now dealing with a Nocturne and a Gangplank ult. As soon as obviously Nocturne hits 6, but that means your lanes are a lot more dangerous because they're not only going to be impacted by your isolated lane, but also the Gangplank can just throw his cannon barrage down on whatever lane's happening, and Paranoia, Nocturne can come in from well outside of ward range.
A lot of damage traded onto Pretender. Does have that refillable. And Kaiwing shows up top. It's going to clear out some of this vision. And Herald's not for a while, so he's going to need to head back bot. And I wonder if that's actually a good play or not, because Kaiwing going top there, I think almost guarantees that he won't be level 6 for the Herald. And Beyond, they're the ones starting this up. Can this be contested? Yeah, Kaiwing feels like maybe he's just putting out some fires right now.
It does, I think, yeah. He might not get as much XP, but he is allowed now for solo kill to feel more safe in his lane, as well as Pretender to get that shove in, so all things considered, I think that was a pretty good decision.
If they can just keep the early game stable, feels good. As Betty, he's getting a bit aggro on bot, but Eminem trades back well. Oof. A lot of damage on the back end, though. And that wave is in a pretty tough position.
Yeah. Don't have the damage desired to reliably clear this. Although you have just touched 6, so you do feel a little bit safer. Flash is also still available.
1-1-6, continuing to get aggro on mid. Oh, nice dodge.
Oh, okay, Emperor's Divide comes through, and it's going to be Hollow coming. He does find the fear here. Pop Blossom is the answer, but it looks like might just be a trade here. Both junglers picking themselves up one as Kongyue shows his proficiency here on the Azir. Isn't going to find a kill.
Yeah, I mean, he must have played a lot of Viego. I'm assuming he hasn't played much Azir. But did know the combo there. And now Pretender with the Mercs will probably be safe from anything like that. But I think both junglers are actually very happy with that, right? Like, getting that first kill is very important for both champs. And this is the Azir gank setup that so many mids are scared of. Now, Nico actually a decent answer to this, just because you have some CC and some survivability. Ends up just being a 1-for-1. I think that might be slightly better for Viego, just because he feels like he snowballs harder. But I think both mids, again, or both junglers, excuse me, pretty happy with that.
Yeah. But it is ultimately first Dragon as well as first Herald likely to be picked up here for Beyond, so
yeah.
Gold remaining fairly equal. I think scaling does favor Frank here. It's pretty hard to bet against the Gangplank. But the tools required for Beyond are coming in their favor to push their advantage and get themselves some gold lead. Obviously, they are ahead, as well as picking up their Herald as a bit of a more of a in-the-future investment.
Yeah, I think securing the second Dragon is such a big milestone that if they can get that, it would be really big, just because it kind of forces Frank to come out of their shell and fight that third Dragon later on.
What's Betty building? Is he going static?
Shiv, yeah.
Okay, we don't usually see that. It's usually the Kraken, but let him cook. Can't
I
really...
guess he's not going to auto much.
Yeah, true.
It's a tough comp to be an Ashe, I would say.
And I guess it does mean that you're able to almost match the Xayah in wave clear, which can be important, particularly around those mid waves. And you want to be out of the mid waves as quick as possible, being that you are against the Nocturne as well.
Yeah, I wonder how much of it is just that, right? You can just tap the wave and leave as opposed to being vulnerable to that Nocturne Gangplank rel. Solo kill. He's down a bit of CS, but you'd have to say that still favors Gangplank, right? Despite being down CS, you probably are winning.
He's probably up gold just because of his passive anyway.
Yeah, there were some top plates taken though, or one top plate, I think.
Oh, true. Maybe not then. But in terms of CS gold, I think he's relatively even, if not ahead.
He's fairly happy.
And yeah, as you said, I mean, you're expecting the Renekton to have pressure early. it should trade, sort of turn around as soon as what looks like Essence is going to be picked up. Eminem going to just take the Enchanted Crystal Arrow as Kaiwing stops any form of engage. Really well played there by Kaiwing.
Managed to save Cleanse, which is pretty important, especially if they do want to fight for the second drag.
Yeah.
And I'm not actually sure they will. I think they might want to give another drag over and just give a bit more time for Azir to scale.
Yeah, Azir looks really, really weak right now.
Yeah, it looks like Azir will be going for the Nashes next. Kind of remains to be seen, will he go chapter Nashes or just straight Nashes? He has Mana Crystal, but I mean, at this point, I think you might as well just build the Nashes. It's kind of gotten past the point where the chapter is really useful. And this is sometimes the worry with Conqueror Azir, is it does kind of take a little while. You don't have a lot of attack speed early. But I think we saw 2 lethal tempos on the Azir yesterday, and I think I do prefer it. We'll have to see if he's ready or not to fight early at this next drag, only a minute away. Essence Reaver now completed for solo kill. I think if Frank is smart, they probably just give this over.
Yeah. Especially if you can get 2 items on the Gangplank. I mean, it's a bit far-fetched to be able to find yourself up the second item on Gangplank before the next dragon, but if you are able to fight for that, as well as you really do want at least 1 item here on the Xayah. That Shiv completed for Betty already.
Yeah, it was very early, and we saw on that damage, or on the gold graph, that Pretender was the lowest gold outside of the supports. Really kind of languishing here with some very weak items.
For sure.
And while Azir isn't really your solo carry in this comp, you know, you've got a Xayah and a Gangplank, here's still your solo AP. And so he's going to need some time to get some gold to come online. And I hope that Frank just try and trade, play for something on the top side. Because it should just be beyond second drag. But then you really got to be thinking, you know, can you contest that third one?
I think you have a better shot at the third one than this one.
Okay, so Pretender going straight towards the Nashes now. I do like it, given how much he had to invest already, you know, into early game items with those Mercs. Kind of feels like you need some power. You need to be able to hit at least 1 item before that next drag. Otherwise, they're going to be pretty useless. Solo kill should now, I think, start to slightly pull ahead. Or at least try. But it's been a pretty stable game, all things considered, from 2 teams that often were very explosive. But I think part of that is just the champs. It's quite hard to make a lot happen onto lanes like Azir or Xayah, or even the Gangplank, right? Has a way to get out of the ganks, of course.
Yeah, definitely. But ultimately, I think as a Gangplank, you're feeling fairly okay in this game, being that you are just being given free time to slowly farm up. Obviously, you've lost 2 plates, but reasonably inconsequential because the gold going on you is far more valuable than the gold on a Renekton.
Does feel like that. And he should pull further and further ahead as the game goes on. Dominus committed.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Cannon Barrage will just be here for cleaning out the wave, and I think that's good. Now, Kongyue up on this side was maybe looking for a dive, making sure that wave's gone.
Yeah, I think smart choice. Probably thought as soon as the Dominus was popped that Kongyue would just be around.
Yeah.
Got to get rid of that wave as soon as possible to ensure you aren't dived. But it does mean that there won't be any Gangplank ult for a cross-map play for at least some time here. And can this be stopped?
Oh, Hollow in the area. Lakai will be found out. Kaiwing as well. There's going to be Paranoia committed. Slice and Dice will be able to go through, and healing from that Cull the Meek. Definitely really helpful for surviving, as Enchanted Crystal Arrow will come through. Kaiwing does get off that jump before it lands, and nothing else to come from this, but I like the proactivity. Nothing comes of it, but trying to look for that Renekton. He's a very hard person to take down, but if you can find gold onto Gangplank, you do love it.
Beyond, this tower's been taking a lot of chip damage from that Nico versus Zio. So I wouldn't be surprised if they can start to look to pick it up. Especially if they get second Herald. Oh, being looked at.
Yeah, it does land the stun though. It's going to be really helpful. And just look at how much damage Braum can block from the Xayah. It feels so terrible.
On the other side of the map though, Pretender is going to get some much needed time just to farm up some solo XP. It looks like Frank as well will try and trade this once again. So this is a lot of objectives being traded, and they're not really trading for gold. They're really trading for time, if anything. Yeah. Which I think does favor them, but Beyond are getting everything they want. So it remains to be seen if they can get enough done with it. I think this mid tower probably does fall immediately here. And
Yeah, definitely.
Can go back to just taking some camps.
But importantly, with this mid lane tower going down, opens up the map entirely. So coming towards this third dragon should have favorable map control for Beyond. And at this stage, you really do want to be contesting that dragon as Frank. You're not going to have that second item coming through, and you're looking for a third tower. 3 towers to 0 feels pretty terrible. You are, again, as you said, playing for time. But you can't play for too much time because you are on this dragon timer.
No. So Azir does have the Nashes now, and I think with that, Frank should be willing to contest this third drag. But if you can't, I feel like giving over 3 drags might be a bit too much because, again, they haven't really traded it for any gold. Oftentimes you see, you know, one team picking up the drags, the other team picking up the heralds, and using that to allow themselves, you know, the kind of item advantage for some of those later fights. But they really don't have that here. A minute away, Beyond, they have more control over mid as well. The turret's down, and they've got the Shiv. They can push it both quickly.
Wow, look how much XP Eminem's ahead of Bedian.
Yeah, okay.
Almost a whole level. Yeah. I guess that's just the benefit of Kaiwing having roamed so much. You see Kaiwing there down a whole level himself, but you feel a lot better having that level on your Xayah than you do on the Rel in any case. Looking for Kongyue here. I wonder if he had the sweeper going. With that ward, he'll definitely know there's people in the bush, but importantly, Gangplank is down on his bot side, so he can set up some barrels. Eminem has to be so careful on every mid wave, though.
He does. Has to play very far back. And Pretender, right now, he's playing around top. So isn't at this Herald and might lose a lot of his health here. Could even get his E blocked. Ooh, okay, does manage to get out, but probably now needs to base and TP if he wants to contest this drag.
I think he has to.
Ooh, is he going to start it up, though? Or is he just going to go for a normal TP? No base. I mean, maybe he's going to try trade the top tower. Okay, so TP comes in. He's not full HP, though.
Okay, Frank are the ones starting this, and you see Nico coming down the side here. Fake Braum. I'm sure there'll be a way of that after aware of that, seeing Kira's up on the top side.
And this teamfight's very crucial.
Lakai, Dominus popped, and it's going to be the Paranoia used as a disengage tool. But importantly, this dragon is going to go down. It is BYG who find it. That's going to be their 4th and 5-man Pop Blossom again. It's going to be Kongyue finding his first reset as Pretender dives on in. He doesn't have the damage. 2 found, but another 5-man Pop Blossom. And finally, we're seeing why Nico is so important internationally.
That champ is just so broken. I mean, it's so hard to play against in these fights. And you've got to wonder here, for the side of Frank, was this maybe just too much scaling? Because now, you're down 4k gold, you're down 3 dragons to 0. It's pretty tough, right? Like, you do scale well, but you're kind of on the clock. You're going to have to fight pretty soon after. And Frank, they're the ones starting. Looks like their position is good, but Nico, you know, manages to find the way in. Once again, same as last game, disguised as a Braum. Gets in with the flash, Protobelt, Pop Blossom. I feel like I literally just watched this last game. And it's so impactful, right? Ooh. Just so much CC comes through. Pretender, he did almost trade back.
Yeah, 2 stopwatches on his Emperor's Divide.
Yeah. But that's rough, and I think with that, Beyond are in the much better position of forcing Frank to contest this next drag very soon. Now Herald, or Baron, excuse me, in 45 more seconds. Beyond, they're going to try and move Solo Kill away from this tower, which I think is very good. If you can stop the Gangplank from farming, again, it slows it down. And as long as you don't let Frank scale, as long as you don't let them kind of get towards 2-3 items on their carries, you should still have the advantage in any of these fights.
Eminem and Solo Kill desperately need Navori before this next fight. I don't think it'll be around Baron. Don't feel like there's enough damage just yet, but if you don't get those second items through on this Xayah and Gangplank, you really aren't going to have the damage to take out these frontliners from Beyond, especially before 1116 finds himself a nice engage. If it's like the last one, probably just game done.
Does feel like that, yeah, but how often are you going to get that 5-man Pop Blossom? I'd say, honestly, once a split, but I've seen it twice in one day.
Once a game.
Once a game. It's 116. I mean, the CS gap mid is starting to be closed, but it really doesn't tell the full story. As he obviously very good at farming. And Nico, not quite as good, but it's really just that threat in the team fights, the CC that can come out, and even just the zoning sometimes. It's so difficult to deal with. Something I didn't notice is that Nico's disguised as Braum right now shows that she's level 9 as well on the scoreboard.
Oh, wow.
She is, in fact, level 13. Master of Disguise, indeed. 2 minutes on this 4th Dragon, and Frank, I don't think they're going to hit their Navoris in time. Maybe the Leandries can come through and Pretender.
Solo kill coming back. He might have it.
Yeah, he has the best chance, I think, of having it.
It doesn't, just the BF sword. So getting as much power as possible. BF sword, importantly, is about 400 gold off of having it.
Yeah.
So very, very close.
I wonder, will they just give him the midwaves, maybe?
Well, I think
might be
Eminem
close
really
too.
needs it as well. Eminem has a lot of farm and assist. But again, that Gangplank passive gold is nothing to scoff at.
Yeah. I almost feel like, Frank, maybe you just try and trade Baron? Just try and do Baron over the wall? I mean, you've got a ton of damage. By the way, take a look at the jungle CS. I feel like a lot of this is just, you know, Kongwei obviously playing well, but without Prio in any of the lanes, Kongwei's just been kind of stealing camps here and there, and especially with that mid tower down and the Shiv Ash, he can just walk into the jungle whenever he wants with full support of his team and just keep taking them away. And Hollow, he's down 3 levels. And it almost feels like it's not his fault.
Yeah, I don't really notice anything that he's done particularly poorly. I think he's played pretty much how he needs to. It is really just your whole map has lost priority.
Yeah.
And you're the jungler. Like, you can't really gank them. It's pretty hard to find a gank, especially pre-6 Nocturne. And so you are just constantly bleeding jungle camps here and there.
All right, we got 2 Navoris completed. There is no Leandries on the Azir, but this feels like, Frank, this is kind of do or die.
Yeah.
You have to at least get the Dragon here and get enough members out that Beyond can't do Baron. If you can somehow manage that or even win the fight, you're suddenly in a very good position. Like, I think if Frank do win a fight, they're almost like favored to win. This is kind of the tipping point of the game. If Beyond get this Dragon, though,
15 seconds. Kaiwing Enchanted Crystal Arrow will find him. He is staying alive. Flasher out. So he won't have that, which is an important tool for their engage. But importantly, does remain alive. And Tower going down here to Pretender. It has a bounty on it. Maybe this gives him enough for his Leandries.
Yeah, he probably will. Does he have time to base, though? Oh, he's TPing.
Doesn't. It's going to be the Dominus as well as the engage found here for Lakai, who's going to actually flash out. Even him in the middle. There's a massive CC coming through. Eminem trying to find the damage, but it's the Pop Blossom onto both the carries. Flash forward to dodge out of any escape here. And Kongwei will find himself the kill on the Azir. That's going to be the reset. They're looking now for solo kill, and he doesn't feel like he's long for this world. Does deny the barrel as well. Just more and more perfect execution coming out of this Viego, and Hollow as well. It's a clean ace. All 5 found there. And what looked to be a massive team fight for Eminem turns on its head, and Beyond get the Baron.
I think with that, Beyond almost in an unlosable position. I really hope we get a replay of that, because in that fight, Pretender, he TPs in at the same time as 1116 TPs into the top river. Pay attention to the minimap here. Both TPs start at basically the same time, and it's a really far TP for the Nico. But it puts her in such a good position just to be behind these carries. And Frank, they feel like they're in a good position, right? They've got their front line in front. Their back line can DPS fine. But then the Braum that's actually at Nico comes through and just deletes the back line. Eminem taken out instantly, and Pretender, the flash to block the E from 1116. So nice. And that's both the carries once again taken out by that Nico. He's pretty happy with how that fight went and probably how the game's going as 4th Drag being looked at. Leandry's now completed by Pretender, but I think with the Baron and with the control BYG have, it's impossible to contest.
Yeah, losing the soul now does feel like perhaps game good. Maybe they can look for the Elder.
4th Dragon is picked up. Now, they can push mid and bot in. We've obviously got a lot of pressure here. And I think it's very hard for Frank. I mean, they do have a lot of wave clear, which is nice. But will it be enough to stand up to this?
Oh,
might need to even
not the damage you
wave
need.
at some point.
You need your Gangplank to be doing a lot more damage than he is currently doing.
Yeah. If Beyond, they need to find a way to break the base off this though, and I think they should be able to. Tier 2 looks like it will fall now.
Oh
so much
my
damage onto Eminem.
God, Eminem. And China Crystal Arrow coming out will land on the Kaiwing as Eminem having to use the Feather
He's
Storm.
gone.
Wow.
That's just so much random damage almost coming out, and I feel like with that, Beyond might even be able to go for the 2 inhibs as opposed to just breaking the base. They can really speed things up here now. There is no bot wave available, and there is still a lot of wave clear left for Frank. So it's going to take Beyond some time, but they have a full minute of Baron, and Eminem still dead for a long, long time.
Yeah, Gangplank Gold will be committed here, but it shouldn't be clearing the wave. It will do a fairly decent amount of work, but oh, nice barrel found. Kira's getting quite low there as Kaiwing again having to jump out. Not the direction you want to be going as this rail. Low health bars are coming through, but they should be able to just take this inhib and back on out.
Okay, well they only got 1. They didn't manage to get 2. It is the bot inhib though, which I think is probably the worst inhib to lose. Makes it very difficult to contest Barons, obviously, although Elder is coming up.
Yeah, I feel like
so
it's...
might be the top inhib would have been the better one.
Elder feels terrible to lose. In fairness, there is a lot of damage that will come through. If Frank can get one more item on, then they're going to start putting out a lot of damage, and with the Elder, could be exactly what they need to try and start turning the scales in their favor. And to be fair, first 3 games of the season we saw from Frank, they looked like they were in a unwinnable position. They found an immaculate team fight to turn it around. Didn't eventuate into anything, but they're going to have to find something here very, very similar.
They will, yeah. Baron up in 3 minutes, and that's a full minute before the Elder, so it's going to be quite hard for Frank to contest, especially with that missing bottom inhib. And Viego up, he's getting pretty close to 100 CS here, sitting at about 80, 70. And this has to be the best Viego performance we've seen so far.
Yeah.
Second time from Kongyue as well. Really feels like he's kind of the only one that can consistently pull this off. As they're kind of looking to pressure, but I think without the Baron, there is just way too much wave clear. So I think just farm for 2 more minutes and then maybe look towards that Baron. They maybe do want to make a pick, though. They are over the wall. If Kaiwing walks up to that ward, he's going to feel it tomorrow. Does not, though. Wisely staying away.
I think Frank realized their wave clear's just far superior and aren't really in risk of losing their base, although in saying that...
Yeah, the tower does not take damage. It's too hard to walk up. But it's so hard, I think, for Frank to actually leave their base and try and contest this Baron. I think once that Baron comes through as well, if Beyond can just push up the waves and then play for Elder, it almost feels like a foregone conclusion. Maybe they can get their items in time.
And I wonder what Eminem is looking for. I imagine it's going to be armor pen, because it feels like he's just wailing in, and even though there's not all that much armor, you do need some, even the health cut down that Lord Dominic's gives will be a lot of added damage.
Well, solo kill, at least with this inhib, he does get himself a lot of farm. Again, though, it's just, will it be enough? And Kaiwing,
oh, doesn't get the stop, but he will get it onto Betty. Betty's caught out. That's going to be the paranoia. It's going to be Cannon Barrage as well. Who are they giving it to? They're giving it to solo kill? Oh, no, to Pretender. But that's important gold. Betty caught slapping.
Yeah.
Now, he's down for the spawn of... Well, he's up for the spawn of Baron, but he's probably not going to have the speed to get there in time. It still feels impossible for Frank to contest, but important gold.
Yeah, I feel like they were trying to delay the death there. I mean, maybe they were trying to give it to Pretender as well, but this kind of felt just like really greedy recalls, to be honest. And Betty, yeah, it doesn't really have anywhere to go. Now, this was a pretty big cooldown used from Kaiwing, not having flash for that next fight. Still, though, should be better for Frank getting that huge shutdown.
Yeah.
Onto Pretender.
Shadow Flame.
That, ooh, Shadow Flame. Interesting. I don't think it's the best item, but I think he honestly thinks he just needs the power right now. Like, you have to win this Elder fight no matter what. So I kind of like going for it.
Yeah, I think given the situation, probably might be. Although, if the game extends...
Yeah. Really feels like the game isn't going much longer than this Elder, though. Rabadon's now completed on the Nico. And a Flame Horizon almost completed in the jungle. Feels like not too far off now.
I think you need to, though. I think at this stage, as the Nocturne, you just want to give your carries all the gold they possibly can. And as long as you turn off the lights and play distraction, that's pretty much all you can hope for. As Baron now will be started here from Beyond, and they're going to absolutely tear through it. But Frank will not be giving this away without a fight, as we see 4 members here and Solo Kill still in the bot lane. Lakai being looked at here, but Baron down to half health. Important cooldowns down though. Braum lost it. Oh, it's going to be Nico looking again. Pop Blossom comes in, but Eminem Feather Storms it. He's finding so much damage. Is he going to have enough? That's one found. It's Kyrie's. Kongyue now. The Baron has healed up entirely, and it's Eminem. It's Hollow. Eminem's trying to find the damage. He's not going to have it, and all that's left is Pretender, but Kongyue, he's on the chase. Pretender does not have the damage to deal with this, and it is going to be 4 found. Only Kaiwing surviving. For a brief second there, I just thought that maybe Frank had found something.
They were so close. I think if the gold hadn't been so far behind and down just this far in this game, down the Dragon Soul as well, they might have had a chance. Eminem, he put up so much damage in that fight, but it wasn't quite enough to get them over the finish line. And I think with that, Beyond will pick up this win over Frank.
Well, Kaiwing is delaying. There is only 5 seconds left on this Nocturne, but Nocturne's not who you need. You need the 10 seconds on the Xayah. Kaiwing actually delaying enough. There's no minions around, so Hollow now spawns. It's not going to be the game just yet, but you've lost your support, and Elder Dragon spawned. As well as Baron, actually. It should just be Elder into Baron, and that should be the game, but take a look at this. Take us through a shot.
Extremely close. I mean, the Pop Blossom on the back line. Pay attention to Pretender. He's dealing a lot of DPS, and he flashes that Q, just barely gets out. And then really now, it's the Eminem show who takes out, or almost took out Betty, and so much damage, but just not quite enough. If he had a tiny bit more, could Gangplank Gold steal this?
Baron trade here, looking like it's coming through, and I like this. Are they going to have the DPS to do it? Beyond here are here very, very quickly, and Enchanted Crystal Arrow comes through. It hits Eminem. That's exactly who you want to hit. And the Elder Soul makes sure to claim that. And this is just destruction. Frank, they didn't have much left in the tank, and unfortunately with that, there's no real way I see them coming out with the victory. It is the Elder Dragon to Beyond. It is the game to Beyond. What an absolute banger.
Yeah, I mean, finally, after 32 minutes, it is Beyond. They're cleaning up, but despite how far they were ahead, you felt like Frank still had chances, just given how well their comp scaled. Ultimately, though, did kind of fail to really get into the game. There were a couple key moments that they mis-executed, and Beyond, they want to farm a little bit more KDA here. They want to chase down Kaiwing. They're going to get him.
They should get him. Elder Soul, yeah, Elder Dragon even. It is ultimately the game here. 2 Beyond, a 9-0-2 on the Viego.
Yeah.
I'm saying it now, that guy's getting MVP, but I don't think it was without Nico.
Yeah, no, I think, look, it's tough because 9-0-2 up 100 CS feels like, monster performance, especially from the Viego, which has not looked good in the PCS, but I honestly think the MVP should go to 1116 because I think that it's obviously a lot easier to jungle when you've got those 3 lanes of prior, and I think 1116 was a big part of that. And also he found that 5-man Pop Blossom as well as a couple other, the TP flank onto the back line, another Pop Blossom in that kind of red buff fight. So while the stats, I think, certainly look good for Kongyue, I think 1116 again shows us why that Nico is so, so strong. And I want to say big question mark for Pretender. I really don't like how he played that game. He did do well kind of later on, but I feel like not starting Corrupting Pot, very greedy. I think Inspiration second, not that good versus Nico. I think Lethal Tempo is probably better. I think he made the game really hard for himself, and it took him a long time to come online, which was too long, right? By that time, Beyond had just taken too much.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I can see Nico getting it. I just feel like a lot of those fights, Kongyue was doing a lot. Obviously, the Pop Blossoms too. But then in that last fight, around that red buff, as you said, the Baron, the red buff, Pop Blossom did land onto 2, didn't find Eminem or Pretender, which I think were the 2 most important people to find. And it was really Kongyue just dipping and diving throughout, finding the snare there onto Eminem at the end to make sure he does eventually go down. I don't know. I mean, ultimately, the whole team played well. I think Betty had a bit of an off game.
Maybe.
Didn't play as well as you'd perhaps expect,
No,
but
that
can be just because he was the Ashe, not the hyper carry, exciting champion that we're used to him seeing, like the Xayah, the Kai'Sa. Lakai, definitely a better look from yesterday. Went up in his lane pretty much the whole time. You'd expect him to, but he did exactly what you want him to do. Found the targets for the stuns that he needed to, and just played. I mean, what was he doing in team fights? He was just taking some damage, and that's what you do.
He did have one fight I saw where he did 5k. He did carry one of the fights. I can't remember which one it was, but his impact was kind of under the radar, but it was still there. And I think looking again at the Frank draft, I mean, I still really like it.
Me too.
I just think it's very tough, obviously, to play a Nocturne without any winning lanes, right? I think if you're drafting really greedy scaling, you need to play a jungler that is almost willing to just completely 1v9 the early game, right? This is the kind of comp where you put in something like a Lee Sin or a Xin Zhao or just some kind of tank that can non-stop gank, because you just know, yeah, like if I get this team past like 10-15 minutes in a good spot, we're going to win. And I think Nocturne, another greedy pick on top of all the other greedy picks they had.
Yep, and I feel like you could have also looked for something else other than the Rel to ensure your bot lane can win, because ultimately it is hard to lane against the Ashe, but if you have Xayah and an Enchanter versus the Ashe Braum, you can find winning advantages in that lane, just exploiting the melee range that Braum has.
Definitely.
And we didn't really see that. And again, as you said, I think Lee Sin internationally now is finding a bit of play. Like, it is getting picked, and it is pretty much what you'd expect at Lee Sin, finding a lot of early game advantages. And you can place it into this team comp, because if you have the Rel, you then have the ability to gank bot. You have a fantastic setup. Rel can go in, there's roots from the Xayah, and then follow up with the Lee Sin. But we'll go to the replays here. This is going to be after the Elder.
Yeah, this one felt like as soon as Elder was taken, there was just no real chance for Frank in this fight. I think I would like to see the fight from before this, because I think that one was much more crucial. It was extremely close. This one kind of feels like Beyond doing the victory lap, chasing Frank around the map. We're going to look at the damage. And Kongyue, you know, just by being 9-0, didn't really put up the damage. It was Lakai who put on the carry pans this game. And damage is certainly there for the carries on Frank as well. Again, it kind of felt like it was just a little too late.
Yeah, I mean, once you've pretty much given up third dragon for free without any real contest, the game feels so hard to play. And I think they only got the one tower during that game, so you never even, if you were coming back, you still would never have the sort of map control needed to contest those dragons reliably. And it is going to be correct. It is, you are right. 1116 does pick it up. I think if you see a 5-man Pop Blossom, it is fair to give that man the MVP.
Yeah, I think he had a very good game. And I mean, this is 2 games in a row where the Nico has just looked incredible. And I wonder what happened. You know, what happened overnight to Nico just going from no priority all to suddenly being picked all the time. And I really like this TP. I think this is a really hard TP to know to go for, because it's so far away from the fight. But he kind of manages to show up at the perfect time. The Xayah ult has already been used, and the Azir has committed soldiers forward just then. And comes in with the Pop Blossom, disrupts them both, solo kills out Eminem, and flashes to block the E.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Really well played from him there. And I hope they show that. Can we see one more fight, the one on the top dome? No. Okay, the 5-man. There was just too many good ones, really. And it looked like this, maybe he wouldn't find it, because he was shown on the side early, but gets the Braum. They go just a bit too far, and once again, same exact combo as before. The Flash Proto Belt, Pop Blossom, gets all 5 there. I think Eminem altered it, but hey, getting the cooldown out.
In fairness, this game, I think Eminem doing a far better job at using that the Xayah ultimate against the Nico than Prage did in the game prior, so... Oh, Frank. Oh, Frank, man.
Look, I think they almost achieved greatness in that game. I really think if they changed around just a couple picks, they have an extremely strong comp, or if they just taken what they had and played the early game out better, because I really think Pretender made that game really difficult for his team in the early game. I mean, no mid-priority, no skirmish potential because of the items you've bought, just sitting under your tower, kind of praying that your team's going to get you there.
Yeah, it does feel bad, and with that, now there is a real chance for Hellpigs to catch up to them and be even on the standings, which, coming out of last week, is insane to think.
Yeah.
Actually insane. I mean, Hellpigs picking up their win yesterday against Frank, and now if they win today, they are tied.
They are.
Anyway, I'm just excited. I'm excited. We have that game coming up next, in fact. We are going to go to a break, but when we come back, it is going to be Hellpigs competing for 6th tied now with Frank against Impunity.
When it's time for action, headlines and captions. Just imagine all of the hours that I put in running and gunning the passion. All of them clap, big applause. Wish I could pause all they reactions. Ooh, we know I never had a losing streak. I know you see what adrenaline's doing to me. I've been kicking game, Bruce Lee. You ain't in the game too weak. Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. Hey, what I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in just how I do it. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, spin on live, you don't believe it, just watch.
Second's just the first to lose. Working in the gym, taking shots, I'm trying to perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in the frat, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch her son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. See it on your face.
Luscious, divine, I'll empty your mind, 'cause you want me to. I'm so twisted, you're addicted. I feel your pain, 'cause you want me to. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you desire. So close the doors, let me in, let me taste the darkness in you. No one serves me like you. You ask me to slay you, to burn you, to haunt you, so you feel. So do you feel me now? I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you desire. I'm so good for you.
And we're back here for game number 4 of the night, and an interesting game here, an opportunity perhaps for Hellpigs, also for Impunity. It's an important game for them as well, but coming off of yesterday's win, you have to feel pretty good about Hellpigs' opportunity or chances against Impunity here tonight, and especially Taco in that top lane. Looks like the real carry of this team so far.
Yeah, and I think looking at this game, this could maybe be the dark horse for game of the night almost, because Hellpigs, if they win this one, they are tied with Frank, I believe, on 3 wins, it would be?
Yeah, 3 wins and 5 losses, I believe.
So they'd be, on the cusp of making it into that top 6. And Godtone, I think he said he wanted to make it to the top 4.
Yep.
We'll see if that happens. It does feel like those top teams are a little bit stronger.
The top teams, yeah.
They are the top teams. But Hellpigs, I think they have a pretty good shot in this game. You see their roster on your screen here now. In yesterday's match, their top top mid and AD all played very well. I think Godtone and ICA have been pretty hit or miss. Admittedly, Godtone had a very good Maokai game. I don't think his Vi was his best performance. But if he can find something more consistent, I think there is potential for this team to deal damage, especially up against Impunity.
Yeah, I think interestingly though, yesterday with his Vi didn't really do a whole lot, but almost that felt like a benefit in many ways, where he wasn't looking so proactive in his plays, but because he wasn't, there wasn't the opportunity for mistakes.
That's true.
And in the meantime, Taco was finding really good angles and fights constantly throughout the game. And it seems like if you're going to rely on an Engage, that's the guy to look towards, because he's finding his lane pretty easy at the moment. He's pretty much decimating everyone he's going up against. And you do feel good about Tide. Tide yesterday played really, really well, consistently dealt the damage necessary, and especially during these team fights, had the positioning required to not be found and to just keep outputting that damage. Now, one last thing I want to talk about Adiogs is, at least on the Victor and the Azir, he's looked solid. Those control mages that scale well into the late game might be something that Hellpigs now look towards in their games.
I agree. I wouldn't be surprised to see Hellpigs continue to build around that, kind of have a good top matchup for Taco, some sort of magician in the mid lane for Adiogs, and then Tide on that consistent kind of crit hyper carry. Could be good. I still want to see a bit more stability, I think, from Godtone and ICA, because they have been, the big factor in a lot of their lost games, right? Like, ICA especially died a lot in a couple of games very, very early, which made the game super difficult. And Godtone as well, I think, does need to have some better performances. On the other side, though, is Impunity. And I feel like on this side, I feel like Shera and Arashi have kind of been the place to look. But it feels like there isn't really a super carry on this roster.
No, it definitely hasn't felt like that, at least yet. But when they have one, it has pretty much come off the back of Shera on that Tristana, although his follow-up Tristana games have looked pretty poor. So it's hard to see as we'll take a look towards these two mid laners. You see here, it is going to be Adiogs first in Champions played. And I think, actually, his Aphelios game wasn't too bad as well. The game ultimately was a bit of a destruction, but he did play well, I think, as the Aphelios mid, but ultimately it was that Azir and that Victor that he looked the best on. And you can tell from the damage graph, he's definitely doing the damage he needs for the team.
Yeah, and I think for me what was really impressive about his Victor game was just that he managed to survive against such a difficult comp. He's certainly no stranger to picking these comps or picking these champs even when it's maybe not the best situation for it, but just performing well in the champ in spite of it. As we will head on to the champ select here. Jace is that first ban, matched immediately by the Kai'Sa. I'm not sure we're going to see any more Kai'Sa get through, honestly. Feels like it's just a must ban by red side.
I wonder, are we going to leave Nico open?
Yeah, maybe that's the thing, right? Maybe Nico has been replaced almost by this Kai'Sa ban, and so could be getting let through more often. And we've seen a lot of blue side mid bans, which is almost the reverse of what we were seeing before, but it kind of just feels like the way things are going, you want to first pick something else, and you really don't want to give over some of those power mids.
Yeah, definitely. Wouldn't be too surprised to see another mid banned here, probably the Tristana. Could also choose to ban something like the Sejuani or Nico, taking that away, so they don't want to pick it themselves. And in all honesty, I think based on what Adiogs has looked good at, I don't mind that, getting rid of that and then looking to pick something like the Azir for yourself.
I think I agree. I think if we can have Adiogs on a just really hyper-scaling control mage, it feels like the best place for him to be. Tristana is that last ban. So now, I mean, Azir obviously up and available. Sejuani, another one. Renekton could be something we look at.
I almost want them to just first pick the Azir. You're probably going to go against Ahri or something similar, but...
It does feel fine, honestly. I think the Sedge is probably the better first pick. Maybe you want to bring that combo up, though, and just take the Renekton.
To be fair, Taco has looked fantastic on this Renekton. Yesterday in their win, did play it, manhandled the solo kill in that top lane, and then the angles he was finding in team fights were pretty crazy. And you just see there on your screen, 66.7% win rate for the Renekton as a champion. And that's considering a lot of the bottom teams pick it as well. Definitely seems like the apex predator in terms of the top laners.
It's pretty destructive, and I wonder now, will they take Xayah Sejuani? I feel like the Gragas is kind of just a hover for Godzone. But I think the Sejuani, obviously quite a good pick here. And also with the Xayah, it kind of disables the Vi from coming through, which is what we saw from Godzone before. If this gets locked in, which it will, I wouldn't be surprised to see Godzone go to one of his more niche picks. I would honestly be down for a Gragas this game. I think because it denies it away from the top lane as an answer to Renekton.
I would almost be down for a Lee Sin, because while you may get the Jax Sejuani, Renekton Lee Sin almost feels more powerful in that 2v2.
I don't know about the Lee Sin. I feel like Lee Sin into Xayah is pretty tough. Okay, but maybe looking at the Rakan instead. So they're going to take that away. And, ooh, okay. Swap to the Nautilus at the last second.
Did play it yesterday. Are we just going to have a repeat of the team comp? I think, honestly, picking Azir here makes a lot of sense to me.
I like the Azir here as well, but I think that does... It means Godzone is definitely going to have to reach pretty far to find a jungle pick here.
I mean, we've seen him rip out the fiddlesticks. I think he's okay with picking just whatever he feels like.
What will it be? Okay.
Yeah,
correctly predicted. It is that Azir. And I almost feel like, unless Cher has a really good matchup into it, if you just take the Rakan now, you have an extremely good comp. Maybe they will just take the Ahri as the answer, though.
I think that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. I think the Jax... Okay, the Jax gets locked in. I think that makes sense, too. Right, it's good with Sedge. Good up against the Renekton. But now Impunity, I would expect them to ban out junglers, most likely. Maybe ADCs can be targeted.
Yeah.
We'll see which ones they prefer. I mean, maybe they think Tide is a bigger problem. And it looks like maybe that's the play. As they ban away the Ashe and Hellpigs, I think they should probably ban mid laners. It might be worth spending one ban on Rakan.
Yeah,
maybe
perhaps,
Rakan Ahri?
Yeah, I'm thinking Rakan Ahri. Because we do... if you are Hellpigs, there's no reason to give over the Xayah Rakan, that power in the bot lane. So you may as well just get rid of it, I feel. And then obviously the Ahri tends to be the strongest lane matchup here into Azir at the moment.
Yeah.
Okay, so heavy focus on these powerful bot lane early game picks. But there is still the likes of the Aphelios open. So I'm sure Tide will feel fairly comfortable doing something like that. There's no Vi that you're particularly scared of.
I think it will be the Ahri. Alternatively, maybe you just ban away...
Rel?
Yeah, I was thinking Rel as well. What will it be? They ban away the Rel, okay. So now Impunity, surely you pick up the Ahri here? I guess you can pick up your support as well if you really wanted to.
Yeah.
You can kind of choose, do you want your...
Oh, okay, I don't like that.
I mean, again, it is good with the top side, right?
Yeah.
But, I mean, and the Nautilus ult is good, but I think the problem is it gives Azir the freest scaling of his life. And this is a very good comp for Azir to play into. Very short range, easy to auto-attack. I'm not really a fan of the Sylas. I think it's a lot worse than that game Mission played it in before. We'll have to see, though, what they can get done with their topside comp.
I'm going to say it right now. If Mission was on this Azir right now, it's a Shadow Flame first Azir.
True.
I feel like it's so easy to build that against the Sylas.
Okay, Aphelios is the lock-in. And now, what is that jungle pick going to be for Godzone? Feels like something crazy needs to come through.
Could be Nautilus, in theory.
I suppose, yeah. Oh, and maybe you're right.
Oh,
Aphelios Thresh
look at that.
Could be the answer.
Makes sense. Good against the Nautilus ult that can be taken here from Shera's Sylas.
Now, what do you look for as your last pick support? Because I think it's pretty tough to pick support into this comp. I think, honestly, something that can skirmish earlier is probably best. Blitzcrank, I think, solid option. It's good versus Thresh, I suppose. And does allow for the kind of chaos that they need. I think if they just go to the straight-up 5v5s, especially later on, won't be too good for them. And they lock it in. I think it's a good choice. But overall, I think I have to favor Hellpigs, mainly because of the Sylas pick, honestly. I'm really not a fan of the Sylas. That being said, I mean, again, the Sylas Sejuani Jax has a lot of potential, right? But we just haven't really seen it reach its potential in the PCS. oftentimes it just feels like the isolated lanes carry on for too long. And they don't really use that 3v3 brawling potential. And Hellpigs, they kind of have all the ingredients they had yesterday, right?
Yeah. They're pretty much the same.
Yeah.
I mean, you've instead of the Vi, you've got the Nautilus as the jungler, and instead of the Nautilus as the support, you've now just got a Thresh. So fairly similar, although you're offering your Aphelios a little bit more safety than you were offering your AD carry yesterday. And I want to say the one positive about this Sylas in comparison to the last one is you aren't as worried level 6 under your tower. It's pretty. There's not much damage coming out of the Nautilus if he looks for a dive. It's really going to be relying on the Azir. And the Azir early game doesn't really offer that much damage, especially because earlier it was the Ahri Vi. This time the Azir and Nautilus should be a little bit easier to survive. But ultimately it is just going to allow this Azir to get into the later stages of this game. And we'll see what Keystone he takes too.
He took lethal yesterday. He's a base lethal tempo enjoyer. Hopefully he does it again. And I think this comp from Hellpigs, it does play out just so similarly, right? Like it is almost the exact same. I think it's really good when teams see what works for them on stage and then honestly just try and replicate it, because a lot of the time you can get some of the champs and kind of plug some substitutes in the other ones and just end up with a very similar comp. And I really like what they've got. I'll still kind of see if Impunity can do something with the Jax, Sedge, Sylas topside, but if Sylas looks anything like it did earlier and doesn't find the lead it needs, I think we'll quickly be outscaled here.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right there, and we're going to load onto the Rift now. And one thing I want to keep an eye on is if Taku can, continue his reign of supremacy up in this top lane and gather himself a nice advantage against this Jax from LJW. I think that's one place to look, because yesterday things actually looked dire for the start of the game for Hellpigs, but it was Taku really turning the entire game on its head by himself. It's Conqueror is here.
Yeah, has himself a Scorch as well. So I guess he really wants to be putting on some pressure early game. His God Zone is spotted out on that. But yeah, I think with the Conqueror and the Scorch is going to try and get a lot done in this early game. And that was a ward that died there. So Shera, he will get level 2 off that first wave. Probably won't be getting priority up against the Azir.
No.
And I wonder if first strike on Sylas is a little troll this game. Because I feel like normally you go for first strike if you don't really need the Conqueror. Not only for the lane, but also for the team fights. Because with taking Conqueror Resolve, you get a lot of tenacity for free. But that's not really the case with first strike. You're going to have to give up Legend tenacity. And sure, you get a bit more gold, but it's not going to be easy to proc first strike onto the likes of Azir Aphelios. And that tenacity up against the Renekton would be really nice. So I think kind of weird choice by Cheryl. We'll see what ends up happening. Ooh, so we're getting a jungle side-by-side again.
I like these ones.
Yeah.
It feels like a God Tone special.
It's relaxing.
It is. We miss out on some trading that perhaps happens. Bot lane seems to be the place that happens every game, but at the moment at least, Taco lower in health than LJW, you can see on the side of your screens. In terms of the junglers though, no real surprises in their pathing. Should be somewhat similar, although Sejuani a little bit faster with access to that damage coming from Permafrost.
Yeah, now I wonder, is he going to go for a 3-camp top? Because he's left his red to a bit later. And let's see where he passed. I think he... No, okay, so he's going to go top river. No, he queues over the wall. Okay, interesting. Will he go to the top jungle of God Zone? I mean, really interesting path. Let's see what Sejuani does. Keep your eye on her.
Oh, he's just getting the ward down.
Ooh, maybe looking at Adiog's mid. Does not know this is warded. And in the meantime, God Zone's actually getting to work on this blue. This is really good as long as Adiog's doesn't die.
And as well as this, the ward that Arashi puts down doesn't actually spot anything to do with this Nautilus, and Adiog's playing those limits, gets out of there. It is the blue found for God Zone, so early advantage, at least in the jungle here, given to Hellpigs. Oh, God Zone looking for the brawl. Actually just snipes him from across the map. Winning out on the damage too. Arashi's going to realize his blue's not there.
Yeah, I don't think that Norhook should have hit, but God Zone with that. I wonder, can he get anything more? He has priority in mid and bot, and it looks like he's going to try.
He's
or
just
at least he's
ignoring
going to
his
get the
top side.
scuttle. Yeah, I mean, I actually think it's good. Like, there's no way Sedge can fight him on this side. If he can just finish up on this side, make sure there's no options left for Sedge, and then return to his top side, should find himself ahead. And I've criticized Godtone's pathing before, but I think what he did here is very, very good.
Yeah, night and day compared to that, leaving your red buff to never ever get it. Godtone actually looking bot now. Smurf might have to just commit the flash. In fact, will. Oh, and the hook lands as well as the Gravitum. It's first blood to Tide.
Helpix, they're playing this so well. Really nice from Godtone and Tide. Nice, yeah, credit to them as well. Set up a nice 2v2 kill there.
No sums had to be used.
Oh, Godtone's not done.
Wow, this, okay. Godtone, he got his win against Frank and he's leveled up.
He has. He's decided it's time. Time to show the world what he's made of. He's just ganking every lane here. Top's the only one he hasn't made a trip to yet.
Yeah, but Top, pretty comfortable. Already got that teleport out of Jax and still pretty much even in health. I think one of the most annoying things about Renekton is he has the heal and he also doesn't have any mana.
So Smurf is forced to flash early, and the Gravitum, I mean, I feel like Blaze was just walking up so far, and he had no HP really to speak of either. Feels like that was kind of an end moment. And look at that bot lane item advantage. I mean, the BF sword coming in for Tide.
Yeah, what's he building? Is he going to go Stormrazor?
Stormrazor? Yeah, I'm not sure.
We haven't seen Stormrazor first in a while.
Well, we'll see. But Godtone, I feel like so far with his impact on the map, has been doing much better than Arashi. Maybe it's just some of the nerves have kind of been shaken off and feels more confident after taking down Frank. It is once again the lost chapter that will come in from the Silas. And what will the Azir go for? Should be a chapter as well. I think this is a very good Leandry's game up against the Sejuani. Question will be, does he go for it straight? As top trade comes out, Taco's over 6.
Taco does hit the Dominus. We've seen him solo kill Jax's before. Isn't going to on this occasion, but certainly affords himself a lot of lane priority as LJW will get to his tower. See how well Taco can sort of fend him away from this wave.
Yeah, he has himself a pretty big CS lead already, so any more that he can deny to that tower would be nice. Rashi is going to manage to take away one camp here. Almost equalizes in the jungle, but can they go for more? Shera, he's maybe looking for a bot dive.
Certainly looking for it. Godtone on the way.
They're going to be spotted very early. I think Helpix, they should be very aware of this. They know that their Azir ult has been taken, and Sars will return to mid. Helpix, they're looking promising in this game. Got leads in every lane at the moment, including the jungle as well. They kind of manifest in that 1.4k gold, 1.2 at present, and another plate. Could be gobbled up by Taco here. It's very, very low. Nice
Look at these trades. Does not have the ult actually, so right now, if there was a fight, should in theory favor the Jax. So Taco has to be a little bit careful. His hook lands here, it's Arashi going to be down here, but Tide with the quick reaction there, actually IC8 with the quick reaction should I say, gets himself out. Tide, snared up. This is one thing that's annoying about the Thresh, is you can just stand so far behind your AD carry and allow him to harass fairly safely. Dragon started up now for Helpigs, and it does feel like you just give this one away.
I think they might try and contest it. I think getting fights early with your Sedge Silas could be good, but they're so low health. Maybe they can't.
Godtone.
And Silas just wasted all. Okay, I think Impunity should probably leave. They're going to still try.
Yeah, Addy Dogs are arriving. There is a good Emperor's Divide angle on these three. Hook goes wide, and with that, you feel like there's no real opportunity in. And it should be the Dragon now going over to Helpix.
Yeah, but once again, for some reason, it's the early skirmishing comp that is kind of forced away from the objectives. And you kind of see why. It's the priority in the lanes that ends up making the difference, but too much health loss from Impunity. It does cost them, and they're not able to contest that. But you really, I think, want to be looking towards that Herald. You have to get involved with this Jax, Sejuani, and the Silas before it's too late, because leads are starting to build in those 1v1s for Helpigs. The longer it's isolated lanes, the better it is.
Look at this.
Yeah, I mean, it's starting to get problematic already. 4 points in that W means a lot of damage. And pretty close to 2 plates in the top lane. Was 1 picked up already. Taco has a ward. I wonder if he'll place it on the Herald here. Yeah, it does place it there. Shera, though, he's getting bullied in mid and does not have TP, and I think with that, Impunity, despite bringing up Smurf to this Herald, it's a very awkward timing now because your mid has to base. That's really problematic, I think. Shera, he really needed to stay higher on health there. And Helpigs, they should look for a fight.
Goldtone hits 6 off his Wolf Camp. And
Smurf?
Smurf doesn't have flashback available, but 2 hooks will land here, and he's quite far away from any safety, even with the flash. Will be going down, and that's Eddieog's picking himself up his first.
I'm not sure what Smurf is doing. Kind of felt like not on the same page there. Sheriff forced to base. There's now no point you being around the Herald. They're going to try fight again.
Oh, no.
It goes wide, and I wonder, Emperor's Divide?
Oh, Goldtone. Oh, this guy's just gone for everything. Man's gone fishing.
This is good, though, for Hellpigs. They got that kill, that first kill. Ooh, okay. Are they going to walk away from it? I don't think they should.
Yeah, I think they just take this.
There should be a good window, I think, to take it. And Impunity. Ooh, can they cheese IC8? This would be good. He's level 5.
Oh, they will likely be able to. He finds him. Oh, no. Oh, my God. The hook lands. Wow, there are some abilities being used right now.
Yeah, although
Eddieog's will be found. Does have flash. And Emperor's Divide. Is he going to be able to get himself out? No, he will not. Sheriff finds himself an important pickup.
Yeah, Silas getting that first kill is extremely important. Goldtone, though, with that Herald, he might be looking towards top. And there's going to be a pause here for just a moment as Goldtone, he's having a mic issue, but I'm sure that'll be fixed in no time at all.
Maybe he was yelling at his mid laner. Bro, blew it up, you know. Hellpigs up 2 plates already.
Yeah, I think both of those is just in top lane.
Yeah, I think so.
And a massive CS lead for him as well.
Taco just, again, showing how solid he is in the isolated 1v1.
Yeah, he just first picks top like a Giga Chad and just wins his lane. Love it.
I'm interested to see, like, now how he does up against the better teams, you know. It feels like he always looked good. So far in the split, at least, he hasn't really looked bad in a single game. And now he's just looking even better. He's actually just the last 2 games especially, he's really, really taken it to the Jaxes. And I don't know, it feels rough now for Impunity. Azir getting online did die, which is important. And Silas picking that up means their skirmishing potential will be slightly higher. But once this Renekton's able to join the fray, going to be hard here for the team of Impunity to play around.
Definitely could be, especially if this Herald ends up getting dropped on top. It's going to be a lot more gold going over, and it looks like they will. 4-man on the other side of the map,
IC8 is here.
There's no wave.
They're going to look for IC8's. Ty trying to find the damage. Arashi actually getting so low. Ty does have pretty good guns to stay safe and off-put a lot of damage. Ooh. Dodges the hook.
Yeah, there's a wave here, though. Impunity, I think they need to go for more.
Has Ghost and Flash. Flash is out of those chains. Will be okay to get out. I think important there that Tide is able to survive. In fact, he's looking to turn it.
Ooh.
Just out of range.
Still, though, look how much gold goes down for top lane. And this is a
kill.
Yeah, this is a trade that massively favors Hellpigs. Top lane is almost 40 CS ahead. Currently sitting at 34. And gold must be insanely in his favor.
Yeah.
Now, Shera off his kill and off that bot dive does get himself an Everfrost. And Eddieog's with a bit of a different build. You know, not the Chapter Nashes, is Chapter Codex Nash. Oh, actually, I guess that does build the Nash. Okay, I'll take it back. So we're going the semi-normal build here. And having that spike a lot earlier will be important. I mean, the fact that the Azir comp picked up the first dragon as well, you know, night and day difference from how they played with Frank. And look at those top lane items. Gore Drinker completed. And it feels like bot lane's not too far behind either, despite the fact they got 4-man, right? The tower's fairly healthy.
Yeah, in fact, you'd argue Tide's ahead.
Yeah, he should still be. And a lot of that just off that 2v2 and the Godtone gank earlier in the game. So far, definitely everything you want here for Hellpigs. Second dragon in a minute. I think Impunity, if they want to kind of snowball this game, need to play around their Silas Sejuani. Kind of feels like Jax might be out of it, at least for now. But they still have some strength around that mid jungle, and they need to use it while it's still there. We'll be getting outscaled over time.
Looking bot again. There is no summoners now.
Yeah. I think they could have maybe pulled the trigger there, but we're respecting the Thresh Lantern.
Yeah. Taco, wow. Just doesn't even an auto attack. It's just the empowered Q there and the Gore Drinker. Taking a fairly good chunk out of LJW's health bar, and this Renekton is quite menacing now. I mean, I wouldn't like your chances if you're Azaya in this game now.
Dude, Renekton just did the Krugs, and now he's doing the Raptors. Arashi, He's not going to get any farm in this game.
Oh,
he's
this could be
find them.
dangerous.
Oh, they're all gone. He's not
sorry,
happy.
pal.
Okay, but can they look for something mid? Arashi's got nothing else to do other than be a pest. Comes mid. It looks like he will return to bot, and this is a rough situation to be in as the Sejuani.
Dragon live. But
I think Impunity, they need to get this drag. They need to fight around it. Force something for your Silas Sejuani. And if you lose this one, you're in big, big trouble.
You've no Ophelio sums, so if you're going to win, really has to be here, but with
TP
Renekton,
from Taco.
I think you can't fight this anymore.
It's a goner. Impunity, they're in trouble. They need to get out.
Goldtone, all he needs to do is land a hook on someone. It's going to be on Arashi, follow-up hook, and the Gravitum. There is just too much CC. Taco goes, nom nom, that's mine. Picks himself up one for his teleport. And the dragon.
A TP advantage, it's just too much, but Impunity, it feels like you're quickly running out of options. You haven't managed to get your Sejuani Silas involved in anything. And it really just feels like, you know, now you slowly bleed out. You're almost behind enough that you can't take the skirmishes that you need to be able to take. And you definitely don't win in scaling. So what's your avenue back into this? I think maybe you can get picks with the Blitzcrank. That could be the way back in. God, Tony's going to finish this up, and it's taken him a long time. And Tide. Oh, got the lantern.
Okay, nice. You know, Thresh hook is a lot harder to land than the Nautilus hook, right?
Yeah.
You know what makes it real easy to land the Thresh hook? Is just to land the Nautilus hook first. Is Blaze now walking a bit too far up, taking so much damage. Featherstorm committed, but it's going to be that Moonlight Vigil finishing him off. Well-timed ability there from Tide. I think this is the best game we've seen out of this bot lane duo, but they do have to be careful. There is Arashi on the Sejuani on the side. IC8's going to have to play around with this lantern. Gonna have to be really quick reaction times, though, to be able to thwart anything off here as Arashi comes through. Doesn't use the Glacial Prison, so Tide is able to just get out.
Yeah, and I think now Hellpig's just almost in an unbeatable position.
Yeah.
It feels so hard, and I think Silas really does not function as a champ from this point, right? Even though he's relatively strong, you and your team have to be ahead to do well. And I don't think he's going to be able to. I think there's too many items coming in from the carries already, and that Renekton as well is looking very, very scary. Now, at least he can steal the Nautilus ult and use it on a carry, and maybe that allows them to take him out, but what follow-up is there really, right? Like, your follow-up would normally be the Jax, but it feels like he is going to have a tough time even getting to the fights. And bot lane, you know, certainly won't be able to provide it. I think quickly running out of options here is Impunity, and you feel like you need to contest this third drag in 3 minutes, but I don't see how they do it.
Yeah, I think like the biggest thing is that, in theory, Impunity can still win a fight, but you have to think about how much easier it is for Hellpigs to play a fight at the current state of the game than it is for Impunity. As we see here, it's just Sheer is not even able to turn around and try to damage Godtone.
Oh, Hellpigs maybe went too far.
I said a little bit too far up perhaps, but that flay is massive as well as the knockups. ICA should be going down and Ediog's going to have to run. It was a teleport committed at LJW and Tide does have both of his sums available. Going to commit the Gale Force first. Ghost does come through. He might have to flash. He is going to. Good timing there. But it's Godtone who goes down to Sheer on the side. And just like that, there's a chance for Impunity again, but still, I think, favoring Hellpigs.
Yeah. I think that was kind of off the back of Hellpigs as well, though. It was just a mistake. They walk in too far with that top lane TP disadvantage. They used it previously to secure that dragon win. And Shera, I don't think there's any way you win this fight.
Especially not with the tower being put up. But yeah, in the meantime, we did see up on top, Taco picked himself up an inner turret, so massive amounts of gold given to this Renekton. Godtone actually just max range hooking constantly.
Yeah, I mean, initial pick I think is good, but chasing in the jungle I think is really bad.
Yeah.
And I mean, they're not showing anyone on mid, and you don't have top TP, so that TP comes in, it's matched by mid, but ultimately it is just a 4v5. ICA, he failed to flash out. And while Hellpigs, they got out relatively scot-free, obviously a couple deaths go down. Godtone, I think, fell at the end because he tried to greed for this. Still, though, they come out decently in terms of gold. That top tower traded over, but it feels just really unnecessary, right? If you just wait for your top lane TP to be up, there really is no... feels like there is no way back in.
Yeah, and I think top lane TP going to be up for every dragon, and all you need is 2 more. It's the Hextech Soul. Oh, Adiox. Good and on out there.
Was much needed gold going over to Shera. I don't believe he's recalled yet, so he should be waiting on quite a lot, and Adiox, he's definitely got the items he needs to deal with this stage. Doesn't feel that tanky anymore, just all HP. And with the Leandries working on the Nashes, doesn't last too long. And Godtone, he's going to grab the second Herald. It is traded on the bot side. So Impunity, I think they are doing what they can. Probably need to keep going bot lane, honestly. I think they need to redive that Azir. Ooh. Smurf forced to flash.
Pretty important cooldown. Adiox here feeding off 2v1, and in fact, getting Shearer extremely low. It's going to be the Emperor's Divide coming out of that. Silas, though, he is going to have to flash away. Won't be the damage to kill him, but importantly, teleport coming out of this Renekton.
Yeah, once again, Helpig's kind of just giving avenues back in this game for Impunity. Feels like Azir can just leave, knowing that he's getting that Herald on the top side. And now mid tower will fall without even the Herald having to crash in it. I think it will probably get the hit on the second one. 30 seconds though, and so despite Helpig's misgivings, they are in a good position to contest this drag. Impunity, they've got Shadow Flame on the Silas. I think they have to fight. And I think whoever wins this fight, can maybe start to look at, really snowballing the game from here.
It's a very scary Renekton though. Shearer actually going forward onto him.
I feel like he would not have wanted that, but honestly, Taco probably just didn't know there was no one else there. But I think if that had hit, would have been in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, you are a 3-0 Silas, but I don't think Silas does particularly well into the old Renekton 1v1 at this stage of the game.
No, just
as you look at the player goal,
look at the goal. That is
Taco.
That's a big croc.
Yeah. And you know where crocs are best known for being? In rivers, mate, and that's where the dragon is, so... I don't know how you're going to contest this dragon. They're trying to get mid priority, which is a good start. As
IC8,
yeah. Hex flash. Hook will land there onto Smurf. Smurf looks like he'll go down. And Godtone finding Blaze as well. These bot laners, magnets for the hook. But with that pickup, it is just going to be third dragon now, afforded to Helpigs.
Yeah, I think getting really tough here for Impunity. Helpigs have very good Baron DPS as well. Obviously, it's not up yet. But I wouldn't be surprised if they look at it in the not too distant future. And Smurvy's building an Everfrost on this blitz, but I'm not sure he's going to get it before the game ends. We'll see. Depends how long it takes Helpigs. Third dragon is picked up now, though. So Impunity, they are now well and truly on the clock if they weren't already. The scaling favors Helpigs, so does the dragon win condition. Definitely going to be tough. Maybe they can get something with Shearer's lead here. But I'm not even sure you can call it a lead.
I guess in the 1v1, he has more gold.
Yeah.
But he's down like 2k on the Renekton, so it's hard to call anything a lead other than what Taco is currently sitting with. And how do you contest the Baron? If you get caught, you probably just lose the Baron. Yeah. And to be fair, even if Helpigs were to just greedily start the Baron, the fact they have 2 hook champions makes it so hard to go and check.
They do, yeah. Now, Impunity, they're looking.
Arashi looking, gonna actually land the stun onto Tide, but there is no follow-up, and it's in fact Blaze who gets hooked up. Featherstorm committed. Tide staying safe in this 1v4, 2v4 in mid, but it's down bottom where we see Adiox claiming himself a kill onto Shearer.
Yeah.
Taco.
Now, this could be a base TP from Azir and go for Baron. Okay, instead he cancels the base and will be pushing bot.
This is not a river croc, it's a jungle croc. It looks like Arashi is going to be safe. Kind of surprised that Taco didn't decide to just look for trades. I guess it's safe and not too smooth. Does go wide and he gets hooked in return, and that's going to be another Blitzcrank death. And look, there's 3 champions in this game, but I think 2 are clearly looking better than the 1.
Yep, I think this should be Baron started up. Adiox, he can reset and TP to this. Taco, he's just going to play bodyguard, try and keep Arashi out of the pit. He will find him here.
Yeah, teleport coming through from Shearer though, and it is LJW very close. Dominus should have to be popped here. Oh, actually maybe not. Saving it for what could be a fight as Shearer claims that Nautilus ult. That's the exact ult you'd want. Looking for an important depth charge here, but it's Taco going in. 1v4, look at the healing. Goes Golden Shearer now, not where you want to be, pal. Does go down, and it's going to be traded back though. Taco has found that's a lot of the gold. And that flash hook will find 2 more flashes, but Tide, he's sprinting it. Graviton Gun will come through, but it's going to be turned around. LGW trying to find the damage required as Godtone will be able to pick himself up 1. He's going to look for more. This Nautilus not looking particularly killable, but ultimately, it is going to be a 2 for 1, yeah.
The Baron does get stopped for now, though, but it does really just feel like a matter of time. until it gets looked at again. Maybe 2 more minutes on the drag could be the place we look towards next. 3 kills on the Azir though, a lot picked up in that fight. And Godtone looks like he's putting Azonias on the Nautilus, which I do like. Once again, I think you can use it to kind of dodge the Style Assault in a way. We'll kind of see how this happens. So I think it was, yeah, I don't know, he's looking very aggressively, but this is such a good place for Azir and Xayah to fight, right? You can just fight in this choke, or Azir and Aphelios, excuse me. And it's just so easy to front to back, right? Which is exactly what the Hellpigs comp wants. Really nice flash forward coming out of the Hellpigs members. And now, run out of HP. LJW tries to turn it around. Emperor's Divide denies him completely. And Normal Assault was up after all this time.
All red-white now available for Tide on this Aphelios.
Are they just going to start it up again? I wouldn't be surprised.
Would be able to melt it, but top lanes, both in bot lane, do have teleport available, each of them. Smurf, Hex Flash not available. It is going to be regular Flash.
Yeah, Hellpigs back off. I think it's smart.
Oh, teleport. Yeah.
Ooh.
That is teleport from LGW.
For free, and don't want to make it a 50-50. So now you can just wait. You can do that later on, and of course you can play towards this dragon. You're going to be the ones with the first move on it. You've got control of the river. The Impunity, they've got a kind of an impossible fight in their hands, and it's not even that easy for them to trade Baron. In fact, I think they can't. They just don't have enough DPS for it. So they have to fight this, but how?
Gonna be exceedingly difficult. Maybe Normal Assault onto the Aphelios if he's missed position, but even that's a stretch.
Yeah, 2 items now on Blaze at least. As the Navori. He can put out the damage if he gets the opportunity to. In 30 seconds now, resets have come through. Everyone's as strong as they can get for this fight. It looks like Hellpigs, they're the ones in the river first. And they might lose Prio on the mid-wave though, which would allow Impunity to get a bit of that control back. ICA's looking.
ICA, Hex Flash will be committed here, looking for a Rashi perhaps. It is going to be Normal Assault picked up here from Shera, but the flank TP. Keep an eye on Taco. Taco's going to land his CC onto Blaze, who will feather Storm. So far as 2 kills found though, it's LJW on the Jacks fighting them. Taco though, he's still alive and he is looking menacing. He's going into the middle of 3 on the top side. Eddie Ogg's able to take out Blaze, but it's Taco. It's all Taco. He's 1v3 this whole time. It's looking similar to yesterday, and with that, it is going to be a 2 for 2 ultimately, but health bars majorly in the favor of Hellpigs, and the amount of effect this Taco on Renekton has had cannot be mentioned. It is just crazy.
Yeah. The Hellpigs mid-top played that fight very, very well. Adiox and Taco on the same champs as yesterday.
That's it. That's the soul.
Yeah, now we'll be looking towards the Baron really soon, I think, especially with that mid-TP gone, and we'll see how this occurs. Godtone, he looks for Blaze at the back, doesn't quite find him, but Engage comes out from the front of Impunity. They get the Nor-Ult onto Tide, who's taken out in rather short order, but still full HP on the Azir, absolutely untouched. And with 2 frontliners in front of him, never really feels like he's in danger. Can just DPS for free, and Taco, there's not enough damage left to take him out either. So this combination, the Azir and his 2 frontliners just have free reign over the rest of the fight. Now they've put Shera in bot. He has a TP, so at least he can come to this. But it takes him a long time to push bot.
I see it landing the hook. Godtone, will he land his? Oh, okay, Flay will land, and it actually makes the hook miss, but IC8's fine. He'll pick up his. And it's Adiox trying to find as much damage as he can. We'll be picking up the first kill at least on Arashi as Emperor's Divide available for Shera. Finds a really nice one there, but it's going to be the Infernum coming. Taco finding an immediate triple kill. Infernum will pick off that final one there onto the Silas. It's a clean ace. And now attention to Baron.
How much can they get off this? Is it Baron and more towers? It looks like they're going towards that mid-tier 2. Top tier 3 looked at as well. Mid-tier 2 has already fallen, and this is without the Baron even being picked up. It looks like Azir is going towards Demonic. Or maybe a Rylai's? Yeah, it could be a Rylai's.
Probably Rylai's.
I think either of them is both pretty strange. Either way, Baron is now picked up. They broke the base already without even having to use the Baron. So I think Hellpigs, with this, will probably want to put on the finishing touches. And this fight, Engage, comes out of ICA. Nice flash from Godtone. And Tide felt like he was in a tough position here as he gets divided into the team. But look what comes out of the flanks. The two solo laners, once again from Helpix, find an absurd engage and just clean them up. It's not even close.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know. Looking pretty insane. I think credit to Sheriff. Found looked a bit dire for him. CC'd up, but found a really nice Emperor's Divide. But as you said, Adiogs and Taco coming from either side of that fight, absolutely having the damage to take care of it. And it is the Rylai's, as you just said. Should also be this tower going down now. And it feels like there's one more team fight left in this game.
Yeah.
Level 17, 4-item Renekton here on your screens as Adiogs looking vulnerable. Will flash away from the Glacial Prison, but with that cooldown down now, Halpigs, I like them for going for a dive.
Yeah, I think this should be the end.
Look
here.
at the damage coming out. The hook onto Taco. That's not who you're going to want. He's getting really low, but now he just flashes in. He's in the middle of 5. He will be going down, but his GA is available. In fact, actually, he's not going down. As flashes forward, Gale forces forward. Everyone's going forward. And it's now attention towards the Nexus. Maybe Hell Impunity can look for a fight. They should lose, but we'll have to see. Hook goes wide yet again here from Smurf, and it's going to be a hook for Godtone that in fact lands and flash away from that Counter-Strike. That's all she's going to be riding as Tide should have the damage alongside Adiogs to finish off these last members of Impunity and secure their 3rd win, now tied for 6, Halpigs.
Wow, tied with Frank. Can't believe it. But Halpigs, I think they played a very good game there. I really like the way they honestly played as a team, right? Like, I think after yesterday, I was saying, okay, feels like their carries are doing well, but their jungle support may be a little lackluster. But honestly, in this game, I think both ICA and Godtone really stepped it up, had good games for themselves. And I think when you're choosing MVP for this game, I think it really depends where do you kind of put your focus. I think for team fights, it kind of feels like Taco and Adiogs were doing the heavy lifting. But honestly, outside of that, the early game, as well as finding those picks, Godtone and ICA, both of them found, you know, very, very good picks and plays. So I think Helpigs, I mean, I don't know, maybe they had just confidence issues, and after beating Frank have really turned it around because that was a completely different team.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think they're looking strong.
They are.
To be fair, I still think Taco looks like the sort of best player on their team. I think the way he manhandles his lane, it can't be understated. And also, I mean, why are teams just not getting rid of Renekton against him?
I don't know.
His Renekton has not lost a lane yet. In fact, it has demolished his lane so far. It is hard to choose an MVP. I would vote for Taco, but there's probably a good chance that Godtone gets it because that early game was pretty special.
It was a very, very good
Yeah.
early game. I wouldn't be surprised either to see Godtone pick this up just because of how important it is to kind of, you know, like a lot of that, Taco, he found himself a very big lead early, but it was Godtone that found kind of those initial picks.
Yeah.
The jungle steal, even gets the Herald and places that top, kind of allows Taco to start taking over the game. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all to see Godtone pick it up, but I think you can make an argument for so many members.
Yeah, I agree. Adiogs as well, that team fight flank he found in that second to last fight, very important alongside Taco. I do think overall impact, I favor Taco.
Fine.
I think just how well he did in the isolated 1v1 without the jungle's help.
Yeah.
As well as then how he transitioned that into team fights, finding Blaze, finding Smurf, and just, yeah, really, really well played by him. Being in the middle of 4 people constantly healing up and distracting them, I think it kind of goes unnoticed a lot of the time. I mean, you definitely do see the Croc flashing in the middle of 5, but it's kind of who finishes off those kills you often see. And it wasn't Taco a lot of the time. There was a triple kill in there, but yeah, I don't know. I think just in general, it looks, from this week compared to last week, Helpigs look so different.
They do, they do. And I think as well, you know, the Silas, both games today, has kind of looked like a bait. I think he did more damage in this game than Mission did in his, but I really don't think it's a great pick in the meta. Like, it feels like it loses lane to just about everything. And it's so hard to be the ones at those team fights when you have losing lanes, right?
Yeah.
And especially because you're expecting the Silas to kind of, naturally, if you're picking after your opponent, you're expecting to have a winning lane normally, but you're giving up a winning lane. And then if, as a result, you have 2 losing lanes, right, instead of the 1, suddenly it's really hard to actually get into these objectives because you just have no prior anywhere. And we kind of saw Godtone abuse that in the early game as well. So I hope teams move away from that. And I also think that the Sejuani has looked a little lackluster recently. Hard to say if that's just the teams that are picking it and misusing it. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, to be fair, I did see quite a few Glacial Prisons go wide and other sort of mechanical misplays, which you can't really blame the champion for so much. I mean, it has looked, I think, from the beginning of the split, weaker than the Maokai. And
for sure.
Now we're starting to see Viego in terms of Beyond, obviously, picking that quite a lot. And Vi starting to rise into prominence, and as well as the, what is it, Poppy?
Yeah.
So we are seeing Sejuani kind of fall from favor, but still, I think it does look strong, ultimately. I think it's just the whole team comp as a whole doesn't really play well together. You just had 3 losing laners. The second time we've seen it today, and I don't know, very hard to play. Take a look at the replays, though. Take us through a shock.
This was a crazy team fight. So nice engage from Hellpigs, managed to disengage out of the Impunity, but now that Divide, it puts Tide in a rough spot. Tide was called out in a lot of these team fights, but doesn't matter. You've got Taco and Adiogs on the side, just kind of flanking from every angle. Impunity with nowhere to go, and felt like after that, no hope left in that game either. Take a look at the damage. Let's see the Silas check. Okay, he made it to past 10k, which I'm happy to see.
Yeah, most of his team.
Yeah, but still just so far behind the carries of Hellpigs.
Look at the top lane damage and the 80 carry damage difference.
Yeah, pretty ridiculous.
I think one thing that was fun about this game is there is 3 hook champions, but the Nautilus Thresh almost looks like such a strong pairing because Nautilus hook's not that hard to land. You land that into a Thresh hook and you'll then CC'd for like 4 seconds. You're then going to get flayed as well into a box. It does seem quite hard to play against if you are ahead, that is, of course.
Yeah, and there MVP does go to Taco. Makes sense. Had a big lead over his opponent. I think Godturn's going to be a little sad, but you have to understand why, right? Like, Taco is putting up big numbers in those fights, and so consistently, I think it's impressive that he first picks pretty much every game.
Yeah.
Right, and we've seen some top laners get very hard abused for blind picking in this league, but he makes it work every time. And this engage, I call it an engage, but he was hooked into the team, but he really just took it and ran with it. As he popped the Dominus, has that Gore Drinker, of course, as well. Dashes in, gets the big damage onto 4.
Yeah, look at that damage.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. Did he have GA here? I can't tell.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, you can see the little bird thing around his level.
Oh, I didn't even notice that.
Yeah. It's the same with like a Nivea egg and things like that, Zac passive. But yeah, I don't know. It has been really well played. I think Taco, as I said before the game, looking like the strength here, teleports in behind, finds the stun here, forcing Blaze to pretty much not be able to participate in the fight. And this fight was one that looked like Impunity had a chance in. They find the first 2 kills of it, but then it's just Taco. You don't have the damage to take this guy out. He's got himself too much of a lead. He's happy to be in front of 3 of you, forcing out flashes, all of your cooldowns used on just the Croc in the top.
Does feel pretty insane. And I think Adiogs was also a very potent carry in a lot of those fights, right? He was really dealing the damage, and just having that super strong front line makes playing the Azir a lot easier, right? Like we saw in the Frank game, their front line wasn't particularly good. They had a lot of carries, but their front line was, what, it was like Nocturne and I can't remember what the support was.
Rel.
But yeah, so Rel's decent, but it felt like, you know, this game, the Azir was just given the tools to succeed, and Adiogs certainly made it work, and I really hope that we see more Azir priority. I also hope the Hellpigs continue to draft like this, because this almost feels like they copied the draft from before, right? Like they got the kind of CC support, you got your carries, same champs even, and all your carry lanes, and then kind of that point and click jungle, which I really liked.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, at least so far, Hellpigs have looked like they're turning it up here for the second half of the split. Looking really, really good, but we have just finished their game. Coming up next is Duish Team versus J Team. It's our last game of the day, so please do stick around.
I've seen you around here. You're playing with fire, don't know if you knew. So let me make this clear, a cloud is forming. The storm is heading right in front of you. Let this be a but let this be a warning, 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 a warning, warning, a warning, 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 a warning. Let this be a warning, 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 a warning, 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 a warning. Let this be a let this be a warning.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. Think you gon' beat me? Good luck, that's a long shot. Shot the ball, full field ahead. I ain't gon' stop. If I ever fall, I'ma still end up on top. Right now, I'm feeling like everything that you're not. If I was you, I would probably feel the same way. Winning in my blood, something that I can't change. If I was you, I would probably feel the same way. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
Gotta be in first place. Second's just the first to lose. Working in the gym, taking shots. I'm trying to perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm. I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in the fray, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch his son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
Ashes divide, I'll empty your mind, 'cause you want me to. I'm so twisted, you're addicted. I feel your pain, 'cause you want me to. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Never being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you desire. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around it. You try to stop, but never find someone's vibe. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around it. You try to stop, never find another me. What is missing where you've been? Tell me something I can hear. Body screaming. You want a minute, you want me close. I know you need, you know I know. When you're with me, you feel it the most on the low, low, low. You say you're looking, keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around it. You try to stop, never find someone's vibe. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around it. You try to stop, never find another me.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to the last game of the night, and seemingly a one-sided affair here. We have J-Team coming up against Duish Team, and to be blatantly honest, I don't really see a way anymore for Duish Team to really find success.
No, Duish Team, they've been struggling a lot this split, and last split, to be honest. J-Team, they look revitalized with the addition of Driver to the roster, which can't say enough good things about him. Even in the games he loses, he just absolutely dominates, right?
Yeah.
He's just such a good player. And I think Duish Team, really, it's going to be impossible. What would I like to see from them? I'm not even sure. Just keep it interesting, maybe?
Yeah, well, I think, honestly, at this point, you probably want to have Zhao Tu on something normal, something that he can just fend for himself, and it almost feels like they just ignore the bot lane for a lot of it, where it feels like the bot lane is their most successful lane.
Yeah.
But they never really care about it, and it's just often left on their island, isolated 2v2, and they do fine, but they don't get the resources needed to carry them across the line, especially when you do have often Zhao Tu finding himself at a massive disadvantage, as well as WSL often falling very far behind in the jungle. It seems like there's no real angle for them to compete. We've stopped seeing WSL even try to play any of these carry junglers. We saw it once, and other than that, we haven't seen it again, where that was their only success last split. So I'm not really sure what to say about this team. It does feel like just pound for pound, J-Team should roll across pretty much the entire roster.
Definitely agree. Now, what I will say is that while they haven't managed to kind of find what works for them yet, we kind of felt similarly about Hellpigs, right? And then they kind of found their groove. They've been able to replicate it back to back, and now they feel like they're actually starting to become a better team, right? So I think that at this point as Duish Team, maybe you just keep trying different things to see, okay, if this works, maybe we keep doing that until you get a game that actually feels good enough. But I definitely agree, up against J-Team, it feels like even on a good day, Duish Team would struggle because J-Team look very, very good. The roster will be on your screen here. And I think while we do talk a lot about Driver coming to the roster, you know, the roster as a whole, they're just playing a lot better, right? And I don't think all of that is just from Driver coming in. They're just genuinely playing a lot better.
Yeah, I think especially Minji has looked so much better this split than he has, at least in the spring split. And that's a big thing. Having your mid laner more consistent, doing more damage and whatnot. Part of that could be because Driver's drawing more attention and finding himself some advantage to set up Minji a little bit more. But for the most part, even in team fights, Minji's found some amazing plays. He's also been pretty dominant in his own lane for the most part. So I really like what J-Team's been doing this split. I think if they can continue it, they're a real contender for taking those top 2 spots, at least in the playoffs. But yeah, at least looking at this game, it does feel like it should be a bit of a walk in the park for these guys.
You would think so. And I think even more difficult for Duish Team is that they're on the blue side, which is going to mean that most likely Driver is going to have his top lane counterpick. And that's going to be so hard to deal with. I mean, even some of the stronger top laners in the league really struggle up against Driver. Feels like him and Mission sort of on that same page of let's just absolutely dominate our lane. You know, oftentimes see him taking those very early game setups. You saw on the Gragas yesterday, I think it was what, Comet, Absolute Focus, Scorch?
Yeah.
And there he is. I mean, look at his gold difference at 14. And I mean, just look at all the stats, really. 1,100 gold difference at 14 to -600. And then solo kills of 6 to 0. Oof. It's a tough matchup for JP.
Yeah. And Driver, the thing about Driver, if you give him counterpick more than anything, this guy absolutely carries. And not to mention, he plays pretty much everything. So whatever you pick against him, if he gets counterpick, he'll have something in store for it. We know he plays the Gwen, he plays the Gragas, Gangplank, Jax, whatever he wants. As I hear Champion Select music, but I still see Driver. Here we are.
Nidalee Bam, once again. So paying their respects, I guess, to WSL.
Yeah.
Sejuani Maokai banned away again. So we see this a lot recently, not just from Duish Team, but teams that just kind of want to stay away from the tankier junglers in general. Now, Jace is open, and so is Kai'Sa. I hope that one team does not get both of them.
Well, if Gragas were to be locked in, one team would be getting both of them.
Yeah, sure. Okay, this has to be just a hover, right? There's no shot this gets locked in.
Okay, there we go.
The Kai'Sa, and now they should lock this in. I think it is the best first pick. J-Team, do not give Jace Kai'Sa. Don't do it. I think probably take Sedge is bad. I think you take Jace plus something. Now, you still need to be able to find AP, but I think that's quite easy with Drive on your team. Obviously, you can always pick up the Gragas, so... Ooh, Milio. Ooh, okay. I mean,
we see Milio Lucian.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they're just thinking we just want to absolutely stomp this game, right? It would be hard for Duish team. They show kind of laning issues anyway. I think there's no worry of Lucian being taken away.
Yeah,
so
you can just take
Jace.
Jace, yeah.
Ooh.
Or...
I actually... Okay, I don't think it'll matter because J team is so much better, but I actually don't really like that. Like, I think Azir... with more AP, like from the Milio lane, is not that good. And I also think Azir suffers versus the poke of Jace Kaiser. So, I mean, they're going to go for it. I really don't think it'll matter. Again, because I think J team are just too much better. But I think against a better team, this would be punished. Now, Dush team, I think it would make the most sense to go for the Jace. But what do you pick along with it? Maybe Jace plus support?
Good. I don't really like the Pyke.
Yeah, it feels
but
like
it would be interesting.
I don't know. It feels like you're relying on having a ganking jungler. Because otherwise, like, Lucian Milio will just kind of put you in the ground early game.
Oh, no.
No.
Oh, no.
That's a funny looking Jace, I'll say that. I really hate it. I think Echo, it used to be good against Azir a long, long time ago. I guess it's possible it's jungle, but I think it is just mid. But I think... I really don't think it's a good pick anymore.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
Something has happened here in my champion select.
I think J-Team now, they're very far ahead here in the Champs League. And hey, I mean, we're giving Duish team the chance to cook. We said we wanted something different, and we've got it. I'm just not sure it's the different I want.
This Xiaotu guy just gets to pick whatever he wants. I'm surprised he's not first in Unique Champs played. Maybe he is, because it was tied. It was tied for first,
true.
so he has to be. I mean, and now it should be him clearly first. Poppy band away. Don't even know that that makes all that much sense.
I mean, Poppy Azir, I think, good combo, obviously.
Yeah.
And it does shut down some of the dashes, so I like the Poppy ban. And I think they kind of do need more AD on J-Team at this point. But I'm wondering, what are Duish team going to pick? Because especially if you've got, like, Echo mid, Pyke, Kai'Sa bot, you need a jungler that can very hard pressure, because these are not strong lanes whatsoever. You know, Echo feels a lot like Sylas, but just worse.
And with the Echo and Kai'Sa, you can't really justify the Elise anymore.
No.
Which has traditionally been WSL's strongest ganking jungler.
I think you just lock in Lee Sin or like Xin Zhao or something. Oh my god. Would it be a Jace top? Probably not. Are they really going to save jungle counter? I think it would be better just to pick... Ooh. I think picking the jungler is better and just give Driver the last pick because he looks too dominant on it.
Okay. It is locked in. Wow.
Alright. I mean, that's really good up against Echo and Kai'Sa. I actually think it's a good pick.
Yeah.
It works well with the... What's it called? With the Azir as well.
And it shuts down Pyke, Echo, and Kai'Sa.
Yeah. Nah, I think it's a goated pick, to be honest. When you're running out of jungle picks, it's going to be hard. And Wukong, I don't think is... Yeah, I like that. I think you kind of need a Xin Zhao or a Lee Sin.
Wow.
I can't believe they actually did it. You know, I was kind of throwing it out as like a you know, maybe, but they really do need something crazy because they need a lot of pressure.
Oh my.
No shot, we blind pick Riven.
Not into Driver, you know.
No, not into Dr. Ivor.
Oh. Blind
Gwen
picking...
blind.
Wait. Oh, Jax is banned. I was going to say, if Jax is open...
Okay. Well, what's Driver going to play versus that? I mean, there is still the Jace up if he wants it.
Yeah, shouldn't be too bad into the Gwen as well.
How did J-Team get this draft versus those champs?
Yeah. This is the most interesting draft phase
look,
I have ever seen.
I will give Jewish team credit for
Spicing it
trying
up.
something different.
Yeah.
But I think that J-Team have a pretty good comp and Jewish team have a not so good comp.
I guess all eyes really towards the Xin Zhao. It has to be.
What if Xin Zhao is going mid?
Wow.
No way, right?
Well, 10 seconds.
This is like almost solo AD Xin Zhao, by the way.
Well, Kai'Sa can build AD.
I suppose, yeah.
Okay.
Is it actually...
Okay. It is. To Xin Zhao mid.
Yeah, unless they have like a swap rule in PCS that they can do it last second. I think it is just Xin Zhao mid. Which... Xin Zhao mid has a lot of early damage. And I actually like the Echo being jungle much better than Echo being mid. But I'm really not sure if Zhao2's Xin Zhao is going to be the way to go.
I'm actually speechless. To be fair, if there's a way to make a game interesting.
Yeah, this is it. This is a we're going to win in 10 minutes or we're going to
lose.
We're going to run it in 10 minutes.
Yeah, Xin Zhao mid. I mean, you can go forward. That's about all you can do. You do have the ult for disengage, I suppose.
Yeah, now, Xin Zhao actually has a really strong laning phase, even against range champs. It is actually pretty annoying to play up against. I do think, though, if they can just play it safe, and J-Team have to know that they outscale in this one. They have no troubles as the game goes longer. And it's not even like they outscale but lose early. I think they still win early, right? Good top matchup, good bot matchup. Maybe Skarner or Azir just have to be careful, wait till level 6, but once that comes online, it is going to be very good. I'm excited. I really am.
I am too. Look, I wasn't that excited going in. But after Champion Select, what a thriller. We have Skarner, we have Echo, and we have Xin Zhao mid. And Pyke. Yep. All of these are first timed for the split.
I think we have seen a Pyke, haven't we?
Oh, maybe we have.
I'm not sure. But
it wasn't very memorable if we did.
No. Yeah, Halo Blades, Xin Zhao mid, as you said. 3 Halo Blades on that team. And WSL on the Echo, I do like that, right? Like, that feels very fitting for him, playing kind of an AP, selfish carry jungler. The Jewish team, they invade level 1. Will be matched on the other side. But I am a little worried because I feel like while Echo jungle is better than Echo mid, I feel like Echo still kind of has to have a lot of presence on the map this game to make up for his weak lanes, right? Like, I feel like the Kai'Sa Pyke should fall behind in the 2v2, although if they can split the map, this would be a very good way to do it. I actually really like this from Jewish team. I think if they can, J-Team should try to defend this.
Oh, they certainly are.
Ooh. Are they going to give it up, though? It looks like they will. I think this is really good for Jewish team. It allows them to kind of have safety on this side of the map, as well as play aggressive in the 2v2. And I think Gwen, JP, he'll probably be mostly fine on the other side of the map. So I think Jewish team have actually kind of solved some of the problems, at least. And what happened to Minji's health?
Yeah, I don't know, but I think Zhao2 got pretty angry.
Yeah.
Now, all right, tell me. I don't suspect you've played this matchup particularly much.
No, I haven't played this one.
So, how do you reckon it goes then? Theory craft this for me. Well, Xin Zhao Azir.
I think Xin Zhao should win pre-6. Like, you can see, Azir can't really walk up because to use soldier autos means to be in range of the, I think it's called Wind Becomes Lightning. I actually know a couple of these abilities.
Wow.
Oh, level 2. Oh, hook
That's a hook, Bruce. Gonna have to commit flash. Good start here for his team.
Big Damaskis onto Bruce.
Could be a dive.
Yeah, I like it. And I mean, there can be no counter coming out. I don't think either solo lane will want a TP either. This is really well set up for a bot lane disaster. They hit level 2. And unable to kind of use that Lucian Milio's strength is a big deal. WSL, I hope he walks back bot because I think this should be free.
He's just sitting there.
Yeah, I like it. They're in trouble.
We'll take a lot of execution. There's no good way to drop tower aggro. Oh, okay. Hooked. Actually, it's his first. Oh, this is a disaster.
Oh, no, not like
this. This is a disaster. It's first blood given over to Bruce.
Okay, Driver did use his TP. Now, he managed to crash the wave, so it's not too bad for him. Can honestly just take this as a reset. But yeah, that was kind of disastrous, I feel like.
Hooked out of the parallel convergence into immediate death.
Very misexecuted.
The only person on the rally out of the 3 that was low was Inhao, who tanks the tower shot, takes the Milio Lucian damage as well as the tower, and just goes down. And I think with that, this bot lane is going to look fairly over.
I feel like this is a free game. Can't we just have the Pyke E forward? I feel like the Pyke just E's forward. If Lucian dashes, he has nowhere to go.
I think the hook's what ruined it.
Yeah.
In fairness, they did get teleport out of Driver now, so should be an advantage up in this top lane, although CS is actually even still.
Yeah, well, Driver still managed to crash the wave, so I don't think it's super, good for JP. It's just fine. And all things considered, Bruce being the one to come out with first blood is insane. I think there was a team that was a free dive and just horribly misexecuted it. So far, good signs, I guess, for J-Team, who are ahead in lanes that they perhaps shouldn't be. And mid lane, Minji was forced to TP.
Wow. Okay, there's 3 people now onto Xiao 2. He's going to have to flash away, but Skarner isn't looking like he's able to land the stun. In fact, won't, but Xiao 2 walks backwards and just takes a death. Wow.
At this point, I am wondering a little what Bro is doing. Because I feel like Xiao 2 could have just walked out, and also you have to know that there's people around, right? Like, I feel like Minji trying to crash that wave, it's very obvious that there are people with him, especially because I think they were kind of coming off base, right? I really think you can expect people to be there. Unfortunately, Xiao 2 goes a bit too far, is heavily punished for it. And top lane trades, I'm not sure these are good for Driver because JP still has TP and Driver does not.
Yeah. Does look okay for top, at least for now for JP, but the rest of the map already falling apart. We're 5 minutes in and it's a 1k almost gold lead as Lalva will spot out WSL, and I favor the Skarner here.
Yeah, he might just beat him up, although and now
looking. Hook goes wide. Good dodge there for Lalva. We'll have to give over those wolves, but it's now Inso as well as Bruce arriving to this little skirmish. Damage found. WSL getting low. Minji should look to try and capitalize.
Yeah, I think he's a goner.
Oh,
he
flash.
flashes. I think he's still dead, no?
Parallel convergence is coming out.
Ooh.
Oh, okay,
Nice.
Minji, nice Shurima shuffle there. Will manage to find himself that kill as Yaltu really questionably walks into this river, is going to commit that Xin Zhao ult and go down as well. It's 4 kills found for J-Team. And if you needed to win early, you certainly have not done that. Drive, I don't know if you want to...
I think he's dead.
Yeah, I think he's... Oh, he does have flash. Okay, he's flashed away. He should be okay now.
Ooh, okay. Well, he gets out. But just so much movement speed advantage there for the Gwen.
Yeah.
Had that base, tier 2 boots, Ghost as well. J-Team.
Bruce, nice dodge out there of that stun, but what damage can be found? Inhale trying to do what damage he can, but it's ultimately Inso and Bruce who are going to be picking up this 2v2 kill. Pepero going down. It's a 2-0-2 Lucian and 2-0-1 Azir already.
Yep. And I think we did say before that Douche Team with their comp, they were going to win hard or lose hard early. They've even got the lethality Kai'Sa coming through. And I think we know which one it is at this point. I think they are going to lose this fairly early. Although the goal's not unrecoverable by any means. It's just your lanes are not in a good spot.
Yeah, maybe besides from top. Top looking okay.
Yeah.
Although, this fight, there is no needlework.
I think he's good.
Oh, dodges out of the parallel convergence. Should be okay now. WSL taking a lot of damage. Oh, if that Shockwave lands, he might have even got the kill.
Yeah. It was very, very close. Didn't have the Dirk. I think WSL might have lived, but Lava would have been able to clean him up. And just wants to make sure that this wave does crash. We're going to replay on what happened bot. I think at this point, the window has kind of been missed for the Douche Team bot lane. You can see just how much damage Pepero takes there. Doesn't really get the opportunity to auto-attack at all. Maybe now a regank towards top. I think Lava might have been spotted. Maybe not, though, because JP continuing to play pretty aggro. And WSL has recalled, so needs to be really careful.
Lava has Impale available. Driver does miss that Shockblade.
Well, Lava's
Shock
level 5.
True, actually, does not have Impale available. I've lied.
And 2 Dirks for the side of Douche Team. I mean, they want to get stuck in early. But just might already be too late. J-Team's bot lane, they want to try get aggressive. They should know, though, that WSL will be on this side of the map soon. And with Skarner, with Lalva, still on that top side, trying to hit that level 6. Maybe just want to play it a bit slower down here.
Douche are about to have 3 Dirks and a Hextech Alternator. That is about as early game as you could ever get.
Yeah, that's a lot of early game damage.
I mean, maybe at the Dirk. Maybe if you were to find a win, it has to come through from these items, but it does feel doomed as Pepero is left there by himself, does have his ult available. Bruce not having it at the time, manages to ping it off one of these minions that go down, but WSL in the area now. He is being proactive, hasn't been able to find any success, however. Oh, Xiaotu has gone forward and he is
gone
for a trip.
Yeah. Wow, what an absolute combo now.
Yeah, WSL coming down though, Bruce.
I think
Bruce
J-Team win this.
Used is going to take fairly good play out of them, but fairly good play is coming out, and that's going to be the Milio ultimate used. Breath of Light but Lava turns up. He's going to land a slow as Bruce picks up his killing spree there onto WSL. I don't know what to say.
Tragic, really. And I feel like so much of this stems from that level 3 dive, right? Because Bruce is so accelerated, and really, he should have been almost out of the game, I feel like.
Yeah.
And just that tragic misexecution cost him so much. Here, I think even looking at this, I don't see how Duish team win this, to be honest.
Look at that damage.
There's double level 6 here. WSL hits it as well, but with no pike ult, they're really lacking the finisher. And just can't deal enough damage. The Milio buys so much time for Lava to just walk all the way down. Driver almost dies top. A lot of this does stem from his early TP bot, so it's kind of expected. But it didn't really make a difference for bot, right? He kind of did it reactively.
Yeah.
Crown picked up from Minji. I honestly think kind of makes sense. If you don't die here, there's just no way to lose, right?
Yeah, well, you're against Kai'Sa, what is going to be lethality Kai'Sa, a Pike, a Xin Zhao, and an Echo. I think this is probably, if there ever was a Crown game, it's here.
Yep.
Not particularly easy for them to get out of him either.
No.
Really have to land a Kai'Sa W, which isn't going to be all that reliable.
Now WSL, he's going to look on top. Driver's flash is not up just yet, and I think Driver could be in trouble here.
Yeah, it does have phase rush. Is going to dodge out of the stun at least. Is running, but yeah, his flash coming up very shortly, but the flash forward should confirm this kill going over, although Lava just a little bit too late there. It is a kill found going over to WSL. You do have to feel a little bit too late, however.
Yeah, it's a much needed pickup, and it does stop a perfect game from potentially coming in. But I really don't think it changes the game.
In-how. Wow.
Culling was available, but would have just been traded for a flash, you imagine. Bruce has got his Milio behind him. Oh, could be the engage.
That's the second time Pikehook has brought someone out of a potential ability landing.
And I just realized, I feel like today we've seen more melee mids than we've perhaps seen the entire split. We've seen a Xin Zhao, 2 silences. I know before we've seen 1 Akali. I think that might have been it. Maybe, did we see another Silas another day? I'm not too sure.
Yeah, Zhao 2's played Silas and Akali. He played Static Shift's Silas, I believe, day 1.
Yeah, that's true. Ooh, okay. Hook goes wide, even if it hits. Feels like probably just would have been flash. But unfortunately, Duish team bleeding out rather quickly, losing in all 3 lanes. Although top is relatively even. It's unfortunate, I think, that JP didn't get the kill.
Oh, reaction times there. And it is going to be Lava suppressing up. WSL does have that ult available. Should be able to go back. But it's going to be Xiao 2 flashing forward, getting Emperors divided, and just absolutely annihilated. 0-4-0 on the Xin Zhao. 12 minutes in. All right, how many deaths do you reckon is going to happen? We've seen his Yone reach 12, I believe it was.
I'm going to say 9.
9?
Yeah. I think that there is not many champs more useless than a 0-4 lethality Xin Zhao.
Oh, at least they're trying new things, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, hey, eventually something has to work, and then they can just keep running that. They wanted to take inspiration from Hellpigs, but I'm just not sure if Xin Zhao mid's the way. And to be honest, the entire comp is a bit wonky, especially when they had the Jace Kai'Sa available to them. You know, we could have just done Jace Kai'Sa and then played Echo Jungle, right? Like, I actually don't think that would be too bad. But they cook a bit too much. Maybe they have too many oddball picks on one team.
This is actually just... I'm still blown away with the champions we're seeing here in this game.
Doesn't seem real.
No, this is a fever dream.
Well, WSL, he doesn't have ult this time.
Yeah, Crown available for Minji though. This is going to be Enso arriving in time, giving Minji some heals as well as damage. WSL goes down. That's a 4th now for Minji as Bruce turns up. Culling used. Inhal does have flash available for him. Is going to have to use it. I feel bad. Like, some of this was brought on by Inhal. Hold up. We are going to see a fight up top. Driver maybe looking like the weak link in this game. Is going to be okay. Does have to commit that flash though. Potential avenue for WSL later. But as I was going to say, at least some of this game was brought on from the bot lane. It feels like Inhal playing that dive fairly poorly.
Yeah.
But in terms of Pepero, I feel bad for this guy, man. He's not even had a bad game for himself. He's just been following up on what the team's doing.
And no, it doesn't feel like there's that much he can do. And JP as well. I mean, I feel like a lot of his lead came from that TP. Speaking of, a TP comes in from JP.
Yeah, JP is coming in. It is going to be followed up, though. Driver does get the Eclipse. The Pike ult goes wide, and Bruce going to be not long for this world. But what can they find off it? It is going to be Bruce going down. It's 3 strong. Minji here. Ult comes through from this Echo. Enso looking like he'll go down 2, but the Emperor's Divide comes through. Finds 3. And Minji's trying to get the damage. Inhale living on 1. It's going to be Xiao2 suppressed up there from that Impale as Minji should have the damage here to finish it off, but that hook makes things interesting. Triple kill, looking for the Quadra. The abilities will be up, but the kill will be taken.
And there has been 17 kills in 15 minutes. We've got more than a kill per minute and a 7-0 Azir here already. If you didn't think this game was done, I think you do now.
I thought this game was done.
Oh, good. Yeah, I mean, Driver, you kind of mentioned before, does seem like the weak link in this game, but a lot of that is just from his TP, I feel like. And I kind of like this as a proactive play from Duish team. You've got a lot of flanks coming in. The first Pike ult, though, did not succeed, which I think is a... Or did it? No, it didn't. No. First Pike ult did not succeed, which is a lot of missing damage in this fight. So I almost think that if they have Pike ult, this might just be a winning fight. They also grouped up a lot for that Azir ult, and Minji, he's so accelerated already, and this is kind of the perfect fight for an Azir, where you've got your conk or your tempo stacked up super early, and you're kind of the last one to be looked at. You just get to hit everyone for free, no damage at all. WSL.
Oh, back to live. WSL now. Culling will not find the kill.
Yeah, he will get out. Ghost Blade on Xiao2.
This guy's
cooking. It is a bit funny.
Doesn't have his boots yet, though. So
allows him to go down a bit faster.
Bruce is going forward into Pipero. Is going to be Impale landed. That should be Pipero going down. And needlework coming out from JP. Not going to have the damage for that as Driver does arrive here with his teleport. Minji! Oh, looks like he might have
Maybe he thought he had flash.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he thought he had flash. He was probably getting flashbacks of his own play from before.
That's right.
Wanted to make another big one, but
okay,
things rapidly falling apart.
I think record game pace so far this split was in day 1 CFO over Halpigs. I think it was like 19 minutes and 30 something seconds.
Thinking that too, 1930.
And so we could be on pace here. I mean, it's going to be hard. Maybe next Rift Herald. To be fair, I think if you get next Rift Herald, there's literally no wave clear outside of Gwen ult.
Yeah, no, if you can get Herald and go down, it would be good. I would be a little sad if it ends too soon because Xiaotu's only at 6 deaths, not my predicted 9. So we've got to pump those numbers up first. But
this is insane, man.
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of the reality of Duish Team's comp, though. There's not much else they can do other than fight, and they are really behind, right? So they are just going to die a lot from this point. And this could have been very different, right? Like, you could easily, if some of those bot plays, especially the first dive, had gone different, I could see the scoreline flipped on its head with this kind of comp. It's just, it's going to win hard or lose hard no matter what when you've got these sorts of champs.
Especially with that teleport that came through. You would have lost bot and perhaps lost top as well at the same time.
Yeah.
But ultimately, Driver looked like the weak member of the team. He is up CS. He's also got himself a kill. Even scoreline with this Gwen. Definitely not weak at all. Just perhaps not as strong as the 704 Azir or the 614 Lucian.
No, Minji could be looked at, but he feels so safe. Yeah. Wow, look how long that is.
Yeah, that was limit testing there with the Azir shuffle. All right, it is going to be Herald.
Are they going to go for the record?
You've got a minute 30. It's possible. It will be hard though. Xiao2, he's coming in. Here comes the man. Is going to go down as Bruce picks up 2. Cleaned up by WSL, but it's 2 down. Rift Herald picked up. Driver now looking for his kills of his own. Actually, is turned around. Nice shield there from the Milio, but it's going to be ultimately the Impale on WSL finding another kill for themselves. And he's not done. He's after Pepero.
No, he's got the Herald, though. I think this could be it, J-Team. They've got to kind of hustle if they want.
Got a minute.
Yeah.
Oh,
no, don't do that.
All right, it's not going to be the record pace.
They're going to play it safe. Don't need to rush. Up 10,000 gold, though.
7. 7 is the number thus far.
I mean, yeah, he seems to be... He wants to... I'm not sure what he wants to do.
By the way, what are the Merc treads for?
That's a good question. I think he literally bought it for Magic Resist.
My solo queue game a week ago, I had a Zinzao that went Moby Boots full crap. Maybe Xiaotu needed to do that.
Yeah, the Moby Boots could have been the play. But it looks like Minji is working on a Shadow Flame now. Probably just feels like, again, game isn't going to go long enough to get a Rabadons. So just wants that damage right now. As coming into this bot lane, he is Hex Drinker on Bruce. So even more unkillable than before. And they still have this Herald. So where are they going to put it? I mean, maybe bot lane and just try and siege that down.
11k gold deck gap.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. Ooh, WSL, he's being looked
Yeah,
at.
WSL taking so much damage. Look how much damage Bruce does. It's going to have to be that ult committed, but he will be going down. In the top lane, we see 7. Will we see 8? No.
Wow.
He manages to get out.
Even without the Mobies, he is pretty fast. Okay, this tower is gonna fall, I feel like. I wonder if they'll save Herald for when they get Baron, or if they'll just drop it now. Okay, they drop it now, and I think this is the end hit falling. I'm not sure they can get the game with it. I mean, maybe. It depends how hard they push.
Well, how are you supposed to defend?
I feel like once Echo spawns, they can clear the wave. They can Gwen ult it as well. But it's definitely an inhib.
Driver has teleport.
I want them to keep pushing, but
yeah,
I don't think
they're
they
not going
will.
to. That's all right.
That's
I mean,
one.
The game is in fast pace anyway. I'm sure we're going to see another Duish team engage. These guys, despite the scoreline, are not scared.
It feels like there is really nothing to lose at this point. You might as well go for some sort of crazy engage.
Well, here it comes. Parallel Convergence will not find Bruce. He does manage to get away with that as a lot of fighting going on. It's the needlework, but it's going to be the Impale found onto JP, who goes down. And they're recalling.
Really? Oh, Driver has TP.
Driver, yep, does have
come
TP.
back. I think
Okay.
they can end this time.
Brew! Oh my God, that was some damage as he's going forward, still flashes. Perhaps not what you want, but it's going to be the Breath of Light keeping him nice and safe. Oh, WSL going 1v5. Just go down. All right, Xiaotu, it's your turn, buddy.
Look how many kills there are. 29 kills there. Xiaotu, surely he gets stuck in.
He's got to.
There's
Look,
no
a low
KDA
health-
at this point.
There's a low health Milio right there, pal.
Come on. Get stuck in.
Oh, Empress Divided. No,
No.
Minji.
Wait.
Oh,
they get out.
that could have been 2 more. Oh well.
Well, what a game. I mean, that was really fast. I feel like there really isn't a whole lot to analyze. Duish team, they went for a crazy comp. It didn't work out, and I feel like a lot of that game did just kind of fall apart at level 3. I feel like there was a free dive, and they somehow cataclysmically misexecuted
Well, it just felt like all you needed to do, wait for the Echo stun to land, and then follow up. But instead, landing the hook first, which then pulled Bruce out of that, and then you die. It was just, but doomed.
Yeah. Is that Driver
Oh, my. He's insulting Lakai.
That's actually, I don't like that, man.
I like that.
I don't like it. Oh, he's back. Okay.
Oh, my goodness. This man played the worst on his team, and he's still getting jiggy with it.
Ah, well. It is kind of funny.
It is. I like Driver. Driver, definitely one of the most exciting people to see win. That's for sure. You know, good news. Duish team in high spirits. Everyone seems to be smiling. To be fair, they would have had fun. At minimum, they would have had fun that game.
I mean, yeah, a little.
Everyone's smiling. I mean, you know, some games of League
What
of
else
Legends.
can you do, really?
Yeah. You just like, as long as you're going forward, you have some fun. I swear. That's at least my philosophy.
There is definitely a point where, like, you go from this game is winnable to this game is so lost, it doesn't matter what we do at this point.
Yeah.
And there is a fun part there. But,
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, man. I still want Duish team to find something that works for them. But I feel like it's going to be so hard because it really feels like more than anything, misexecution is what plagues them. And I don't think... It doesn't feel like it's close, you know? Like, when we looked at Hellpix, there were a couple times earlier in the weeks where they were very close to winning skirmishes and then, you know, just slightly fell apart.
Yeah,
but it feels like for Duish team, these are just horrendous misplays, right? Like, it's not close to working.
Yeah, well, to be fair, I don't disagree. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't even know what to say. Like, it's not only how you execute it, but like times in mid, with Xiaotu, like it's very blatant that this Azir is not walking up on you solo.
Yeah.
He just dives on it and dies. Oh, I don't know, man.
Yeah.
At least he's playing some fun champs, you know. He's getting some reps in there on the Jin Zhao. But I don't know, like, what can you do? What was their success last split? Nidalee and Elise. I think that was the only 2 champions they won on in the jungle. Given Echo here, another AP carry jungler, but doesn't really have the gank potential that those 2 champs have, at least in the very early stage of the game. You need to get really far ahead on that champ. And when you miss executing the bot lane dive like that, it's not a good look.
I hope we don't get a replay of that bot dive. I feel like they might do him dirty and show that, but...
in fairness, I think their idea to start up the game was good. Like, as you said, splitting the map there, exactly what you need to do. You're isolating that Skarner away from the bot side, had the opportunity to look for that dive, but have a look at some of the replays. I don't know what happened. Oh, I remember this
was
now.
One of many skirmishes that happened. WSL... I think he lived here, right?
Yeah.
I don't remember this, if I'm honest.
Oh, okay. I thought I remembered it, but I don't. All right. Culling came out and he lived.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, it's carrying on. There's more. The fights didn't stop.
Yeah, okay. So this is when they... this was really the last possible fight that they could have won. Even then, I think it's pretty gone. This is when Driver was able to finally pick up some gold for himself. And I don't know. It feels like at this point, there is just... It's a bit of a wallet gap, right? The goal difference is pretty crazy, and...
Or over 15k, and the game only went for 21 minutes.
Damn.
I think that is the most galactic gap of a gold graph I've ever seen.
Yeah, that's pretty absurd. I think we have seen some other, like, pretty crazy ones in the PCS, but I think that, especially considering that J-Team's comp honestly scales pretty well, right? Like any comp with an Azir on it, and I feel like Jace these days scales well too.
Yeah.
And even Lucian Miller, right? Like that is a comp that did not need to win early and did, and just like absolutely rolled over them. And it feels like Xin Zhao 2, we won't be seeing that one again. And there's MVP that goes for Minji. 28% of his team's damage, 905. I feel like I'm honestly not sure who I'd give the MVP to. Like it ends up being Minji, but at
I
this
think
point,
I'll just give it to Zhao 2. He did a lot. He did a lot here for Minji.
He certainly did.
What's this one?
Okay, this actually, you know,
This was
Minji, he did have
close.
some very good shuffles this game, I will say. You know, there was a lot of times where he managed to get just that little bit of extra distance. Was this the first one? No, what? Oh, okay, no, it wasn't this one. I was thinking of the one where Zhao Tu just kind of stands there getting autoed. And
I think that
getting
was
taken out. That
the
was
first
earlier
one,
on,
I think. Yeah.
There were a few of them.
Yeah, there were quite a few deaths there in the middle lane. I think that game is impossible to choose MVP. I think Lala
really
played
is.
fine, Minji played fine. Bruce lived on like 1 HP 20 times during that game, and ultimately it felt more like terrible execution from Duish team than it felt like fantastic execution from J team. At least that's what it sort of seemed like to me. As we'll take a look now, today's results on your screen. It looked like it was going to be all blue side winning, but Taipei J team in that last one we just saw picking it up for the red side. In general, I don't think there was really any upsets for today.
No, I think it's still some interesting results though, right? Like Hellpigs picking up the win and Frank losing does mean that those teams, Hellpigs and Frank, are now tied, and we'll see that in the standings in a moment. And then also I think CFO taking out DCG, perhaps the expected result, but still pretty important. As we'll take a look at these, so we've got now kind of our tiers within our top 6, it feels like. So Beyond and PSG flying high at 7-1 there, and CFO and J-Team rightfully just behind them. DCG feel like they have a lot of consistency and draft things to work on, but they have potential to punch higher. And then Frank, you know, now kind of on their edge there with Hellpigs, both of them in 6th place. And I still feel like Frank should make a comeback, but I am worried.
I am. I think losing the Hellpigs is a really bad sign. They didn't really fall against any lower teams last split, and so doing it this early on is really bad. And I think the standings on your screen here is a really good representative of relative strength of these teams. I think, in general, I would put Beyond and PSG above the rest, and then J-Team and CFO closely behind, where DCG falling definitely short of them, but above Frank. As we'll take a look at tomorrow's games, very exciting, I'd say. At least game 1 and 3.
Yeah, I think game 1, another chance for Frank to redeem themselves, and man, they are running out of chances. They have to eventually here. I think Hellpigs could pick up another win in game number 5, and game number 3, they're Beyond versus DCG. You have to feel it's another game that should be Beyond favored, as a lot of them are these days, but DCG, I feel like they have some of the highest highs of any team in the league, and they could very well just come out the gate and destroy Beyond.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be interesting to see which teams, like Frank, if they're going to go with Hollow again, if Deep Cross are going to use Nesty again. That's something to look forward to as well, but I think importantly, If things go as expected tomorrow, we will have Halpigs as 6th and Frank won't be in the playoff contention. If things go as you'd predict. Because I think Halpigs should beat West Point.
Yeah.
Based entirely, mainly around Taco, honestly. That guy looks really unstoppable. And then, as things are right now, J-Team do look fairly strong, and I'd say a considerable amount stronger than Frank currently looks.
For sure. Yeah, that would be an insane timeline,
Yeah.
especially given just like, you know, if we think of the Frank from last split, I mean, Frank was a very, very good team, right? And then coming in here to, I think they can still make the playoffs run for sure, right? But the fact that it's even a question for the second place team of last split is insane.
Yeah, and admittedly, a lot of these teams have leveled up quite a lot. Frank did try to, I guess, in the inclusion of Kenny Chan, but now that they're using Hollow a bit more often, maybe they're thinking not so much. I do think after today, it feels like you should just bring Kenny Chan back. I think after even Halpigs, it felt like maybe this wasn't the call. I don't think Hollow necessarily did anything wrong. It just maybe there's something that Kenny Chan adds. It could be in comms, it could be just his decision making. I don't really know. But ultimately, something is going wrong for Frank. They're going to have to tidy it up if they want to maintain their spot in the top 6. But that will do us now here in day number 2 for week 3. We will be back tomorrow. You saw the games on your screens. A couple of exciting ones, so I'll catch you there.